Chapter 22-29 Cause and Effect. If you hadn't talked, I would have thought that we might die, but now I am pretty sure I won't die by walking along this way of life and death, Hansen spoke with certainty. Young man, talk is cheap. If you are as certain as you say you are, then come and tread the path for yourself. The old woman looked at him with disdain. Sure. Hansen, after saying it, immediately took his first steps along the way of life and death. Hansen was not there to prove the old woman wrong, and neither was he there to provide comfort and aid to Bai Wei. All he wanted to do was feel the powers that permeated the way of life and death. A power like that was rare to witness, even for those that were deified. So, there would not be many opportunities for him to experience the feelings of such a power. Hansen wanted to feel what it was like to feel that which plagued the way of life and death. If the spell that had been put upon the way of life and death was genuine, then it would not be something so simple as manipulated time. If it was just the power of time, then the speed would be one way and fixed. Every creature had a different lifespan, so there was no way each step added a certain amount of time that would only bring them to their death upon reaching the end. Only the cause of life and death could have that effect. Going forward took you to your demise, whereas going backwards assured life. If Hansen could have the taste of that power, it would be a remarkable thing for him to have. Brother, this is way too risky. Han Yen tugged at Hansen's arm and made her concern known. Although Han Yen knew Hansen's judgment was likely correct, this was a matter that concerned her family. It was only natural for her to be as afraid as she was. It's okay. I'm only going to take a look. Hansen touched Han Yen on her head, blinked, and then he approached the staircase. Bauer wished to follow Hansen, but he passed her to Han Yen. He proceeded alone. When he committed to his first step on the stone staircase, he ran Dongxian aura and used his purple eye butterfly. With them, he watched his body change. I was correct, it is similar to falsified Sky Sutra, but somehow it's different. There is another cause of power. While Hansen kept his Dongxian aura and his purple eye butterfly running, Hansen was able to see many almost transparent substances get chained within him. Visit website Our List novel. Com. Every step Hansen took saw more and more of those substance chains chain him up. Hansen knew that the path he walked along was not just a simple illusion. It was a scary power that had been left behind by a wondrous deified being. Hansen kept walking up, and as he went, his body kept changing. From his young self, he became middle-aged. And from his middle-aged self, he soon became old. The scariest thing was how he felt his own lifespan and time remaining decrease. The creatures outside the sanctuaries could not see what remained of their lifespan, but those that lived in the sanctuaries could always see it. Hansen had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and according to the rate of aging right now, the last step would bring him down to the figure of 0 years remaining. Hansen retreated just a little, and when he did that, he felt his lifespan increase again. It really was a path that was true to its name of the way of life and death. Hansen really admired Undying Bird now. A strong power like this was something that deserved admiration. Hansen used all the purple eye butterfly's power to try and get a read, but try as he might, everything was still a mystery. He could not analyze the enigmatic cause power. He was disappointed, but he still continued to ascend. The more he walked, the stronger the cause power felt. Hansen saw it clearer and clearer. Hansen did not stop, and he thought to himself. He eventually reached Bai Wei's position. He was very old right now, just like Bai Wei. The mere act of talking was enough to make him gasp. This is none of your business. Why have you walked up here? Bai Wei looked at Hansen with a complicated expression. She did not know if he was trying to be a hero or not. I just wanted to prove a little theory I have. It has nothing to do with you, either. Hansen said that, and then he continued walking up the stairs. Hansen felt as if he were tremendously old right now. He felt as if he were losing his power, too. Every single step he now took was incredibly tiring. Bai Wei looked at Hansen's back as he went, and her feelings were wrought with complication. Hansen walked another step. There were only 2 more remaining. Hansen did not hesitate, though. He took a deep breath and walked 1 more step. Then he stopped. He looked at his lifespan, which had ticked down to only 1 remaining. Normally, a person would die after taking the last step. Undying Bird has a very strong cause power, Hansen said coldly. He really did admire Undying Bird right now. The old woman squinted her eyes. I did not expect you would have knowledge regarding this to know that this is cause power and not a simple time power. It is a shame I was not able to see Undying Bird while she was alive. I really wish I had been able to, cough cough. Hansen was serious about what he said. An elite like that was not someone who would be easy to meet. If he was able to see the Undying Bird use that mysterious cause power, perhaps he would be able to learn something from it, so Hansen thought it was a grand shame that he couldn't see Undying Bird use it. The substance chains he saw now were too blurry, and he couldn't learn anything from them. If you know how strong it is, does that mean you are going to walk the final step? The old woman smiled at Hansen. It was difficult to imagine what she might be thinking. Of course I want to come, Hansen surely said, but due to the fact that he was so old, he did not sound very confident. If anything, he sounded like he was going to die. Oh, you are saying Undying Bird's power cannot kill you? The old woman looked at Hansen with a complete lack of emotion. She can kill me, but not through these stairs, Hansen said. If that is what you think, then take the last step. The old woman smiled at Senator Han Yen, and the others looked at Hansen nervously. If he walked the next step and it worked like all the rest did, then Hansen was going to die. Hansen said so himself, too, that the steps were not displaying an illusion. This was a real cause power he was contending with. Han Yen knew cause powers were scary, too. Cause powers could kill, and they did not have to make people bleed to kill them. Bai Wei looked at Hansen's back and displayed a very complicated emotion. Bai Wei knew Hansen knew who she was. She thought Hansen was doing this to get her attention or at least make a good impression of himself. She had seen many people do this on her behalf before, but Hansen had gone all the way to the final step, and he was ready to make the next move. She had greatly misjudged Hansen's character. In a moment that separates life and death, who can remain fearless? To even know that completing this path might not lead to death, who would be so willing to risk their life? Not even Bai Wei herself made the dare. She looked at Hansen with a complicated expression and thought, is he going to take the final step? Is he confident? Or is this all a guess? As everyone watched, Hansen raised his legs and readied himself to bring them down on the final step. The old woman looked strange, and Han Yen forgot to breathe. Huang Fujing looked calm, but she frowned. She thought to herself, what makes him so certain that he won't die by ascending the stairs? She knew Hansen was not the sort of person who was willing to risk his life on a whim. If he dared to go all the way up, then he must have somehow known he wouldn't die. As everyone watched, one of Hansen's legs took the final step. He used the last ounce of his power to bring the second leg up to meet the first. He stood up there right next to the dead animal from before. Boom! The whole stair lit up. A transparent fire blazed across the step. It was like a very large bonfire. Chapter 2230 Undying Bird Legacy. The beast that had died on the ground after it had reached the top step suddenly moved. Although it still looked old, it moved very quickly. It spryly ran up toward the old woman's feet. The transparent fire ravaged the step, but heat could not be felt from it, and it began to rise high into the air. Hansen, Bai Wei, and the animal were shrouded in the transparent fire. It eventually all started to drift up high into the air. As the fire burned them, their bodies started to recover. It took away the added years and returned their original form from before they started to ascend the stairs. The transparent fire then took on the shape of a transparent bird in the air. The bird looked something like a phoenix. It screamed and nodded to Han Senator. It then flew away from the steam bun mountain, flew to another mountain, and disappeared. Young man, you win. The old woman looked at Han Sen with a look of seriousness. But I must say, I am curious, why were you so certain you would not die? Han Sen pointed at the animal next to the old woman. You did not allow Bai Wei to leave the way of life and death, but you did not stop us from using an animal to test this. That proved that it would not be bad for you. Plus, its acting was quite terrible. I only kicked it, and it ran straight up the stairs like mad. It didn't even think to look back. That was so very strange, and so it made me think that you owned the creature. Just because of that you dared to come all the way up. The old woman looked at Han Sen strangely. The prediction had been correct, but that was a moment that could have decided life and death. Even if Han Sen judged it that way, he should have been wary. Very few would dare to go all the way up. Han Sen shook his head. That guessing doesn't matter in the end. What was most important was that I could see that it was not dead. Its acting was good, and it knew how to hide its life force. It could not hide from my vision, of course. Bai Wei, who now looked like a young girl, came the rest of the way up. She looked at the old woman's animal and thought of something. I see. I should not have done that. The old woman reached her hand out, and then the creature leapt into her chest. After giving it a stroke, she said, since you two have walked the way of life and death, you can consider yourself approved in the eyes of Undying Bird's will. You guys win. Therefore, you can now proceed and claim the item. The old woman said that, but she did not move. She just smiled at them. Where is the item? Bai Wei asked with a frown. The old woman continued to smile. The item is right there in front of you. You two have been seeing it for a while. This mountain. Bai Wei was shocked. She realized that now, and then she looked around at the mountain. The old woman nodded and said, this mountain is called Extreme Dead. It is a deified treasure of the universe. Undying Bird and King Bai discovered this mountain, and they both fought for its ownership. Neither won, and so they kept the mountain where it lay. Undying Bird was the one who managed it, but she eventually died, and she was buried here on the mountain. The mountain is useless to creatures. Perhaps King Bai knew this, and so he didn't come here himself. On his behalf, perhaps he sent you. If things were like that, why would father want me to come here? Bai Wei asked. The old woman said coldly, Undying Bird died early. She took over Extreme Dead Mountain, but she would not claim everything. She still has a few items left over for you, but it is down to you whether or not you can take them away. After that, the old woman pointed at the old tower behind her with her cane. A fireball came out of her cane and landed against it. The tower was set on fire, and it was quickly incinerated. After a short while, the construction was reduced to dust. The wind scattered it all around, but where it had once been now remained an item. They all looked at the item, and they felt weird when seeing it. The item was built from dry grass. In many ways, it looked like a bird nest. It did not look particularly pretty, and it actually looked quite rough. But it was big and a few meters wide. A few people could definitely sleep in there. Undying Bird left this item behind. Han Sen asked with curiosity. The old woman looked at the bird nest and with much fascination said, do not underestimate it. This was where Undying Bird was born. The dry grass is very special, and it is called evergrass. If you can take it away, then you will swiftly learn what boon and benefit it can provide you. Bai Wei did not say anything. She simply walked in front of it. She reached out her hand with a desire to pick up the nest, but the bird nest, which appeared to have been made from dry grass, had the weight of a mountain. Bai Wei tried to lift it a few times, but it would not budge. She could not pull out any of the dry grass either. The old woman smiled. Undying bird was born there, and that is where it lived for 1,000,000 years. Undying's power is all over that undying bird nest. Even deified weaponry cannot compare to this, so it will be very difficult to move. Bai Wei frowned. She glowed with the color of gold. A gold shadow overtook her and made her appear far stronger than she usually did. Han Sen was shocked. He did not know she had this in her. Even if Bai Wei did have that big power boost, it mattered not, though. She was still unable to move the undying bird nest an inch. Nothing seemed to work. Deified items weren't something a marquise could just come into ownership of. It did not seem possible that Bai Wei would be able to take it away. Undying bird left behind the most precious thing to you. If you cannot take it away, then you cannot blame anyone else for your inability to do this. The old woman smiled. Bai Wei frowned and did not speak. She looked at the nest, but she still had no clue about how to take the bird nest away with her. Han Sen looked at the old woman and asked, "Does the person need to finish the way of life and death to get approved by the undying bird? Is it only then that the person can take the undying bird nest away with them?" Bai Wei, upon hearing that, turned to look at the old woman. Her face changed. She did not need her to answer, though. They knew the answer deep inside already. Han Sen walked in front of the undying bird nest and touched its edge. As soon as he touched it, the bird nest started to fly, and then it became smaller. It became something as small as a hand, and it flew to land and sit upon Han Sen's hand. "I see." Han Sen handed the bird nest over to Bai Wei. Bai Wei grabbed the bird nest, but as soon as Han Sen let go, the bird nest dropped to the ground like a giant rock. Bai Wei could not stop it from falling, and she fell down with it. The bird nest was on the floor. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pick it up. Chapter 22:31 The crisis is close, you guys took the item. Shouldn't you be leaving now? Stop bothering the resting place of undying bird. The old woman did not look happy. She waved her hand. "You take it," Bai Wei said to Han Sen as she let go of the item. "How could I do this?" Han Sen looked very guilty, but on the inside, he was as happy as a flower on the verge of blooming. This is something that is as good as a deified thing. I may not know what it does, but it has to be something good. Bai Wei rolled her eyes. I am only asking you to hold on to it temporarily. Don't think too deeply about it. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. Without saying anything, he just moved to grab the undying bird nest. The undying bird nest was like a deified item, but without its approval, not even a deified elite could make use of it. Han Sen was surprised he had earned the will and approval of undying bird. Now that he had been approved to be able to make use of the undying bird nest, it was useless for others. Even Bai Wei would not be able to take it. You can't put the blame on me for stealing it. You are the one that did not finish the way of life and death, Han Sen thought to himself. The old woman did not seem very happy about the fact they had taken the undying bird nest, and now she wished them gone. Han Sen was holding the bird nest, and as he left extreme dead. He went back the way he came, and as he did, he soon came before the coast. There were many lava bugs spread out across the lava sea. They were like little burning lava fairies. Their heat was hotter than the lava, and they were only resting. If they unleashed their heat altogether, even a duke's armor would be melted. Han Sen tried to fly, but he realized he was still unable to. They would have to tread across the lava sea. Bai Wei suddenly smiled at Han Sen, which sure gave him a surprise. Seeing a cocky person give someone a smile elicited a different feeling to the witness of an average smile. Bai Wei pulled out a leaf. She put godlight into it and then threw the leaf into the lava sea. The leaf expanded in the air. It looked like a small ship in the lava sea when it came down. It was green like jade. The leaf floated atop the lava sea. The lava bugs, however, started to avoid it in the lava. They did not dare draw close to the leaf. Bai Wei stepped on the leaf, turned around, and looked at Han Sr. If you guys are willing to be my knights, I am willing to take you away from here safely. Thanks, but no thanks. Han Sen smiled. The woman was drunk on her own pride. She did not bother to find out who Han Sen was exactly, and the only threat before them were a few lava bugs. They weren't going to stop him. Bai Wei saw Han Sen and his friends huddled together, then Han Menger summoned a blue shield. It shielded them all just as they moved to walk across the sea of lava. Bai Wei frowned and advised Han Sen, when the lava bugs are shocked, they will explode. The heat they create can melt a Duke-class defensive item. Even King-class armor can break with the heat. Don't say I didn't warn you. Thank you for the tip, Han Sen replied, but he did not stop walking across the sea. They were walking across the lava sea with the demon bug king Bai Sima for protection when suddenly many of the lava bugs approached. Their bodies were like burning steel, and they launched themselves against the surface of the Bai Sima. They exploded with a searing heat. The heat was able to melt any kind of steel, but the Bai Sima did not melt at all. Bai Wei looked quite surprised seeing this. Her facial expression was a complicated one. Bai Wei was operating her leafy vessel. She watched the others cross the lava sea. She was surprised by the level of defense the demon bug king Bai Sima had. She couldn't help but stare at it. How many tricks does this guy have up his sleeve? Bai Wei looked at him weirdly. They walked 1 mile from the shore of the island, and when crossing the threshold, their abilities to cast air powers returned. Han Sen and his companions started to fly up and away from the sea of lava. The lava crocodiles that attacked did nothing to the demon bug king Bai Sima either. Bai Wei had to put the leaf away and use her own powers to fight her way out of the lava seas region. Han Sen laughed at her, but he did make an offer for others to join him inside the shield. She just didn't reply to him. She left by her own means. This woman is way too full of pride. Han Sen shook his head. He continued to investigate the undying bird nest as he did so. Han Sen used the purple-eye butterfly to examine it, and he could see how the undying bird nest was full of mysterious cause substance chains. There were a lot of them, and there weren't any gaps. It was scarier than the core substance chains on the stairs. Han Sen tried, but he failed to activate the nest's power. He researched it for a while, but he could not figure out what its purpose was. I will have to try some more when I get home. This bird nest's power cannot be any less than purgatory heaven, Han Sen thought to himself. When they left the underground cave, Han Sen and his companions returned to go for the lava valley again. Break the camera. Pretend nothing happened today. If you guys dare speak a word about this, you'll know what will happen, don't you? Bai Wei looked at Bauer, who was intently filming her with the camera. This is bad. We just destroyed a camera the other day. Now we're going to destroy another one. Han Sen looked terrible. I will talk to Ice Blue Night King. Just do it. Bai Wei said. Han Sen was delighted, but his face still looked very bad. He said, all right, but there is still a while to go before we head back to base with this mission. How about we destroy it right before we return? Han Sen did not want anyone to see any of that either, but if Bai Wei was willing to take responsibility, destroying it would be good. Bai Wei stopped talking. She kept walking ahead through the valley. She was there because of the deal, but she was being punished. She could not go back to the Extreme King just yet. Bai Wei's punishment was because of Han's senator Bai Wei lost the destroyed Bible she had been tasked to recover, all because of dollar. That was why she was being punished by King Bai, but the punishment was for Bai Wei to retrieve the undying bird's item. No one probably expected Bai Wei to not dare ascend the steps. Han Sen was the one who had earned the approval of the undying bird instead. Han Sen and the others continued their search through Lava Valley. After 3 days, someone else was in Lava Valley who had been following them. Night River King looked cold. Although he had been forced to go, his mind to kill Han Sen wasn't. Chapter 2232 Metal Statue. While searching, Han Sen found a territory belonging to the Finger Fire Crow. There was at least 50,000 of them, so it took them a few hours to get rid of them all. They also found a lot of fire crow eggs in the caves that were located there. Because there were so many fire crow eggs and the little fire crow's levels were low, they were pointless to haul back, so they decided to destroy them. It was to prevent them from hatching and one day forming another murder of pesky fire crows. While they handled the fire crows, Han Sen decided to put a few of them in his bird nest. He wanted to see if it would have any effect. 1 hour later, the fire crow eggs inside the nest hatched and broke. It resulted in there being a few fire crows in the nest. D*MN. This bird nest's power is to hatch eggs. Han Sen's face changed. To confirm that this was indeed the bird nest's power, Han Sen conducted a few tests. He quickly found out what the bird nest did. It looked as if the undying bird nest could speed up the incubation period for an egg and make them hatch faster. Han Sen managed to find and try out a few different eggs by putting them in the nest. They all hatched within a short period of time, so it couldn't have been a coincidence. Thinking of the way of life and death, Han Sen acknowledged that it could not have been a coincidence. The little fire crows that hatched were stronger than the average fire crow. They seemed to be much stronger, but once they had fully hatched, the bird nest stopped its effect on the fire crows. It did not make them grow any faster after hatching. Han Sen only knew that the nest sped up the hatching speed and made the creature's birth from it stronger. It did nothing more beyond that, but Han Sen still tried to examine and determine whether or not it did something else. Han Sen was doing all this behind Bai Wei's back. She had no clue what the bird nest did. This thing really is a bird nest. After Han Sen learned what it did, Han Sen looked at it strangely. If that was all it did, then it did not help Han Sen much. What he needed right now was a battle mode treasure. But Han Sen recalled the little red bird in the Alliance's warehouse. Han Sen wondered if the bird nest could work to make it hatch faster. It had eaten the sun gold bird baby, so if it finished evolving, it should be useful. But Bai Wei was in the team currently, and Han Sen did not have the time to bring the egg of the little red bird back from the Alliance. He could only find out when he returned. After finishing up with the fire crow eggs, Han Sen continued onward. While he was moving, he suddenly felt something. It prompted him to shout out, "Use the Bysema." Han Menger immediately used the blue gold demon bug king Bysema to shield everyone inside it. While the Bysema was up, a scary power suddenly struck its surface. Night River King. When Han Sen saw the black river-like attack, he knew exactly who had come for him. The black water broke, and from it a shadow emerged. It was Night River King. He was standing atop a swirl of black river water. He coldly looked at Han Sen inside the Bysema. "Han Sen, today you will die. Night River King has coming to the ice blue system driven you nuts. You cannot break my Bysema, so how do you hope to kill me?" Han Sen wanted to provoke Night River King. He knew Night River King was not stupid, though. If he had come for him again, he must have something prepared and planned. Read more chapters at List Novel. Night River King grunted. He did not want to waste time talking to Han Senator. He did not have much time, so he needed to kill Han Sen and leave the place quickly. He needed to remain hidden from the sight of Ice Blue Night King's people. He also needed to avoid leaving behind any evidence just in case the people of Extreme King picked up on something that could lead to him. Night River King was confident he would be able to kill Han Sen and the others. He was only worried about the demon bug by Sima. Without that, he could kill the marquises it housed with ease. No matter how strong the marquise was, they could never hope to defeat a king. Not even 10 lone bamboos would be enough. The power gap was simply too large. The ambush failed, but that did not make Night River King hesitate. He brought out the little metal figurine Edward had given him. This was his trump card and what he put his faith in. This is what he hoped to break the demon bug king by Sima with. The little statue was 1 foot tall, and it was gold. It was like a little warrior garbed in golden armor. Ancient warrior statue. Bai Wei saw Night River King hold the statue, and when she did, her face changed. What is it? Han Sen looked at Bai Wei. He knew it had to be something special, so he felt compelled to ask. That is a statue that belongs to ancient god. If I am correct in my assertion, that is ancient god's ancient warrior statue, Bai Wei immediately explained. What does it do? When Han Sen spoke, Night River King's ancient warrior statue began to glow with a scary light. It looked as if it had been activated some way, and then a golden power wrapped up Night River King's body. Quickly, Night River King's body was clad in golden armor. He became much stronger to a wholly terrifying level. Legends say ancient god kings are born deified. They have a special power, and it enables them to put their power inside a statue. They can give these out to the creatures that are loyal to them. If others make use of it, they temporarily borrow the power of that ancient god. Bai Wei's face looked glum. Han Sen and everyone's face changed. The ancient gods were born deified, and by having that statue, Night River King had their power. That meant he had the power of a deified being. Die, Han Sen. Night River King's body was wrapped up by the ancient warrior statue's own golden armor. He himself looked like a golden warrior. He felt as if he had the power to tear the skies apart. It felt as if a random punch would be enough to collapse the entire universe. Such a power gave Night River King all this confidence, but even so, he did not wish to dawdle and squander time. He gathered up power in his moon will blade and slashed toward the blue-gold demon bug king by Sima. It was a different power to the power wielded by the ordinary Night River King. With the power boost given to him by ancient warrior armor, his black water powers became gold as well. The River Night Beast God power was like a giant golden wheel. It headed for the blue-gold demon bug king by Sima. That golden wheel spun as if it could break space and annihilate the dimension. Han Sen did not have the opportunity to dodge, though. The power coming was strong, and it greatly exceeded the might of an average king-class citizen. Not even someone half-deified could fight it. Oh no. Bai Wei's face turned gray before the scary power they could not hope to escape. The golden wheel, which could break space, was about to hit the Bai Sima, and when it hit the blue shield, it indeed broke open the Bai Sima. It was not getting any weaker either, and as it proceeded, it was going to split the entire Bai Sima in half. Chapter 22:33 Bai Sima, Die. Night River King looked murderous. His hatred for Han Sen was burning, and he wanted nothing more than to grind Han Sen into dust. Ancient god statue's power was not unlimited. The statue Edward had given him only provided the power to fuel one grand attack. After one attack, the ancient god statue would vanish, but one attack would be enough for Night River King. He only needed to use the incredible statue's power to break the Bai Sima. Even if Han Sen wasn't killed by it, Night River King thought he could lay waste to them all within a short amount of time through his own power when they were no longer protected by the Bai Sima. His power was almost like a fully fledged deified's power. It didn't give Han Sen the chance to dodge it. He watched the blue-gold demon bug king by Sima get cut through like tofu by the golden wheel. Night River King looked excited as it occurred. He kept slashing with his moon wool blade. As this transpired, a yellow and green light manifested. It combined with the blue by Sima to make it a tricolored by Sima, and those colors pushed back against the hurricane of gold. Catcha! The golden will power, which was akin in strength to a deified's, went up against the tricolored by Sima. The golden dust and the three colors spilled everywhere like a vibrant firework. The golden will cut through the tricolored by Sima, but at a much slower pace. It was like a grinding wheel had gotten stuck inside rocks made of steel. Its cutting speed was much slower. Die! Night River King could sense the tricolored by Sima's might, and its presence had given him a fright. He used his own power to sprint forward, wishing he could cut through the by Sima and kill all of them inside it. The giant golden will kept pressing down while Night River King roared. It slowly cut the tricolored by Sima. Some of its exterior was shredded open, as the scary gold will did not relent in its pressing cut against the by Sima. It cut the space inside the by Sima. Han Sen and the others were in the back of the by Sima, their backs against its wall, but the gold wheel was still able to cut in. It broke the tricolored by Sima and cut through the fabric of space to get at them, continuing forward toward Han Senator because the tricolored by Sima's defense was so high. It did make the golden wool slower. Han Sen and Bai Wei also used all sorts of power against the gold wheel, hoping they could do something to help the Bai Sima repel the attack, but before the deified power, even Han Menger, who had a very destructive personality, could only deal damage that was the equivalent of a tickle to the wheel. In their opposition against the wheel, Han Sen and his companions' powers were like ants going up against an elephant. They were very small, but right now Han Sen could not put away the tricolored by Sima to do something else. The tricolored by Sima was stopping the gold wheel. If the tricolored by Sima was gone, the speed and impact of the deified power would not give Han Sen room to escape. He probably wouldn't even have the chance to teleport away. He'd be killed. Seeing the gold wheel grinding them, Han Sen knew they had no way out. The gold will cut open the tricolored by Sima, and it continued going forward. Han Sen, let us end this feud right here. Night River King roared madly. The moon will blade pressed down like crazy. Now, Night River King was like a god that could not be stopped. Catcha! The tricolored by Sima made a blender-like noise. It sounded like it was grinding rocks, and the noise grew louder and louder. Han Sen and his companions were against the by Sima's wall, and they kept trying to attack the gold wheel. The gold wheel was in front of them, grinding the space before them. There were many space cracks almost reaching Han Sen's body. Bai Wei looked hopeless. She looked to be in utter shock. No matter how arrogant she was, at the end of the day she was just a teenager. Facing death and being powerless to stop it made her be unable to control her emotions. Her head was a mess. Han Sen kept thinking about how he might deal with the situation. The deified power was way too strong, and what he was dealing with now was far outside the realm of his being able to stop it. Cat cat. Cha, as this happened, the gold wheel slowed down. It was now so slow, and the gold color began to dim. It looked as if it were dying. The gold wheel's impact against the tricolored demon bug king by Sima lessened. It was now like a broken cutter. It kept stopping, unable to keep going in a steady motion. How is that possible? Night River King froze. He could not believe what he was seeing. The tricolored by Sima was about to be cut open, and if that happened, Han Sen would have no place to hide. As he saw that all of this was about to come to an end, Night River King's ancient warrior light also started to flicker. Many cracks formed across the ancient warrior statue's gold armor. It was on the verge of breaking. Night River King knew what was going on. It was the sign of the ancient warrior statue reaching its expiry point. He could not believe that the tricolored shield could withstand the brutal force of a deified attack. Bai Wei was just as surprised. She had already been impressed by the demon bug king Bai Sima, but now it had managed to block the attack of an ancient warrior statue. She was amazed by its performance. Han Sen and Han Yen were happy, too. One demon bug king Bai Sima was a half-deified treasure. Han Sen did not believe the combined effort of the tricolored Bai Sima could block a deified attack, but seeing the truth of the matter now, it really had blocked the attack, even though it had been dealt a lot of damage. Pang! Night River King's ancient warrior statue light was extinguished. The gold light shattered into dust. The gold will was gone, too. There was just some black water power left. The tricolored demon bug king Bai Sima was gone, and the beast's souls were damaged. It would take a while for them to recover. The tricolored Bai Sima was still not strong enough to challenge a deified power. I did not expect you had 3 of those shields. That defense is so strong. It is a shame that it could not kill you. But now you don't have the protection of any shield, and so you will die. Night River King looked so ugly, and his eyes looked to be filled with greed. Han Sen's shield could block a deified attack, and while the powerful treasures hadn't been destroyed, they could not currently be used. That meant Night River King thought he could kill them and take the shield treasures for himself. Night River King looked very greedy and murderous. He used his black water power and the moon will blade to create a black water wheel. There was no ancient warrior statue to power up the attack, but it was still a king-class power. Chapter 2234 I am afraid you will be disappointed. Han Sen moved his body and summoned both sets of dragon wings, the ones on his back and the ones behind his ears. He held Bower and evaded Night River King's black water will attack. Night River King looked crazy, and he roared, "Let's send them to hell so they can wait for you." The pair of moon will blades did not lessen in their strength, and they kept creating scary black water wheels to send after Ji Qing and the others. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Han Sen looked at him mockingly. Pang! A gold shield arose from Han Yen. It was the 4th demon bug king Bai Sima. It was not damaged by his attack, as the gold Bai Sima protected them and prohibited the black water wheels from reaching them. Many giant black water wheels came down on the gold Bai Sima, spinning in a bid to cut through it. But try as they might, they could not cut through the surface of the new gold Bai Sima. Damn it! He still has one more of those treasures. Night River King felt so angry. And in addition to that, he felt hopeless and sad. He had done everything he could to try and kill Han Sen, but every attempt had failed. He hadn't even managed to hurt him in the least. The presence of the gold demon bug king Bai Sima had hurt his confidence quite a bit. Without the help of the ancient warrior statue, his power was not enough to break through the shield. His plan had completely failed. No one expected Han Sen to possess 4 of those treasures, and no one expected the tricolored shield to block a deified's attack. But quickly, Night River King did find himself some hope, and that was because he saw Han Sen coming for him. He hadn't hidden himself inside the gold demon bug king Bai Sima for protection. I don't think you have a 5th shield treasure. Night River King looked ugly as he roared. His body exploded with a burst of power as black water started popping off in every direction. The moon will blade he was wielding was carrying a black water will toward Han. Senator read more chapters at list novel. Han Sen's dragon wings flapped. He teleported past the black water wheel and rushed to Night River King. Night River King was so angry, and his blade was so fast. The black water wheels appeared everywhere. They were headed for Han Sen with an ardent desire to cut him up into pieces. Han Sen cast his Dongxian aura and used the purple eye butterfly, and then he teleported again. His speed and power wouldn't be up to Night River King's par. Dodging Night River King's attacks were very difficult, of course. He had to count on his judgment and prediction abilities and use break space flash to evade each and every black water wheel. By doing so, Han Sen came nearer and nearer to Night River King. 10,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Night River King's mad attacks could not prevent Han Sen from inching his way forward. Finally, when Han Sen was only 500 meters away from Night River King, Han Sen roared. He held his ghost teeth knife and brought up the demonic knife air. He slashed toward Night River King. You underestimate the power of one who is king class. Night River King was incredibly angry from Han Sen's provocations. The Moonwheel blade slashed toward Han Sen with a black water wheel spinning like crazy at its tip. It looked as if it were going to cut the world and Han Sen open. Night River King did not think Han Sen was an equal opponent. Without those horrible shields of his, Han Sen was little more than a cheap ant before him. Now that the ant sought to challenge him, it made Night River King angry, but it also gave him hope. He could not hide the fact that he had come to kill Han Senator. Even if he did kill Han Sen, his teammates would spread word that he had broken the shield and everything, but if he killed Han Sen and retrieved the item Edward wanted, Night River King could discuss striking a deal with Edward and Ice Blue Night King. Edward was willing to sacrifice an ancient god statue for the item he wished to retrieve, so the item must be something good enough to keep him alive. As Han Sen's knife air came to hit the black water wheel, Han Sen put away the knife air and teleported. This time, Han Sen teleported behind Night River King by a distance of about 10 meters. Death Wish. Night River King knew exactly where Han Sen had appeared, and the moment Han Sen did appear, he slashed backwards toward him. It was too close, Night River King thought. He didn't believe Han Sen could teleport away now. When he slashed, Night River King moved and saw Han Sen exactly there. He had only just finished teleporting, so it was too late to avoid the slash. Die! Night River King roared like mad. Bower! Han Sen did not move. His red body floated in the air, and he did not dodge Night River King. He only called Bower's name. Bower was sitting on Han Sen's shoulder, and she was clutching a white jade drum. Her little hand hit the drum. Night River King acknowledged the jade drum was from planet Jade Drum, and it made his face change. He had spent all his power on the attacks, and he did not have enough reserves to repel the jade drum's sonic power. But Night River King did not think a jade drum could do much of anything, because it was only Duke class. It was difficult for one to ever be King class. With a King class body, he should have totally been able to withstand the jade drum's sonic force and then kill Han Senator. It was okay to allow himself to be hit by the sonic power. While Night River King was thinking, he saw Bower's hand fall upon the jade drum, but the jade drum was different to the ones he could recall. There was a red scorpion printed on it. Before Night River King could think again, though, a loud drum noise sounded inside his head. Dong! Night River King felt as if his head had been pierced by a steel rod all the way from his head right through his entire body. He felt as if his head were empty, and he could not compose a clear thought after listening to the noise. He brought his hands up to clutch his head as he screamed. While Night River King was broken, the black water wheel that was about to hit Han Sen faded. At that close range, a King-class elite could not hope to block the power of a blood scorpion jade drum, especially without a defensive effort. Han Sen knew this because he had tested it while he was on planet Jade Drum. Night River King, our feud really should end here. Han Sen's ghost teeth knife was carrying a scary knife air. It came slashing at Night River King, who was screaming while he clutched his head. Night River King wanted to kill Han Sen, and Han Sen wanted to kill Night River King. A scary knife air came across Night River King's throat. The power could break a mountain, but on Night River King's neck, it only imparted a light knife mark. Blood was drawn by the blade, but a complete slit of the throat was not achieved. A king-class body was far stronger than a marquise's. The slash could not cut through Night River King's entire neck, it could only just hurt him. But the pain brought Night River King a bit of lucidity. Dong! But before Night River King's head started to run again, another noise was heard. It made Night River King's head buzz once more. It felt like someone had used a hammer to batter his head and then dig his brain out. He screamed again. Bower's hand came down on the blood scorpion jade drum, and she did not stop there. Her hands alternated to hit the jade drum continuously. Chapter 2235 Killing Night River King. Night River King shouldn't have stayed that close to Han Senator. The blood scorpion jade drum's attack wouldn't have been so potent if the distance between them had been greater. At such close range, Night River King had tried to attack Han Sen without reserving any of his strength for defense. His king-class body was unable to withstand the noise unleashed by the blood scorpion jade drum. The sound of the drum was like the sting of a scorpion tail, jabbing directly into his brain. Thinking suddenly became very difficult, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. Gathering the willpower necessary for the smallest action became almost impossible. Bower's hand kept pounding the jade drum in a simple rhythm. Dong! 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 Every beat of the rhythm felt like a thick needle being driven deeper into Night River King's skull. He clutched his head and screamed aloud. He couldn't control his body, and so he started to fall. The booming of the drum echoed through the sky. It hit the gold Bysema, but the shield blocked it. The noise couldn't hurt Han Yen and the others, who were still safely ensconced in the shield. Han Sen followed along with the rhythm to slash Night River King. The powerful beats of the drum didn't affect him. Han Sen's blood, which possessed the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra, had sunk deep into the blood scorpion jade drum. Although he couldn't totally control the jade drum yet, some of his blood had merged into the blood scorpion. A connection was beginning to form between the two. The blood scorpion believed Han Sen was a part of it, so it had decided not to hurt him. Han Sen wielded his knife like a ravaging demon. He stood directly over Night River King and slashed the rebate's neck over and over. The knife let out a shrieking metal noise every time it struck, and a light mark began to split the neck. But that wasn't Night River King's biggest problem. Bower's drum went on, and as long as it continued to beat, Night River King would be unable to fight back. He clutched his head, and he was soon bleeding from every orifice. Han Sen kept striking the same spot, making the wound a little larger with every blow. The purple knife air was scarier than ever. If one slash didn't work, then 100 slashes were sure to. If 100 slashes didn't work, though, then it would take 1,000 slashes. It didn't matter how tough Night River King's body was, he would have a limit, and Han Sen would find it. Night River King wouldn't be able to withstand those cuts forever. An ordinary marquise couldn't even cut the skin of a king, but Han Sen's knife air was so strong that he could destroy far more than a normal marquise could. Not even dukes could compete with him. And teeth powers also had a tearing force. As Han Sen slashed the wound, he let that teeth power build up. The purple wound became deeper and deeper, while the tearing force became stronger and stronger. Bai Wei was still standing inside the Bysema. She watched as Han Sen began cutting into Night River King's neck, as the blood began to spill. The scene left her speechless. Han Sen had given her many surprises, and he had proven himself to possess both confidence and a fine sense of judgment. He had a shield that could withstand the blow of a deified enemy, and on top of that, he had a jade drum that could leave a king-class elite dazed and disoriented. All of Han Sen's possessions made the extreme king-queen jealous. If Bai Wei wanted a king or deified weapon, she could get them easily. But having such a weapon would matter little. She was just a marquise, and she couldn't utilize the full powers of a deified weapon. It would be pointless for her to have one. However, Han Sen's tricolored shield could be used by a marquise, and it could block deified attacks. It was difficult to imagine what sort of treasure that was. Bai Wei recognized the jade drum, too. Even though the jade drum was king class, she couldn't strike the jade drum in the same way Bauer was able to. She could never deliver such an impact against a king class opponent. Even more frightening, the person using the jade drum to unleash such devastating attacks was just a child. She looked like a 5-year-old kid. Han Sen kept slashing, and eventually, Night River King's neck was cut open. Blood spilled out freely, and even the bone was marked by his blows. Han Sen slashed at it endlessly. The teeth power was sinking in the bone, ripping at it. Marks covered the bone now. Catcha! Han Sen slashed again, and his ghost teeth knife split the bone open. Night River King's head dangled. Night River King had been dazed by the drum, and he couldn't fight back. Blood trailed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Han Sen waved for Bauer to stop hitting the blood scorpion jade drum. He looked at the half-dead Night River King. "Who sent you to kill me?" Han Sen didn't believe Night River King had the pull to come to planet Ice Blue and attempt to assassinate him alone. If Night River King owned the ancient god statuette, he wouldn't have saved it for that day. Night River King had wanted to kill Han Sen long before they left with the Extreme King. Han Sen already knew the answer, but he still wanted to confirm it. Night River King's neck was in the process of breaking, and the teeth powers were tearing ever deeper into the wound. As his grievous wounds deepened, he lay on the ground, completely immobile. His face was bleeding, and his eyes were starting to close. "No, don't kill me." Night River King's eyes turned white as he mumbled. He had blood leaking out of his mouth, so his words were garbled. "Who sent you to kill me?" Han Sen repeated his question. Inspector. "Don't kill me." Night River King's words were clear enough to remove all doubt. Upon hearing what the man said, Han Sen just slashed. He severed Night River King's neck that was still being devoured by his teeth power. Night River King's head rolled away. A king-class elite had been killed. Han Sen had needed to know who was behind all of this, but no good would come from keeping Night River King alive. His word alone wouldn't be strong enough to take down Edward. Edward might have had more opportunity to distort the truth if Night River King was left alive. Saving Night River King would have been possible. After killing Night River King, Han Sen looted the corpse. There were 2 king-class moon will blades to take, and a bunch of other things as well. But these weren't beast souls that could go in his sea of soul. Han Sen had to physically carry them. He was already carrying many of his own things, so there was a limit to how much he could take. The 2 moon will blades had to be extraordinarily expensive. He should be able to swap them and some of the other items for king-class xenogeneic genes. After killing Night River King, Han Sen couldn't search anymore. So, he destroyed the camera and took Night River King's body back to base. Han Sen blamed Night River King for destroying the camera, and that excuse managed to save him a lot of trouble. Ice Blue Night King was enraged upon Han Sen's return. It wasn't because Night River King had sought to kill Han Sen, though. He was angry because Bai Wei had almost been killed. Chapter 2236 Notebook. Ice Blue Night King wanted to find out what had happened. He knew someone inside the Ice Blue Knights had assisted Night River King, otherwise, the rebate wouldn't have been able to sneak onto planet Ice Blue. But there was no evidence to implicate anyone, and as for Edward, nothing could be done at the moment. Han Sen and his team were put on call at the base. They wouldn't have to do any wilderness cleanup for a while. That stupid Night River King. He used an ancient warrior statue, and he still couldn't kill a few marquises, said an Ice Blue Knight who looked ill. Night River King wasn't very smart, but he wasn't stupid either. There must have been a good reason for him to lose so dramatically, Edward said flatly. It looks like Han Sen poses a graver threat than I first assumed. The Ice Blue Knight frowned. What do we do now? Ice Blue Knight King is on high alert. It will be harder for us to move. If they find the tablet, then all our work will have been for naught. Edward shook his head. Don't be such a negative Nancy. We've learned that Han Sen didn't give the item to Ice Blue Knight King or Mr. White, at least. Even if he did find the tablet, we still have a chance to claim it. Han Sen was playing with the items he had taken from Night River King. The most valuable trinkets were the 2 moon wool blades. They were a good pair of weapons for a king to wield. Han Sen didn't need them because he already had his ghost teeth knife, but he was in no rush to sell them. So, he decided to save them for Han Yen. Little Angel, Zero, and Han Menger had their own weapons. They didn't need an extra pair of knives. Night River King had also been carrying a king-class shield. Sadly, he hadn't gotten to make use of it. Those were the only king-class treasures that Night River King had with him. Perhaps he was poor, or maybe he just didn't like carrying his riches around on assassination missions. The few dupe treasures and materials that Han Sen found were already in storage. Han Sen was going to save them for himself and use them to top up his dupe gene tally. There was one more thing that caught Han Sen's attention, though, and it wasn't a treasure. Among the things he had stolen from Night River King, he found a box that was around the size of a hand. It drew Han Sen's attention because the box itself had been made from a king-class gene. Read more chapters at List Novel. The material seemed to be horn or antler, and it was unusually hard. But instead of being turned into a treasure itself, it had merely been used as a storage container. Strangely, there was nothing precious inside the box. There was only a simple diary. Han Sen opened the diary, and indeed, it was exactly what it appeared to be. The diary recorded everything Night River King had going on, even the unimportant details of his days. Han Sen couldn't believe someone like Night River King would write entries in a diary each and every day. It didn't make much sense for the man to place a mere diary inside such a precious box. Because of this, Han Sen assumed that the diary must be special in some way. He used his Dongxian aura and the purple-eye butterfly, but the outcome was disappointing. It really was just a diary. The purple eye let him see how it was created, and the production was average. It didn't even come with a bookmark. It had been made from materials that were extremely common in the Geno universe. Even the brand that made it was well known. Many people used their products. If the diary is really just a diary, maybe its contents harbor a secret. Han Sen had difficulty believing that Night River King would write entries in his diary every day for no special reason. Han Sen skimmed through the contents, but there was nothing interesting. He started to doubt his own judgment. Was Night River King really a very sensitive man? Is that why he wrote in his diary each day? Han Sen put down the diary and looked into the box. The box was simple. It was made from a king-class xenogeneics material, and it had no secrets or hidden compartments. It was very plain, not even decorated with any symbols. Brother-in-law, is that a diary that you're reading? Is that what you've been doing all day? Ji Qing approached and smiled at him. I found it in Night River King's possessions. I think there must be something important inside, but I can't find anything, Han Sen said. Let me see. Maybe I can spot something, Ji Qing said. Han Sen handed it over. Ji Qing examined the paper and binding briefly, then turned her attention to the content of the entries. A while later, she said, if I'm not mistaken, he's been writing in code. What sort of code? Han Sen asked with some confusion. The diary was written in the common language of the Geno universe. He knew every word. Ji Qing pointed at one of the diary entries. This is the common language of the Geno universe, but when you look closer, there's a pattern to how he writes. It's a code of some sort. If you can look the words up, perhaps you will find out what he's actually saying. Can you break the code for me? Han Sen asked. I only know the basics of cryptography. If I had a list of code words, I could probably make some progress. I can't do it without a list, though. You should probably contact the G family for help with this. We have a code-breaking team, and they are real professionals when it comes to this stuff. They can help you. Ji Qing passed the notebook back to Han. Senator Han Sen thought she was right. After he put the diary away, he took the time to pop back to the sanctuary. He gave the diary to Ji Yanran and told her about the difficulty he was having in breaking the code. After that, Han Sen went to visit his warehouse. He lifted the egg, which was formerly the little red bird, from the keg. He then placed it in the undying bird's nest, hoping it would hatch soon. By the time he was done in the warehouse, the Ji family had already sent him a progress report. The patterns in the writing didn't fit any of the codes they had on record, so deciphering the diary would be difficult. Fortunately, they had been researching the Geno universe's language since Han Sen returned to the sanctuaries for the first time. So, there was still a chance for them to decipher the diary. It would simply take some time. They asked Han Sen to return in 10 days, and by then, they might have made some progress. There were many people in the base, so Han Sen knew he shouldn't remain in the sanctuaries for too long. He took the undying bird's nest and the little red bird's egg back to the base on planet Ice Blue. Ordinary xenogenic bird eggs took 3 or 4 hours to hatch inside the bird's nest, but the little red bird had been inside the nest for an entire day. And still, it showed no response. Han Sen wondered if the egg might have died. Chapter 2237. Han Sen and his team didn't receive any more missions. They suspected that Ice Blue Night King was grounding them to ensure Bai Wei's safety, but they couldn't be certain. They were stuck in the base for 2 weeks, and they weren't given a single excuse to leave it. But for Han Sen, that was ideal. After what happened with Night River King, who knew if other assassins might be lurking outside the base with ancient warrior statues, just waiting for their chance to kill him. The tricolored demon bug king by Sima had been heavily damaged. Only Han Yan's gold demon bug king by Sima was currently usable. If the same thing happened to them again, they'd have nothing left to repel such a horrible attack. Staying inside the shelter of the base under the constant protection of the knights was currently Han Sen's best option. These thoughts lasted until the Ji family returned the diary to him. The Ji family's code crackers were quite skilled. After they managed to decode the diary, they translated Night River King's messages in short order. The content started before Night River King came to the systems of chaos, and the early entries were rather boring. They were only a few words each, and they tended to be simple notes about his day. He probably only wrote them in code out of habit. When Night River King arrived in the systems of chaos, however, he was attacked by xenogenics while he was defending Ice Blue system. That was where the diary got interesting. Night River King hadn't been there for long, but in that time, he discovered something rather strange. Instead of telling the Ice Blue Knights, he began secretly investigating on his own. 67 days before Han Sen began reading the diary, Night River King had been spending his second day stationed defensively at the edge of the Ice Blue system. A group of xenogenics had approached the border of the Ice Blue system and attacked the Ice Blue Knights that were on guard. Then Night River King had made this note: it was here. It was always here. That didn't make much sense. Han Sen didn't know exactly what it meant, but it clearly indicated that Night River King had found something. Han Sen kept looking through Night River King's diary. He noticed that over the following days, each entry was short. It's still here. Purple. 7th is infected. Haven't found anything abnormal. 32nd is infected. Nothing abnormal. 1st is abnormal. Observation ongoing. the short entries continued for an entire month. Night River King seemed to have discovered something, and although his entries were short and mostly without emotion, Han Sen could sense the worry that had filled Night River King as he wrote. What did he find that scared him so badly, I wonder? What are his notes talking about? Han Sen wondered with a frown. He didn't have any answers yet. The diary continued in that way for some time. The entries led up to a few days before Night River King had come and attempted to kill Han Senator. At that point, the diary included something new. Edward asked me to kill Han Senator. It is risky, but it is worth a try. If I succeed, I can be away from it. Han Sen frowned again. Night River King knew helping Edward would be a dangerous venture, but he was scared of this mysterious thing even more. Over the next few days, Night River King continued his observations. He still referred to it and the numbered creatures frequently. Those numbered creatures had undergone many weird changes. The day before Night River King came to kill Han Sen, he wrote his last entry. He had seen something that shocked him a lot. His last entry was much lengthier than the others. What was written there made Han Sen feel an uneasy sense of disbelief. Good God! 7th became King class. It affected number 7. What is that power? Is it dangerous? Can I use it? Night River King seemed very nervous, and he used many question marks. What did Night River King see? What are these numbers he's referring to? It can raise creatures to King class. If it is inside the Ice Blue system, and Night River King saw it so regularly, there's no way that it has escaped the notice of all the other Ice Blue Knights. Han Sen frowned as he thought to himself. But Night River King's diary never once described exactly what it was. And so, Han Sen couldn't accurately guess its nature. Purple. Night River King found it, but the Ice Blue Knights with him did not. He said it affected a number of creatures, and one of those became King class. Han Sen sorted through the various leads, but there was nothing solid enough to go on. It looks like I will have to go to where Night River King was originally stationed. If I head there, I might be able to find out what he is referencing, Han Sen proceeded to think. It was simply a shame that the Ice Blue Knights owned every inch of the system. He couldn't just go wherever he wished. Han Sen used Night River King as an excuse to ask for more information about the borders of the system. In the time that Night River King had been with the Ice Blue Knights on the border, none of them had ranked up from Duke to King class. Han Sen had thought that the numbers might have indicated the Ice Blue Knights that were working with Night River King, but that seemed to have been an incorrect assumption. What are these numbers referencing? If I can just figure that out, they shouldn't be too difficult to find, Han Sen said with a groan. Night River King's final diary entry was very intriguing to Han Senator. If the mysterious it could raise another creature to King class, then Han Sen was very interested in finding out what it was. But since it had terrified Night River King to such a degree, it was probably quite dangerous as well. How do I get to where Night River King was stationed as a guard? Han Sen tried to think of a way to get there, but no ideas seemed to stick. Han Sen needed to get to the very edge of the Ice Blue system, and only proper Ice Blue Knights were allowed to fill those posts. Han Sen was just a backup knight, so he wasn't qualified for the position. He wouldn't receive permission to go, even if he really wanted to. Plus, Han Sen didn't think going there on his own would be a good idea. Edward would find a way to deal with him in order to retrieve that tablet. And Edward could definitely take advantage of such a place. But being stuck in the base, unable to discover what Night River King was talking about, left Han Sen with an itchy feeling. If the thing was as dangerous as Night River King indicated, there was every chance it was a threat to the entire Ice Blue system. Han Sen was included in that threat, as well. A backup knight knocked on Han Sen's door. Han Sen, Night King has asked you to meet him at his office. Okay, I will be there, Han Sen said, waving his thanks. He got up and went straight to Ice Blue Night King's office. He had no idea why Ice Blue Night King had summoned him. Chapter 2238 Transfer Order. When Han Sen arrived at Ice Blue Night King's office, the Night King and Mr. White were already there. They both looked at Han Sen with strange intensity as he entered. Ahem. Mr. Night King. Is there something you require of me? Han Sen asked with a cough. Ice Blue Night King squinted while he looked at Han Sr. Kid, you are good. You are just like me in the days of my youth. Mr. Night King, what is that supposed to mean? Han Sen looked at Ice Blue Night with a modicum of confusion. Ice Blue Night King handed Han Sen a form with a blank space for his signature. Queen Bai Wei would like to invite you to go to the Extreme King homeworlds with her. The request has been approved. If you sign this, you can leave with Queen Bai Wei. After giving Han Sen a quick rundown on the relevant details of the trip, Ice Blue Night King smiled and said, "You are good. It only took you a few days to attract the desire of the arrogant little Queen Bai Wei. She is a uniquely talented girl. Many nobles of the Extreme King wish to marry her, but she has rejected the advances of every one of them. I sure didn't see this coming. You misunderstand. I think Queen Bai Wei only admires my power." Han Sen didn't really agree with Ice Blue Night King's description of her talents. But still, Bai Wei was strong. Her body wasn't any weaker than Han Sen's, and she was a top marquise by all accounts and measurements. It was an exaggeration to say she was uniquely talented, though. Lone Bamboo's fitness was just as strong as Bai Wei's, and it'd be fair to say he was more skilled. It seemed that Mr. White could see right through Han Sen, though. The man smiled and said, "You might not have heard this, but there is something special about the Extreme King. Being accepted amongst the 3 highest races has its perks. Right now, Queen Bai Wei is top class. She might not be the strongest in the universe, but if she becomes king class and activates her king body, killing a half-deified enemy won't be a difficult task for someone like her. She might even be able to hold her own against a fully deified opponent." King body. Han Sen looked at Mr. White with shock. That is no secret. Although the Extreme King may not be born deified like those of the ancient god, we have king bodies. As long as we achieve king class, we can activate king bodies. That power makes us stronger than those of the same level. That being said, it does cost a lot of energy, and it cannot be used infinitely. Still, it is quite powerful. Plus, once we become deified, the king body can give us a boost. That makes a deified Extreme King stronger than the average deified. Read more chapters at List Novel. Mr. White paused briefly, then resumed by saying, "It has been discovered that Queen Bai Wei possesses a very brilliant king body. She is one of the most gifted you can find amongst the Extreme King. If she becomes king class, she can become deified. It's that great." Han Sen was surprised. Mr. White seemed quite willing to discuss the subject in depth. Ice Blue Night King looked at Han Sen and said, "Mr. White has spoken a great deal to you, so you should understand our situation." "I understand. I will stay away from her." Han Sen nodded. With talent like Bai Wei's, she would be very important to the future of the Extreme King, and her marriage would be a very complicated political matter. The 2 men before Han Sen were giving him a warning. They didn't want him chasing after Bai Wei. "You don't have to think too much. We might be going overboard. Just be yourself and don't disobey her. Being Queen Bai Wei's loyal guard is an important posting. You will benefit greatly from that position." Ice Blue Night King smiled. "I don't like leaving so soon. Please let me stay in the Ice Blue system for a while." Han Sen wasn't interested in selling himself off to the Extreme King. Han Sen had little interest in being a loyal guard, and he hadn't yet discovered how to use the plate. He hadn't tracked down what Night River King had discovered out at the border of the Ice Blue system either. He didn't want to leave with so many loose ends. That won't be possible. This transfer order is coming straight from King Bai. You and your team have to go to the Extreme King homeworld with Queen Bai Wei, Ice Blue Night King said. She said she was here as punishment, and she is going back so soon. Han Sen had a wry smile. After what happened with Night River King, King Bai doesn't believe she is safe here. So, she is being forced to return, Mr. White said. Return to your rooms and ready yourself. In 2 days, I will be escorting you to the Extreme King to be sure that nothing else happens to you. Ice Blue Night King then waved his hand in dismissal. Han Sen had to leave Ice Blue Night King's office. As he walked, he thought to himself, did King Bai find out that I took the undying bird nest? Is that why he's actually summoning me? It had been 2 weeks, and the little red bird had remained quietly in the nest the entire time. Han Sen had put other bird eggs inside, and within 2 hours, they hatched. That meant the nest still had its powers. He just didn't know why the little red bird was taking so long to hatch. I hope the little red bird hatches before I journey to the Extreme King. If the undying bird nest is taken by King Bai, I'll have no chance. Back in his rooms, Han Sen explained his situation to Han Yen and his companions. They prepared to go to the Extreme King in a few short days. Edward heard the news, and it made him frown. If Han Sen goes to the homeworld, we'll lose our chance to get our hands on the item. As the Ice Blue Knight spoke, his expression turned pensive. We can't allow him to go to the Extreme King. He has to stay here, Edward said. How do we make him stay? After the incident with Night River King, Ice Blue Night King himself is going to escort Han Sen to the Extreme King. We wouldn't stand a chance. You want to take on people loyal to Ice Blue Night King? We aren't strong enough. Maybe not. Edward suddenly had a thought. The only way is to cooperate with Ice Blue Night King. What? The Ice Blue Knight jumped out of his chair, staring at Edward with wide eyes. You're going to tell Ice Blue Night King that Han Sen took the relic? Yes. Edward nodded. No, no way, the Ice Blue Knight shouted. It is the only way. That is how we keep Han Sen and the item, Edward stated coldly. But, before the Ice Blue Knight finished, Edward interrupted. There is no but. This is the only way. Edward squinted in thought. Do not forget that Ice Blue Night King doesn't know about the relic. The Ice Blue Knight was shocked. He sat down and forcibly calmed himself, then said, You mean we are going to tell Ice Blue Night King that Han Sen has a relic, but we won't tell him what it is? Chapter 2239 Shocking Changes. Han Sen was sleeping on his bed with Little Silver lying next to him. Little Silver suddenly got up, and silver lightning sparked to life across his body. It grew in volume, illuminating the room in chaotic flashes. His silver eyes stared toward the door. Han Sen woke up, and across the room, Little Star was shaking off sleep as well. Han Yen and the other girls were sleeping in the next room down the hall. When Han Sen scanned the hall with the Dongxian aura, his face hardened. Before he could react, there was a knock on the door. Han Sen, Night King wishes to see you, said the knight delivering the message, his voice coming from just outside the door. Ordinarily, Han Sen wouldn't mind the intrusion, and he would politely open the door. But this time was different. Little Silver was very smart, and he could always discern who was a friend and who was a foe. If he was showing hostility to an Ice Blue Knight in the base, then he must have had a reason. He was gathering up power as if he was prepping for a fight. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan outside the room, and a lump formed in his throat. It felt as if a mountain-sized stone had dropped into his heart. Ice Blue Night King is outside, Han Sen thought. Although he couldn't see or feel the presence of Ice Blue Night King, Han Sen's senses were telling him that the man was looming out there like a mountain. Although Han Sen didn't know why Ice Blue Night King had come personally, he knew it was for nothing good. Plus, the knight who knocked on the door had said that the Night King wished to see Han Senator. He made no mention of him already being there. Read more chapters at List Novel. Calm now. Ice Blue Night King was standing outside the room and masking his presence. In addition to being abnormal, it was simply impolite. Okay, wait a second. I'll be right there, Han Sen called back, pretending to get dressed. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to peer outside the room again. There, he found other Ice Blue Knights knocking on the door of the girl's room. Han Sen's nerves were starting to make him ill. Thinking fast, Han Sen picked up Little Silver and set him down on Little Star's back. Little Star knew what Han Sen wanted, and so he immediately activated his Star Sea Travel and took them through the wall to the next room. Han Yen and the others jumped slightly as Little Star came through the wall with Han Sen and Little Silver. They looked surprised, but they quickly realized what was going on. Han Sen didn't have time to explain, so he summoned Destiny's Tower and quietly said, "Get in." Zero and Han Menger leaped inside without a word. Ji Qing started to ask something, but before she could, Han Yen pulled her inside. Huang Fu Jing was very fast, and she jumped in without a moment's hesitation. Han Sen tossed Little Silver and Little Star in as well. Only Bao remained on Han Sen's shoulder. Little Angel was standing very still, peering at the door. "Get in." Han Sen hissed under his breath. He wasn't sure what was wrong with Little Angel. She had never disobeyed a command before. Little Angel didn't enter Destiny's Tower. Instead, she just approached Han Sen and spread her wings. The angelic halo glowed to life over her head. Her youthful body suddenly transformed into a busty angel with blonde, waving hair. A crystal feather sword appeared in her hand. Little Angel had triggered her angel mode. She had sensed danger. "I can deal with this. You just need to get inside." Han Sen sensed that Ice Blue Night King was right outside the door. He knew Han Sen had moved to the other room. Before Han Sen could say anything more, Little Angel flapped her angel wings, flew in front of Han Sen, and spread her angelic wings wider. Her clear eyes peered right into Han Sen, and then, her red lips came down toward his own. She kissed him firmly. Han Sen felt a raw surge of power enter him through his mouth. Little Angel's entire body was glowing with holy light, and that holy light rushed right into Han Senator Boom. Angel wings spread from Han Sen's back as a halo appeared over his head. His entire body shone with white light, and a feathery, angelic sword slid into his hand. Pure angelic power was combining with Han Sen's own strength. Han Sen felt his power rise by an insane amount. Han Sen was surprised by this. Little Angel hadn't demonstrated this power since she stopped being a mere beast soul. Since she now had a genuine body, he hadn't thought that she could still combine herself with him. Han Sen and Little Angel were both marquises, but Little Angel's power was so clear. It was almost as strong as Han Sen's. The two marquis' powers mingled together, and Han Sen's power shot past the power ceiling of a marquis. His entire body felt incredible. Han Sen knew Little Angel had combined herself with him because she had sensed imminent and extreme danger. If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have taken such drastic action. The moment Han Sen put Destiny's Tower back in the Sea of Soul, the room door was forced open. Han Sen saw Ice Blue Night King enter. He didn't use any power, but Han Sen felt waves of pressure rolling off of him. This was the power of a half-deified being. He was no weaker than Isha. Power. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He summoned the dragon wings for his back and his ears, then employed his stone cow body. His skin looked red, and both draconic and angelic wings spread behind him. Pang! Bauer's hand slapped the surface of the blood scorpion jade drum. A shockwave rolled out of the drum, and Han Sen flapped his 3 pairs of wings. He teleported to the back wall. Ice Blue Night King frowned. He used a blue halo to shield himself. The shockwave was like a scorpion's tail, striking and stinging the Night King's head. But the blue halo swirled around him, and the sting couldn't land and puncture him properly. Han Sen, I will ask you this clearly, are you about to desert this army? Ice Blue Night King stared at Han Sen, his eyes having followed Han Sen's teleportation instantly. As he spoke, an unnerving power came out from him. Han Sen teleported into a hallway, and the Night King's power landed on him immediately. It felt like a mountain had slammed into him, and it almost made him collapse on the ground. If you were willing to let me explain, you wouldn't have come here like this, Han Sen said flatly. Then, he exploded with power to fight off Ice Blue Night King's own. He teleported away and broke through the roof of the base as he did. Now, he was in the air. Han Sen didn't know if he could escape, but going back to the sanctuary wasn't an option this time. Han Yen and the others were in Destiny's Tower. With their level of strength, they would be damaged by the restrictions of the sanctuary. Not even Destiny's Tower could shield them from that. If he took them back to the sanctuary, they'd either self-destruct or be thrown out of the sanctuary. Both options would lead to death. Han Sen gritted his teeth. Before he teleported again, Ice Blue Night King rose into the air as well. The king looked down at Han Sen from above. That pressure he exuded was hard to explain, but it made Han Sen feel as if the man was a god. It didn't matter where Han Sen chose to flee, he couldn't escape from this terrifying being. Chapter 2240 Ice Blue Power. Han Sen, you can still turn back from this, Ice Blue Night King said gravely. Han Sen didn't answer, though. Instead, he kept thinking. Ice Blue Night King had no personal vendetta against Han Senator actually, considering their mutual connection with Isha, Ice Blue Night King shouldn't have been hostile towards him at all. And on top of that, Bai Wei was supposed to be taking Han Sen to the Extreme King very soon. There was no reason for Ice Blue Night King to attack him now. This was going against the will of the Extreme King's ruler, and thus, it could be considered a most grievous crime. As he thought about it, Han Sen could only pin it on the stone tablet that was in his possession. Edward had even used the ancient god statuette to try to get his hands on the stone tablet. If Ice Blue Night King knew about the stone tablet, he would have attacked me already. Why would he have waited until this very moment? He must have just learned about this, and only Edward knows that I took the stone tablet. But if that is the case, what would prompt Edward to suddenly tell Ice Blue Night King that I have the stone tablet? Han Sen thought, racing to figure it out. Right, it has to be because Bai Wei now wants to take me away. Edward must know that there is nothing he can do to stop me. Telling Ice Blue Night King would have been his last resort. It looks like this stone tablet is worth more than I thought. Even Ice Blue Night King is willing to go against the king's decree by trying to keep me here. If they are that desperate to get me to stay, perhaps the stone tablet only works here. Otherwise, they could think of a way to get it back once I'm with the Extreme King. They would have to be incredibly motivated to go against their own ruler's commands with such a reckless plan. Han Sen raised his head to look at Ice Blue Night King high in the sky. He could have already killed Han Sen had he wanted to. With the man's power and reputation, he probably could have murdered Han Sen and gotten away with it. Perhaps he had stayed his hand because of his memory of Isha. Maybe he didn't actually want to hurt Han Sen, and all he wanted was that tablet. But Han Sen didn't want to give up the tablet, so there was a conflict of interest. If Han Sen handed the tablet over, Ice Blue Night King would stop coming after Han Senator whatever the case might be. It didn't seem as if he'd stop unless he got the tablet, and he would get it no matter what. D***M it. How did Edward know I took the stone tablet? They shouldn't have any way of knowing what the stone tablet does. How did he find out after I took it? Han Sen sighed. He had been so careful, but Edward still discovered the theft. He didn't have time to think it over, though. If Han Sen wasn't willing to let go of the stone tablet, then he had to find a way to escape. They were currently in the headquarters of the Ice Blue Knights, so Han Sen was surrounded by elites on all sides. Ice Blue Knight King didn't want to cause a big scene, and he didn't want to push Han Sen to the edge. So, he had come for him alone. Han Sen, that thing is useless for you. Leave it, and you can still receive a reward. Ice Blue Knight King hadn't actually attacked yet, he was only using his strength to suppress Han Sr. What are you talking about? Han Sen used his knife mind and sword mind to blast away Ice Blue Knight King's powerful aura. As soon as he struck back against the aura, the pressure released him. His knife and sword mind were half deified, and so they were just as good as Ice Blue Knight King's. But there was such a difference in physical power between the two that there was no chance of any real competition between them. If you insist on this course, then I will have to take you back myself. Upon seeing Han Sen's knife mind and sword mind, Ice Blue Knight King's eyes glowed with admiration. It was very rare to see a Marquis Extreme King who had refined their minds to such heights. A glowing blue light had covered Ice Blue Knight King since he forced his way into Han Sen's rooms. It was only a passive effect, but the longer it ran, the wider the glow became. It looked as if the air itself was becoming blue. It surrounded Han Sen, and he felt a chilling energy radiating from it. He felt as if that aura was going to freeze him. The cold power would limit Han Sen's ability to fight back. Attempting to teleport would be useless inside of that blue light. Break Space Flash only let Han Sen teleport short distances, so he couldn't escape that radius. Han Sen and Bauer were freezing inside that blue light. The two looked like a pair of frozen ice cubes floating in the blue. Inside the base, Edward watched the events unfold with a satisfied smile. Ice Blue Knight King isn't a particularly talented member of the Extreme King, but he has faith in principles that others have forgotten. He is the only one who has brought the Ice Blue Geno art up to that level. It's a basic skill that people rarely spend any time on. His attempts to rise are useless, though. Even from birth, we knew that he would never become deified. He will be half deified no matter what. The Ice Blue Knight next to Edward smiled. His gaze then moved over to Han Sr. I am curious about this Han Sen, though. He has an amazing shield treasure, but he also managed to kill Night River King. That isn't something he could accomplish simply by having a good defense. Have you seen the little girl with the jade drum? That isn't an average jade drum. It is a Mutant King class jade drum, and it has a sonic attack power. I inspected Night River King's body. Although he was killed by being decapitated, his brain had already suffered tremendous damage. He must not have blocked the jade drum's attack, Edward said quietly. He is just a marquis of some small race. He has so many treasures that you and I want so badly, though. The Ice Blue Knight looked at Bauer's jade drum with greed. There's more to this guy than it seems. We didn't even know the exact nature of the relic, but he was able to find it. If not for him, we would never have noticed that the relic was just a small stone plate that was fixed to the roof. It has a ridiculous amount of power. Edward narrowed his eyes as he looked at Han Sr. If possible, I would very much like to avoid making an enemy of him. But we need that relic. Do you think Han Sen will manage to escape? If we bring him down here, no one will guess that a mere stone plate is the relic that we're looking for. We'll have a perfect opportunity to grab it from among his things. Then again, if he escapes, that will present other opportunities. The Ice Blue Knight looked at Edward. I think Ice Blue Knight King can stop him. But even if Han Sen pulls another rabbit out of his hat to get past the Night King, I will ensure that things go our way. Edward looked confident. Ice Blue Knight King can help us by explaining things to King Bai. We just need to wait, and we'll soon have our hands on the item. In another part of the base, Mr. White and Crime were also watching what was going on. Mr. White frowned, but he remained speechless. Crime asked with much curiosity, "Mr. White, what is going on? Why is Ice Blue Night King attacking Han Sen? There's only one thing on this planet that could make Ice Blue Night King disobey orders and attack Han Sr." Mr. White looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. No way, why would he have that? Crime's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Chapter 2241 Leveling up to Duke. Ice Blue Night King reached his hand out and pulled Han Sen's frozen form through the sky toward him. Seeing that Han Sen was about to get sucked into Ice Blue Night King's hands, the previously frozen Bower suddenly moved. She pounded the blood scorpion jade drum repeatedly. A shockwave shot out to batter Ice Blue Night King's head. They were at extremely close range, and Ice Blue Night King had relaxed his defenses. The Night King's face didn't change, though. His body flashed blue and deflected the sonic forces that came against him. When Han Sen saw the acoustic force of the blood scorpion jade drum fail to make a dent, he immediately flapped his wings to get the hell out of there. He cast Jade Skin first, then made use of Break Space Flash. Other powers might have been able to trap Han Sen, but luckily, the Night King had attempted to trap him with cold. A power like that didn't stand a chance of holding Han Sen against his will. He had spent a long time practicing Jade Skin near that Jade Toad. Even deified cold powers couldn't harm Han Sen in the least. Ice Blue Night King had a fierce cold power, but he wasn't in the same league as the Jade Toad. He was unable to trap Han Sen in that wintry grip. Han Sen had planned to slip away from the Night King after Bower dazed him, but he hadn't expected the sonic forces to fail when employed at such a close distance. Ice Blue Night King looked very surprised that a Marquise was able to block his ice blue powers, though. That was completely unexpected. Han Sen kept teleporting, but Break Space Flash came from the Dragon Wing gene. He didn't have the ability himself, so there were limits to his use of the skill. He would show up somewhere and then teleport away again. Even so, he was incredibly fast. Ordinary dukes couldn't keep up with Han Sen if they were moving at full speed, that much was certain. But against someone like Ice Blue Night King, that speed wasn't enough to maintain a lead. Ice Blue Night King smiled. "You truly are Knife Student. You can escape my ice blue power. In that case, try to repel my deep blue abyss." After that, Ice Blue Night King moved. The ice blue color suddenly deepened to a navy blue. It was like a demon that could swallow the earth was now coming for Han. Senator Han Sen kept teleporting around, but he still couldn't escape that rapidly approaching navy blue color. As he rose high into the air, the power condensed into a navy blue crystal around him. Ice Blue Night King moved slowly toward the frozen Han Sr. "For knife's sake, I won't kill you. But you will have to hand the item over. If you give it back, then I will pretend nothing happened. And the reward you are owed will still be yours to claim." Ice Blue Night King moved close enough to touch the blue crystal. Just as he reached out his hand, however, his face warped. A jade power was spreading inside that blue crystal, and the crystal itself was starting to crack. Ice Blue Night King was shocked. His blue powers weren't just cold powers, they also had sealing effects. But it looked like even those powers couldn't trap Han. Senator Han Sen's body was running Jade Skin at full strength. His Jade Skin had been on the verge of becoming Duke, and under the pressure of the deep blue power, it finally achieved the breakthrough it needed. Jade Skin power spread all across Han Sen's body. His flesh had been red because of the Blood Pulse Sutra, but it suddenly changed to look like ocean ice. Han Sen's entire body seemed like it had been made from crystal. It was so pure and elegant, he didn't look human at all. The angelic power he received from Little Angel had imbued Han Sen with a pure energy. It changed along with Han Sen's breakthrough and was transferred into Jade Skin energy. It pushed Han Sen's body to become Duke. Marquises could develop skills for the element they were associated with. When they became dukes, those skills would change. Dukes combined more completely with their element, which allowed them to use it more fully. That pure element touched the edge of the rule. It wasn't quite like the power of a king, which could be used to directly affect an enemy without the activation of a skill. It did, however, provide a nice power increase. Han Sen didn't know what element Jade Skin belonged to. It might have possessed some icy powers, but it wasn't completely icebound. Boom! Defying the sealing powers placed on him, Han Sen moved. The blue crystal that had trapped him cracked. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported again. This time, he did so much faster. Ice Blue Night King was stunned. He waved his hand and sent more of that deep blue power after Han Senator the Night King tried to drown Han Sen with it as he attempted to flee. The next second, Han Sen was rushing out of the blue. He shrugged off the sealing powers without difficulty. Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power was unable to seal him. It looks like his elemental associations are strong, and he has a high resistance to sealing powers. Edward's gaze was disturbingly intense. When Han Sen was trapped by the deep blue power, Edward had planned to help Han Sen escape. But Han Sen had managed to get out by himself before Edward could take action. Han Sen had broken Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power using his own strength. Ice Blue Night King has struck twice now, and still, he hasn't been able to stop Han Senator. No wonder Night River King failed to kill this maniac. You are right. He is a scary guy. The Ice Blue Knight seemed unsettled. The Night King continued his attack, but Han Sen kept sliding out from under that deep blue abyss. The deep blue powers couldn't stop him. Han Sen felt as if his body had been crystallized. He couldn't release any energy, but the powers launched against him couldn't penetrate his body either. It felt very weird, and it reminded him of a time before he started practicing Geno arts. He could only use his own physical strength, and he was unable to unleash energy. But his body was stronger than ever, that much was certain. It gave him the illusion that he could break everything in front of him with his raw strength. Ice Blue Night King, watching Han Sen slide effortlessly out from under the deep blue abyss, felt powerless and frustrated. He moved forward to catch up with Han Sen, gathering a frightening power as he went. This wasn't just an icy sealing power. This one possessed great destructive strength. Ice Blue Night King looked serious, and Han Sen could see in his eyes that he had given up on the prospect of simply sealing him. Dong! Ice Blue Night King's power came slashing down on Han Sen, but a ghostly shield suddenly appeared to block his attack. It was Han Sen's only undamaged Demon Bug King by Sima, the one he had taken from Han Yen. Chapter 2242 Escape. With the Demon Bug King by Sima's protection, Han Sen quickly escaped to an unexplored area of planet Ice Blue. Ice Blue Night King teleported after Han Sen with a fist brimming with power, and he thrust it forward against the Demon Bug King by Sima. The by Sima vibrated, but it showed no sign of cracking. The shield can block Ice Blue Night King's attacks. It really is powerful, but it cannot last forever. We should get ready to show ourselves soon, Edward said. He snuck out of the base and went after Han Senator. Edward had nothing to be afraid of. Ice Blue Night King had disobeyed orders when he attacked Han Sen, and Edward technically had nothing to do with this. He would simply help the Night King capture Han Sen and ensure his safety. As Ice Blue Night King pounded the Demon Bug King by Sima, Han Sen heard the shield groan as if it was going to shatter. It was like glass that had been strained to the breaking point. He frowned. It looks like the Demon Bug King by Sima can block half-deified attacks, but not forever. It's a shame those other Demon Bug King by Sima's are currently damaged. If I had those in play, the tricolored Demon Bug King by Sima would definitely be able to block Ice Blue Night King's attacks. Han Sen kept flying, trying to think of a way that he could shake off his pursuer. He knew simple speed wouldn't aid him in the long run. He had to find a way to escape before the Bysema broke. If I can slip out of Ice Blue Night King's vision and hide my presence, I can use Little Invisible to help me escape the rest of the way. But right now, doing that is too difficult, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen flew above a nearby mountain. Wherever they went, the creatures fled. The skies were filled with xenogeneics racing away in fear, and that surprised Han. Senator Ice Blue Night King's superior speed had allowed him to catch up quickly. Han Sen had a few ideas on what he could do, but he couldn't find a good opportunity to make any of them work. The Bysema took more and more damage, and it looked likely to break. Ice Blue Night King punched with increasing ferocity, but suddenly, a roar rang out from the mountain beneath them. Boom! A white light shot out from deep in the mountains. Its target was Ice Blue Night King. Ice Blue Night King turned to block the incoming light, and there was a blinding collision of blue and white lights in the sky. Its force ended up destroying everything around them. Part of the backlash washed over the mountain, and then, a giant beast that was around 100 meters long emerged. It sent more of that white power towards Ice Blue Night King. Even God is helping me. Han Sen grinned and shot off into the mountains. The beast kept Ice Blue Night King engaged, unintentionally stopping him from following Han. Senator the Night King kept punching with more and more power, as if it was the only thing that could stop the annihilation of the world. The entire mountain range shook as mountaintops and peaks fell from their lofts. The grounds were sundered while creatures fled. Han Sen rushed into a mountain and threw Bauer into Destiny's tower. Then he dropped onto the ground and turned himself into a stone cow. He thundered towards a nearby crowd of xenogeneics. Han Sen was blending into the stampede of xenogeneics when he suddenly saw a shadow circle the mountain. It was Inspector Edward. Edward's eyes roved over the ground. It seemed as if he was on the prowl for Han Sen, too. Han Sen didn't look at Edward, hoping that the man wouldn't see through his disguise. He followed the xenogeneics deeper into the mountains. Weird. Where did he go? Edward frowned. He had seen Han Sen land in that area, but Edward's quarry had now vanished into thin air. Maybe he's turned himself invisible. Even if he did, he still wouldn't be able to escape my eyesight. The mountain isn't too damaged, and there are no secret escape tunnels. His only option would be to walk out. So, the things that are currently leaving, Edward's green eyes looked all around. After a while, he raced towards the group of fleeing xenogeneics. Edward looked very excited. His eyes brightened, and he spoke to himself, a powerful guy. He can even shapeshift. If he was also half deified, I don't think I would be able to defeat him. Without hesitation, Edward raced after the xenogeneics that were fleeing the area. He hovered right above them. He looked down on the 1,000 xenogeneics, and the irises of his eyes turned to crystal as he examined them. Edward took one look and made a mental note of each and every animal that was there. In just a second, he noticed the problem. That stone cow has disappeared. But Edward didn't keep following the group of xenogeneics. Instead, he looked back the way he had come. When Han Sen escaped Edward's vision, he used Little Invisible to leave the group of xenogeneics. He didn't go too far, though. He circled around and went back to where Ice Blue Night King and that Goliath were fighting. Without hesitation, Han Sen headed straight into the deep hole that the beast had emerged from. Han Sen didn't believe that the monster's intervention was truly coincidental, but now, he was looking for a way to escape. There was a strong xenogeneic blocking Ice Blue Night King, and he was going to take advantage of that. It looked as if the fight between Han Sen and Ice Blue Night King had disturbed the beast, but instead of coming after them both, the monster had decided to ignore Han Sen and go straight for Ice Blue Night King. That seemed strange to Han. Senator he ran into the abyss it had emerged from to have a look around, and he immediately noticed that the cavern wasn't the beast's home. It looked very similar, but under the clarity gifted to him by the Dongxian aura, Han Sen could see the molecular traces of the beast. It had come to the cave recently, and it had only been there for a short time. It couldn't have been there any longer than 2 days. The cave did house a powerful xenogeneic nest, but the molecular traces of the cave's original inhabitants were different. They didn't belong to the beast that had saved him. It looks like Edward was willing to help me escape from Ice Blue Night King. Han Sen ran deeper into the nest without hesitation. Han Sen was certain that all the creatures that should have been living there were now dead. The beast must have had some kind of relationship with Edward. But if Edward had sent the creature, then Han Sen sneaking into the lair of the dangerous beast should be the last thing he would expect. Edward's mind is pretty scary. He will come here sooner or later. I need to get out of here quickly, Han Sen thought to himself as he observed the nest. After entering the giant nest, Han Sen saw some large bones strewn about the cavern. Most people would have assumed that those bones were the remains of the beast's prey, but Han Sen could tell their true origin from the molecular traces. The bones belonged to the xenogeneics that originally lived there. I don't know if this nest has another exit. Han Sen confirmed there were no other xenogeneics present, then decided to explore a little deeper into the nest. Chapter 2243 Meeting Underground. Han Sen looked around the cave, but he couldn't find another exit. He wasn't in much of a rush, though. He released Little Star from Destiny's Tower. Little Star, let's see how you do here. Han Sen leaped atop Little Star. Ukini Ukini. Little Star bellowed. Starlight began to glow softly from its form as its body, and Han Sen's, started to become transparent. Then, it raced into the stone. Little Star had only been gone for 10 minutes when Edward appeared in the mouth of the cave. After he entered, he had a look around. Not here. Edward frowned. He was confident in the logical process that had led him there. It took him by surprise when Han Sen was nowhere to be found. This guy is a lot of trouble to deal with. Every creature leaves traces of their presence, even if it is only a couple of molecules. He hasn't left behind anything, however. How has he managed to do something like that? Edward frowned as he continued poking around. Although he hadn't found Han Sen, Edward felt certain that his quarry had indeed entered this cave. My lead comes to a dead end here. It looks as if I will have to find him by another means, Edward observed to himself, looking around the nest. He looked at one of the walls and then took his leave. With Little Star's help, Han Sen had traveled directly through the stone. Together, they must have gone at least a few hundred miles before reaching another underground cave. Han Sen let Little Star rest for a bit while he went to look around the cave. I don't think Edward will be able to find me anytime soon, but regardless, I cannot emerge just yet. I need to find out what is so special about that stone plate. Han Sen looked around. That cavern they had found was a segment of a complicated subterranean complex. That area was devoid of xenogeneics, so Han Sen settled in to rest for a while. As he leaned back against a comfortable outcropping of stone, he thought about how he might proceed. The stone plate seems to be something of tremendous value, and very few people know what powers it holds. Some of the upper echelon of the Extreme King might know, but at the very least, King Bai doesn't seem to be aware of it. If he was, Ice Blue Night King wouldn't have risked disobeying his orders. Sending me back to the Extreme King means giving the stone plate to King Bai. Han Sen was deep in thought when he suddenly heard a sound coming from deeper within the stone cave. It sounded as if something was crawling around. Visit website Our List Novel. Han Sen peered into the cave with his Dongxian aura activated. He detected a life force was getting closer to his position. The life force didn't seem to be very strong, though, and that helped settle Han Sen's nerves. The noise was getting closer, and a few minutes later, Han Sen saw a weird xenogeneic appear in the cave. A body covered in sleek black fur appeared. It looked startlingly smooth, and its fur glistened. It was about the size of a cat, and its eyes were huge, like shiny pieces of black jewelry. It looked like a big-eyed thief. Han Sen looked at the xenogeneic, and the xenogeneic looked back at him. They both stared at each other for a while. Then, the xenogeneic just ignored him. It turned to saunter down another stone path. Its butt wiggled as it walked, waving its tail in a slow rhythm. Han Sen raised an eyebrow, as the creature's tail seemed to be holding an item that looked like a bracelet. It was odd to see the piece of platinum attached to the creature's tail, rather than being held in the creature's claws. It looked like the item had been deliberately placed there, though. Han Sen used his purple-eyed butterfly to take a closer look, and he noticed there were a few words inscribed across the item. Sacred General Ghost Bone. Han Sen's eyes widened, and he made the decision to follow that little critter. Is that thing related to General Ghost Bone, by any chance? It doesn't seem nearly strong enough. At the very most, that thing is no greater than a viscount. If General Ghost Bone wanted a pet, I doubt he would select something that was so weak. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to take down the little beast, and so he just trailed after it. The little beast showed no sign that it was afraid of him. Without pausing, it meandered its way down a series of caves. It wasn't in a hurry, and its pace was quite lackadaisical. Han Sen followed it patiently down the tunnels. And the whole time, he had many thoughts going through his mind. That ancient city was called Ghost Bone Town, but the Ghost Bone statue there was just like a guard for the gate. Inside the hall of the palace, there was a statue of that human king. The top of the human king statue is what pedestaled the stone plate. What does that mean, I wonder? After the beast had been traveling for about an hour, it reached a hidden river. It crouched down on its stomach so it could drink some water. This guy has walked so far. Surely he didn't come all this way for a drink of water, Han Sen thought in agitation. Eventually, the beast seemed to have drunk its fill. Without any warning, it leaped into the dark river. It lay on its back in the water like an otter, floating down with the stream. Han Sen put Little Star away and followed after it. But soon, the underground river sank into the ground. The creature sank into it, as well. Han Sen gritted his teeth and jumped into the water. He used his purple-eyed butterfly as he followed after the creature. The underground water was fast-flowing, and it was fortunate that Han Sen didn't encounter any water element xenogeneics. Han Sen followed it for a few hundred miles, but there seemed to be no end in sight. After an interminable time in the water, the floating beast suddenly swam towards a wall. Han Sen looked towards it, and there, he saw a small tunnel leading through the stone wall. The hole was around the size of a melon, and the creature wriggled its way in without much trouble. Han Sen was too big, so he couldn't follow it in. He summoned Little Star to carry him inside. Han Sen soon discovered that the hole hadn't formed naturally. It was actually a metal pipe. Why is there a man-made metal pipe here? Han Sen was surprised. The little beast drifted down the metal pipe, and Han Sen pursued it atop Little Star. They traveled a couple of miles before the tunnel brightened and Little Star emerged from the wall. As he looked around, Han Sen found himself gaping in surprise. That place was an underground palace. The metal pipe he had followed brought him out via the mouth of a giant fish statue. Water flowed continuously out of the tube, creating a small waterfall down into a pool. The pool was made of jade-like stone. The water was very clear, and Han Sen could see all the way to the bottom. But when Han Sen looked closer, he froze. Inside the pool, there was a black and white eye staring back at him. Han Sen gazed into that stony stare, and his breath caught in his chest. Chapter 22 44 Woman in the palace peering into the pool that looked to have been made of white jade. you could see a woman in knitted clothing. The white yarn of her threads in the water looked transparent, and you could almost see every aspect of her body. Han Sen had seen many beautiful women in his time, but very few ever attracted him. This woman, however, was so attractive. It was the first time he had felt this way. Any man who laid eyes on that woman would love nothing more than to breed with her. The little creature he had been following swam up to the woman. Then, the woman held it up and stroked it. It looked as if it was enjoying it, but that just made onlookers want to kick the animal away so they themselves could be caressed by her boobs. Come. The woman's clear eyes spoke. She had not said a word, but a signal and invitation was most certainly issued. Han Sen's heart jumped. He froze in the sky and looked at her nervously. I did not mean to accidentally access this place. Please forgive my intrusion. I will be leaving now. Han Sen said that, and proceeded to make an effort to leave with Little Star. But since you are here, why be in such a rush to go? The woman finally spoke. Her voice was very seductively toned, and hearing her speak made Han Sen's entire body shiver. Han Sen did not dare stay, though. He went atop Little Star and readied himself to run. Little Star activated Star Sea Travel to go through the walls, but then, Han Sen heard a pang as they started to run. Little Star hit a wall and so did Han Senator. It resulted in Han Sen's nose bleeding. Little Star was not feeling too good after that, either. It used its claws to clutch its nose, as tears began to roll from its eyes. The woman laughed and said, "Where do you think this place is? Do you think this is somewhere you can freely come and go? I have not offended you, so why not go a little easy on me?" Han Sen stared at her and frowned. The woman coldly laughed, "When did I not go easy on you? Leave if you want, for I will not stop you. If you are not going to stop me, then turn off the boundaries of these walls." Han Sen frowned. The woman laughed so hard, her body started to shake. Her boobs in the water made people's hearts jump and stare at intensely. "Did I say something funny?" Han Sen coldly said. "If I could break the boundaries, why would I still be here?" After that, the woman walked out of the pool. Han Sen was shocked. He could see that the woman's neck, wrists, and ankles were shackled with metal chains. At the end of the chain was a lock that was as small as a hair. The lock went all the way to the bottom of the pool. There were a few holes, and each chain went through each. Where they went, none could guess. The woman walked away from the pool and went to lie on a jade bed. She held her neck and looked at Han Sen seductively. "When you came in, I tried my best to break the locks. You would not have been able to get in, had I not. In that case, please help us again by letting us out." Han Sen looked depressed. Han Sen thought the woman had released that creature on purpose, in a deliberate attempt to lure them to her. But looking at her face, it did not seem as if she was in cahoots with Edward. But that just made her identity even more of a mystery. "No. I have not seen anyone else in a long time. It is rare to have a visitor here, so I cannot let you go so soon." The woman smiled as she looked at him. "I used all my power to only just about open the boundaries. Now I don't have strength to do the same again, even if I did want to help you. So, just stay here with me." Han Sen could see that the woman had a hairy white tail. It made him think and then ask, "You are a shape-shifting fox?" The woman smiled. "You can call me Fox Queen." "What?" Han Sen did not understand what the woman said. "Fox Fox. Queen Queen." Fox Queen stroked the creature in her arms as she spoke. "Which king's queen are you?" Han Sen's face changed. Judging from the races that wished to live alone, Extreme King had to be the most famous one. Fox Queen smiled. "I am the queen that belongs to Ghostbone King. One of 10 generals of Sacred. General Ghostbone." Han thought, and he knew exactly who she was talking about. Everyone called General Ghostbone and the others the top 10 generals. This one's name was General Ghostbone. Han hadn't guessed his name was actually Ghostbone King. Han gleaned this from what she had said. Nice. You are familiar with my husband? Fox Queen smiled and looked at Han as she asked. No. I only know his name. If you are his wife, then why are you locked here? Did General Ghostbone not make an effort to save you? Han looked at the palace as he asked. He did not know if General Ghostbone was still alive or not, but if his wife was still alive, there was every chance that General Ghostbone was not dead as presumed. He locked me up here. Why would he come and save me? Fox Queen laughed. It was as if she was saying it was not any of his business. Are you not his wife? Why did he lock you up here? Han looked at Fox Queen with much surprise, and he couldn't understand why this might have happened. It was because he feared me. Fox Queen squinted with her eyes. He was scared of you. Han checked her out. It was difficult to imagine this woman might have been stronger than Ghostbone General. Yes. He was scared of me, and that is why he locked me up here. He wouldn't let anyone come and pay me a visit either. Fox Queen smiled, and she then went on to say, you know I am a shape-shifting fox, yes? And you know I can turn into any creature I desire to. I can turn into any pretty woman of any race. So, it is possible for me to seduce any man that lays their eyes on me. If you were my husband, would you be afraid? Yes, I would be. Han gave a wry smile. At least you are honest. Fox Queen looked at Han Sr., are you one of the crystallizers or one of the Extreme King? I am one of the crystallizers. Do you earnestly think I look like the Extreme King? Han looked surprised. My race is very good at gene shaping. I can tell your body has some Extreme King genes in it. Perhaps I am mistaken, but the Extreme King shouldn't be breeding with ones of a lower race such as the crystallizers, Fox Queen said after a think. What Fox Queen said made Han flinch. Humans are a hybrid of the crystallizers and another race. Are the Extreme King included in that equation? It seems like it is a possibility. The structure of an Extreme King does look an awful lot like a human. Since you cannot leave, would you like to see something fun? Fox Queen suddenly winked at Han Chapter 22:45 Fun Place, what fun thing are you referring to? Han asked the Fox Queen worriedly. It's so cold here, with nothing but stone walls and icy water. How many forms of entertainment do you think are available here? Of course, you must know what I'm referring to. Fox Queen's eyes smoldered as her voice drifted off. She salaciously licked her red lips, then moved one hand into her white gown. The other hand started to drift across her boobs. Han eyes couldn't help but follow her hands. He mumbled in his heart, being horny is bad. It doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, we're just skeletons. Although Fox Queen sounded very seductive, Han doubted that her intentions were as simple as she pretended. She had to be a king-class elite, at the very least. God only knew what she was up to. Han didn't believe she would lure him all the way there just for a little cuddle time. She was a king-class elite, so she could be planning anything. She was the wife of General Ghostbone, and Han didn't even know if the man was dead or alive. If he was still alive, and he caught his wife cheating with Han things would turn out very poorly for Han. Senator Fox Queen winked at Han Senator. She brought her hand away from her boobs, revealing the black bone key she had been retrieving. She displayed it in her hand. The key had hung like a pendant from a necklace made of white jade. This will be very fun. Follow me. Fox Queen winked at Han again. She kept the necklace in her hands as she walked towards the palace. What a tease. She sure likes to torture people. Han Sen watched her walk away, and he couldn't help but sigh. Still, he followed her. That palace was elegant. Han Sen had originally thought that it was made of jade, but when he examined the place more closely, he could see that the palace's doors and pillars were all built from bone. The bones were semi-transparent like jade, and they glinted beautifully when the light caught them. He didn't know what creature left bones like that, though. The Bone Palace had a primary hall, winged by 2 lesser halls on either side. The place wasn't large, and it was mostly decorated with bone adornments. Even the pool was made out of bone, not jade-like stone, as Han Sen had assumed. The chains that bound Fox Queen were very thin. When she walked, the chains rose from the bottom of the pool. Evidently, they didn't restrain her movement. Fox Queen was walking smoothly to the lesser left hall. Han Sen followed after her, and he saw there were many special treasures there. There was an array of weaponry, sets of armor, jewels of all kinds, herbs, and all sorts of different treasures. Han Sen's breath caught in his chest as he looked at the place, and he desperately wished all of those goodies belonged to him and only him. Seeing Han Sen eyeing those treasures with such greed, Fox Queen smiled. She looked directly at him and said, "If you will agree to be my lover, all of this can belong to you. You can take whatever you please." How does that sound? Han Sen stopped looking at the treasures and turned his gaze to her. "Did you bring me here just for that?" Fox Queen gave him a look of disdain. "Of course not. What is the meaning of possessing all that useless stuff?" After that, Fox Queen walked in front of a wall that housed an enormous mural. Countless demonic faces had been drawn across it. Han Sen didn't recognize what kind of demons they were, but it looked like the gates of hell had been swung wide open. Many ghostly forces were trying to crawl out of a dark pit to unleash havoc on an unsuspecting world. The faces held chilling expressions of greed and bloodlust. As Han Sen looked at the artwork, it seemed like the demons were about to leap to life and start devouring people. Fox Queen stood on the left side of the mural, in front of the gate to hell. The closed gate was shaped like an enormous skeleton, and it was wreathed in wicked hellfire. Fox Queen placed the black bone key into the skeleton's right eye. She twisted the key, and a loud clacking noise came from the mural. The hellish, skeletal gate opened. The painted gate had become a real gate, which now opened into darkness on the other side of the wall. It was pitch black, like a black hole. A faint wailing noise came from that lightless pit, and hearing it gave Han Sen a chill. "The fun thing is in there. Do you dare enter?" Fox Queen still stood next to the open door, smiling at Han Sr. "No." Han Sen shook his head. Fox Queen didn't seem to mind the refusal. "It's okay. I will ensure your protection. Follow me and I will lead you on a trip to hell." After that, Fox Queen stepped towards the hellish skeleton gate. Han Sen was thinking to himself, "You can go, but I sure as hell am not setting foot in there. God only knows what sort of trap is awaiting me." Han Sen was quite resolute in his decision, but he swiftly realized that his body wasn't obeying him. He was headed into the hellish skeleton, too. He had no control of his limbs, like he was a puppet on strings. Han Sen looked at Fox Queen in fear. Half of her body was through the gate by this point, but she looked back and gave Han Sen another one of her smiles. She lifted a hand, and it was as if an invisible cord jerked Han Sen towards her. Han Sen cast his Dongxian aura and used the purple eye butterfly. He could see that Fox Queen was tugging on a chain made of some invisible substance. The chain was looped around Han Sen, allowing her to pull him along easily. Han Sen frowned. He didn't know when he had fallen into this trap of hers. He tried casting various powers to see if he could escape from the chains, but it was all to no avail. Nothing he tried worked. "She managed to tie me up, and I didn't even notice. This Fox Queen is stronger than I presumed." Maybe she's actually deified. Han Sen used a few more powers, but they didn't work either. That gave him a big shock. He couldn't free himself from the restraints, so he decided to stop fighting them. He allowed Fox Queen to lead him towards the hellish gate. I cannot escape if she wishes to kill me with her talents. I would rather walk in there calmly than be dragged in like some dog, Han Sen thought. And truth be told, he was rather curious about the skeletal gate. Of course, if he had the choice, he wouldn't be walking inside just to satisfy his curiosity. Fox Queen smiled. She walked through the gate with Han Sen following. When Han Sen stepped inside, he felt a sudden force of suction drag his body forward. A bright light shone around him, and he was transported somewhere else in the space of a second. Chapter 2246 White Bone Hell. When Han Sen's vision returned to him, a very disturbing sight greeted his eyes. White bones were everywhere. In one place, they had been piled up to form a small mountain. It was difficult to fathom how many lives had been lost there. The earth there was full of the essence of death. The skies were blood red, and the rains that fell from the sky were crimson. A river coursed its way through the mountain, and its water was red. He had stepped into a new world, and the whole place was bloody. Han Sen stood atop the mountain of bones, and he could see that the entire thing was composed of skulls. The hellish skeletal gate stood at the mountain's peak. Fox Queen stood next to Han Sen, chains still running from her neck and limbs. The chains had followed her through the gate. What is this place? Han Sen asked as he looked around. If this was all real, it was difficult to imagine just how many creatures must have been killed to form the land they now stood upon. Fox Queen answered coldly, Ghost Bone King was the captain of Sacred Blood Army. He led the Sacred Blood Army to kill everything in his path, and in the process, he claimed many territories in the name of Sacred. Many beings died by their hands. These bones are the collected remains of all the creatures and people slain by Ghost Bone King. Why amass all of the bones in here? Han Sen asked. It would have made sense if Ghost Bone King had used the xenogeneic bones to gain strength, but throwing all the bones in a pile and leaving them there was a waste. Fox Queen stroked her hair and smiled. Ghost Bone King was of the bone. This is the White Bone Hell, the origin place of the bone. He buried all of his enemies here in order to create more bone. Things didn't go as he planned, as no more of the bone were born here, but, Fox Queen's voice trailed off. But what? Han Sen asked. Fox Queen looked at Han Sen and asked, Have you heard of a general becoming famous by destroying his compatriots? Han Sen nodded. He had heard of this when he was in the Alliance, and also during his time in the Geno universe. Fox Queen gave the White Bone Mountain a mocking look. The bone are like that. A long time ago, the bone were numerous. But the evolution of the bone is a very bloody thing. Ghost Bone killed the rest of his race, and in so doing, he became the greatest Bone King. While his strength allowed his race to achieve new heights of power, it also destroyed them. He was the only bone left, when all was said and done. He eventually became very lonely, and he sought to create more of the bone. But his efforts were in vain, and he failed. His actions benefited his enemies, more than anything. Han Sen still didn't really understand. Fox Queen then went on to say, Ghost Bone bound me here, so I don't know what became of the outside world. After billions of years, he has yet to return. The bones here were unable to produce more of the bone. Instead, they have just helped the growth of other beings. As she spoke, Fox Queen pointed to a place far in the distance. Han Sen turned his gaze to a range of mountains that were positioned like lotus flowers. Between those white bone mountains, there is a blood pool. The pool is home to a creature that feeds on the blood bone air. That xenogeneic is quite small, and it is just the heir of some long-forgotten viscount. It was one of the nameless xenogeniacs that General Ghost Bone killed and brought here to rot. This one, however, was pregnant. Unbelievably, the child survived. Nothing should live in White Bone Hell, but the heir of that xenogeniac has managed to. In fact, it had thrived here. It has feasted on the bones here and grown strong. As she spoke of the creature, Fox Queen looked visibly afraid. She sighed. This should have nothing to do with me, but that xenogeniac is right on my doorstep. It keeps growing and growing, and above all, it loves death. If it continues to grow, it will one day become deified. And it is sure to find a way to leave White Bone Hell eventually. When it does, you and I will be the first things it kills. You tricked me into this place, just so I can kill it for you. Han Sen now understood what she wanted. Fox Queen gave Han Sen a bright smile. If you don't like killing things, then you are welcome to remain here with me. We can wait until it becomes deified, and then it can kill us together. Han Sen stared at her for a while before saying, if I'm not mistaken, aren't you deified? Why don't you go and kill it? With your level of power, such a task should be easy. Fox Queen rolled her eyes and raised her hands to rattle the chains that bound her wrists. Ghost Bone trapped me here to watch over White Bone Hell for him. But he was always worried I would ruin his work, so he placed a restriction on my powers that activates when I enter White Bone Hell. I can't even break one of these bones in here, in my current state. After saying this, Fox Queen picked up a skull from the ground. She flexed her arms to crush the skull, and the chains binding her released a thick black fog. Streams of fog latched onto her like black hands and lifted her up into the air. Fox Queen's neck looked ready to break. Her body sagged in submission, and after a while, the black fog disappeared. She fell to the ground and coughed. As you can see, I am unable to do anything, Fox Queen groaned, gingerly regaining her feet. You and I are trapped here. If that xenogeniac becomes deified and manages to leave White Bone Hell, we will be unable to escape. By killing it, you won't just be saving me, you'll be saving yourself, too. Han Sen was quiet for a moment. What is the xenogeniac's current strength? Fox Queen looked quite grim, and she told him, I have searched for help all these years, but not many creatures were ever able to come here. When it was just a baby, any baron would have been able to kill it. But now it has reached king class. A king class xenogeniac. Do you think that I, having just become a duke, can kill a monster like that? Han Sen asked. You have to. Unless you really want to die alongside me. Fox Queen laughed and poked his shoulder. But don't worry, it wasn't easy for me to find a cute guy like you. I have no intention of getting you killed. And furthermore, I have a way to help you. Chapter 2247 The xenogeniac born in the bone blood. Han Sen looked at Fox Queen without speaking. Truth be told, he didn't actually believe everything that she had told him. People say that beautiful women are often liars. Judging from how pretty she was, she had to be an absolutely fantastic liar. Fox Queen seemed to be aware of Han Sen's thoughts, and she shot him a quick grin. If you don't believe me, then why don't you wait here for a little while? When you see the xenogeniac, you'll know the truth. Han Sen didn't speak, and she didn't either. They sat atop the peak together in silence. She had tucked her knees into her chest and wrapped her arms around them, leaving her bare feet visible beyond the edges of her clothes. A drizzle of rain fell upon her hair. Her clear eyes were dazzlingly attractive. If people didn't know her, they would believe she was a delicate and sentimental lady. These shape-shifting foxes are really something. They can look both really sexy and really innocent. Han Sen was amazed by the utility of her powers. With the way she could change, it was impossible to even guess her age. There was no day or night cycle in White Bone Hell. The blood-filled sky continued to wash the land with a light rain, but after a while, it became a heavy downpour. Fox Queen sat atop the peak, allowing the rain to fall across her. But no drop of rain could actually touch her. Her body glowed with an aura of holiness. She was like a goddess amidst the bloody bones. It was a strangely beautiful sight. Han Sen's body cast a skill that allowed the rain no closer than an inch from his skin. He sat next to Fox Queen, gazing out at the landscape that was dyed red. As strange as it all was, Han Sen found himself rather impressed by the sight. The blood seeped and ran between the bones. It was like a bone mountain inside purgatory. The scene was frightening, but also oddly clean. "I still don't know your name," Fox Queen said quietly, raising her head to glance at Han Sr. "Sanmu," Han Sen said without hesitation. He really didn't want to become well acquainted with a strange character like Fox Queen. She obviously had a long and complicated history, and it seemed as if further association would only lead to trouble. If she really did make it out of that place, Han Sen hoped she wouldn't want to follow him. "Sanmu, what a terrible name." Fox Queen barked a laugh. "That name means 3 wood, but 1 wood is boring enough, surely. You have 3. My. It is no wonder you are such a boring individual." Han Sen laughed, but he didn't speak. In his experience, no shape-shifting fox was innocent. Many rich men married women like her, only to end up losing something precious. Just like the destroyed. If not for a shape-shifting fox, they wouldn't have lost the destroyed Bible, their most valued treasure. And the 2 women who pulled off that crime were just minor foxes. This was like a grandmaster fox. If Han Sen made her angry, he would end up losing more than just his undies. Based on the way he behaved, Fox Queen believed Han Sen was a fairly boring guy. She closed her eyes and raised her face, letting the red rain fall across her. The scene was lovely and artfully arranged, which Han Sen admired. Fox Queen could keep changing her style effortlessly. Any man could find something attractive in a person like her. Her scariness reminded him of Gu Qingcheng. As Han Sen was losing himself in thought, Fox Queen suddenly pointed towards the mountain range that resembled a lotus and said, "It's coming." Han Sen looked in the direction she was pointing, but there was too much rain. A river of blood appeared across the lotus mountain, gushing out like a waterfall. Han Sen didn't see anything. And as he hesitated to believe her, he heard a cry. Something was coming down the blood waterfall, moving smoothly like it was walking over the blood rather than swimming through it. The creature was out of the mountains now, and it was following the river down. It was too far away, and the blood rain blocked much of Han Sen's vision. He could see a body, but it was blurry. He decided to summon his purple-eyed butterfly to get a better view of the thing. It was a red Kirin. Its scales were like crystals dipped in blood, and a pair of coral-like Kirin horns rose from its head. The creature wasn't quite as large as an adult bull, but it gave off a sense of unleashed violence as it walked. It looked like it was striding across blood clouds. The beast looked excited. Although it didn't release any power, Han Sen could sense clearly how strong it was. It was different from other creatures, and aside from its life force, it gave off an aura of death. "What is it?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. Fox Queen shook her head. Ghost Bone led the Sacred Blood Army, and they killed billions of creatures. This was just the son of some average viscount. Who knows what it was? If it was just a member of a smaller race, and its parent was a viscount, then how could it have become a king? And if it was left here to grow, how could it one day become a deified thing? Han Sen didn't believe her tale. Fox Queen didn't bother explaining it. "You'll figure that out later." Fox Queen didn't say anything more, so Han Sen turned back to watch the creature. The blood Kirin was still surfing along the river. The creature seemed scared. It didn't seem to want to get close to the hellish gate or interfere with Han's senator. After a while, the rain stopped. The blood clouds faded to reveal a sky that looked as if it had been rinsed clean. Han Sen had never seen a sky like this before. There was no moon and no stars, only darkness as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, the blood Kirin raced up to stand atop the white bone peak. It shrieked with a voice that boomed and echoed like thunder. It did that for some time. Han Sen noticed something weird. The blood Kirin was glowing red. Its red body seemed to split the space that it walked through. It looked very murderous. A creature with a weak will would piss their pants if they were to see it. When the blood Kirin released its blood power, its form turned into a bloody swirl. White bone hell's bones and rivers started to rumble. The bone air rose, and the blood river released a blood light. It was headed for the blood swirl. Everything moved because of that blood Kirin. He was intimately connected with this world, like some god demanding sacrifices. When the bone mountain and blood river power entered its body, the blood Kirin's body looked clearer. It was like a blood crystal statue, and it looked murderous. Chapter 2248 Benefy Previous Index Next Add Bookmarks. Han Sen looked at the blood Kirin, and his eyes shone as if he was looking at a giant, delicious piece of cake. Now he finally understood how the child of a mere viscount had reached king class after being born amidst the bones. The creature had learned to absorb the power that resided within flesh and bones. God only knew how many dead bodies had been thrown into this hellish place over the years. The creature was surrounded by mountains of food. The bones could fuel the creature's growth, especially since some of the bones possessed massive amounts of power. In such a unique environment, the creature had more potential as a newborn than most elites from the higher races. There were so many resources there, and the creature didn't have to compete with anyone to obtain them. Becoming deified was only a matter of time. Han Sen wasn't focused on the creature's body, though. The blood Kirin was a rare being whose essence was defined by blood. It was the same sort of power that underlaid Han Sen's Blood Pulse Sutra. If he absorbed the blood Kirin's xenogeneic gene or ate its flesh, the ascension of his Blood Pulse Sutra would accelerate dramatically. He quickly realized that consuming the blood Kirin would benefit him little in the grand scheme of things. If he was able to subjugate the blood Kirin, however, he could study its bone and blood powers and practice his Blood Pulse Sutra in a similar manner. Absorbing the collected strength of the white bone hell himself would be far more beneficial than simply slaying and consuming a king-class xenogeneic. But king-class xenogeneics were very difficult to tame, and the blood Kirin was obviously quite special. Growing up in the white bone hell had made it savage and ruthless. It was far stronger than the average king-class elite. Han Sen might not even be capable of beating it. Taming it was another matter entirely. Plus, it looked like a murderous fiend. Its eyes were cruel and brutal, and Han Sen wondered if any power could make it obey. Even if it knew it was about to be beaten, it would rather die in battle than submit to the rule of another. Han Sen watched the blood Kirin quietly, his brows furrowed in thought. He waited as it finished absorbing flesh and blood, then returned to the Lotus Peak where the blood river originated. Now you know that I'm not lying. The beast's cruelty and murderous nature frighten me, even though it isn't as strong as me yet. But if it ever becomes deified, it will leave white bone hell and slay everyone it encounters. That includes you and me, Fox Queen said. Han Sen no longer doubted Fox Queen's claims. The blood Kirin looked far crueler than an ordinary xenogeneic. Even if it was intelligent, it still wanted to kill. That was just what the beast was. I'm just a duke. How am I supposed to beat it? And how are you supposed to help me? Han Sen asked, turning back to Fox Queen. Although Han Sen had a couple of ideas about how he might take the creature down, he still hoped to gain something from Fox Queen for his trouble. If Fox Queen had asked Han Sen to kill the blood Kirin for her, she must have prepared some pretty impressive bribes. Otherwise, There was no way a rationally minded duke would ever contemplate going up against a king-class Xenogeniac. Han Sen never ignored the prospect of free goodies. Instead of answering, Fox Queen sauntered back over to the hellish skeletal gate. Let's go back to the caves for now. You are just a duke, so you are not yet prepared to kill it. I have waited many years for an opportunity like this to arise. I don't know if someone like you will ever pass by me again, so don't worry. I'm not fond of the possibility of you dying. You might be my last chance. Han Sen followed Fox Queen back to the palace. She walked to the mound of treasure, collected a few items, and then tossed them to Han. Senator Han Sen caught the pieces of clothing and examined them. She had tossed him a white silk robe, black leather boots, and transparent gloves. Wear these. They are king-class items. Although you won't be able to access their full strength, they are bound to be of some use, Fox Queen said lackadaisically. Han Sen wasn't too concerned with modesty or politeness, so he just donned the robe as quickly as he could. He pulled the gloves onto his hands and laced up the boots on his feet. When he put on the robe, he felt a channel of power supporting his entire body. He wasn't exerting himself, but even so, he felt as if he could take off in flight. The leather boots made him feel as light as a feather. Wind seemed to gather beneath his feet, and it felt as if a single step could send him 90,000 miles. The transparent gloves were invisible once they were on his hands. It was like they had merged into his very skin, and his hands thrummed with a strange power. Han Sen couldn't figure out what the power was or what it did, though. Han Sen had just received 3 king-class items, so he was quite pleased with that. But he kept his face stern and cold. He looked right at Fox Queen and said, "Fox Queen, you think a few king-class items can level the playing field between a duke and a king-class Xenogeniac like that monster?" Fox Queen smiled. She squeezed Han Sen's cheek and said, "Don't worry, my darling. I will not allow you to die. Follow me." Fox Queen walked out of the lesser palace and headed into the bigger palace. Fox Queen didn't stop there, though. She kept walking as they passed the second palace. Han Sen followed without hesitation. It didn't matter whether or not he could kill the Blood Kirin right now. He just wanted the spoils. Judging from Fox Queen's wealth, all of her gear would be top tier. As they walked, Han Sen was already envisioning the treasures that Fox Queen might be about to offer him, but when he entered the next side hall, there was no treasure inside. The place was empty except for the rows of skulls that lined the stone walls. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the skulls were actually masks. There must have been 100 of them, and each of them was unique. Some of them were very frightening, and some of them were actually smiling. Some looked utterly evil, whereas others actually looked quite pleasant. Seeing the various expressions side by side was a chilling sight. Fox Queen was eyeing those creepy masks, and her face looked dark and twisted. When she looked back at Han Sen, she looked all charming again. She gave him another one of her smiles. These masks belonged to Ghost Bone, and they were created by the man himself. Every mask here was crafted from the skull of a half-deified creature. After all their refinements, they looked like this. After a brief pause, Fox Queen went on to say, there were 1,000 of these Ghost Bone masks, and Ghost Bone used them to practice Ghost Bone techniques. As he practiced, the masks were destroyed. At this point, only 100 of them are left. These Ghost Bone masks possess Ghost Bone's power. If you can overwrite them, you can receive Ghost Bone powers when you wear the mask yourself. They will allow you to achieve the power of a half-deified being. With these, killing that Xenogeniac shouldn't be difficult. Chapter 2249 Ghost Bone Mask. A treasure like this cannot be used by just anyone. Firstly, I'm not one of the bone. And secondly, I don't know any of the Ghost Bone techniques. How am I supposed to control one of these Ghost Bone masks? Han Sen asked, staring quizzically at the ghost bone masks upon the wall. Using powers that were beyond his control didn't sound like a very good idea, and the last thing Han Sen wanted to do was take more risks. Do not worry, I can teach you ghost bone techniques. As a duke, you should be able to control these ghost bone masks. Fox Queen went silent for a moment, then said, but those techniques are some of the strongest skills created by ghost bone. They are very difficult to practice. I don't know if you will be able to finish practicing a ghost bone technique before the xenogeneic grows too powerful to beat. If you take too long, it might very well end up as a half-deified creature. Fighting it then would be pointless, even if you did have the ghost bone techniques. While the masks are also half-deified, they'd be far inferior to that monster. After all, the creature is a scion of white bone hell itself. It is not a normal being. So the ghost bone techniques can be practiced by people who are not bone themselves. Han Sen asked with a frown. Any race with bones inside their bodies are able to practice these techniques. After they turn their bones into ghost bones, their powers will grow. Furthermore, they develop resistance to dark elements. But, Fox Queen trailed off. But what? Han Sen asked. But when the practitioner's bones become ghost bones, their light element gene powers erode. Fox Queen shook her head slowly. But you have no choice. If you do not wish to die, then this is the only thing you can do. Any problem that it causes with holy powers is a concern for later. Han Sen eyed the ghost bone masks, but he did not speak. He hesitated for a minute, then grabbed one of the ghost bone masks. Don't touch it. Fox Queen said, but she didn't actually move to stop him. Han Sen ignored her as he gathered up power. He grabbed the ghost bone mask and felt a cold power emanating from the thing. A sudden force sent Han Sen flying. He slammed into the wall behind him, and the impact was so powerful that he found himself wheezing. I did tell you not to touch it. Until you practice ghost bone techniques, there is no chance that the ghost bone masks will give you their approval. You are lucky that it did not kill you outright, Fox Queen muttered grumpily. These things are obscenely strong. Han Sen got back to his feet and looked back at the ghost bone mask with new respect. Of course. The masks with poor performance were broken long ago. The ones that remain here are the best of the best. Fox Queen sighed and said, I hope you can gain the approval of at least one ghost bone mask before that xenogeneic takes any serious steps toward becoming deified. If you don't, then ready yourself to die here with me. I can try, Han Sen said quietly. When Han Sen agreed, Fox Queen began teaching him a ghost bone technique. She was General Ghost Bone's wife, so she was well versed in his techniques. She had watched him use the techniques for eons, and although she hadn't practiced them herself, she was familiar enough with them to teach Han. Senator Han Sen wasn't in a rush to practice the new techniques, though. After Fox Queen explained the skill to him, he spent some time investigating it on his own. He didn't entirely trust Fox Queen, and he was worried that practicing the ghost bone techniques might pose dangers that she hadn't told him about. As Han Sen researched the skill, he learned that it really would weaken his resistance to light powers. But that was the only risk involved with learning the skill, and it really did make the body much stronger. It wasn't difficult to see why General Ghost Bone created the skills and kept them a secret. Han Sen didn't think the skill would be dangerous for him, but even so, he didn't plan on practicing it. Instead, he had thought of another way to subjugate the ghost bone masks. The power of the masks aligned with the power of the ghost bone techniques. If Han Sen could use the Dongxian aura to simulate the power of the ghost bone masks, he might be able to trick the masks into believing that he had a ghost bone technique. Gaining the mask's approval in such a roundabout way might protect him from Fox Queen. If she was planning to use the ghost bone technique against him in some way, then using the Dongxian aura to simulate the technique should leave him less vulnerable. Han Sen remained in the side hall and pretended to practice the ghost bone technique in the way she had instructed. But in reality, he was using the Dongxian aura and the purple-eye butterfly to watch the ghost bone masks. As Han Sen examined the powers of the ghost bone masks, he considered how he might tame that blood Kirin. He wanted to own it for himself. If Fox Queen was telling him the truth, then taming the blood Kirin should be easy once he obtained the power of the ghost bone masks. So, Han Sen was in no immediate rush. The key that unlocked the gate to White Bone Hell was around Fox Queen's neck. Unless she opened the gate personally, no one else could enter. In the base of the Ice Blue Knights, Edward looked gloomy. Han Sen had disappeared right in front of him. Edward tried to locate Han Sen using every method he could think of, but nothing had worked. For him, this was a major failure. He is just a marquise. Even if he became a duke, his chances of surviving the wilds of planet Ice Blue are slim. Perhaps he was killed by a Xenogeniac, an Ice Blue Knight suggested with a frown. Edward shook his head. No. If he was eaten by a Xenogeniac, it would have left behind evidence that I could pick up. Ice Blue Knight King used the full might of the Ice Blue Knights to search for him, but Han Sen eluded them all. There's more to this guy than we thought. Is there no other way to find him? The Ice Blue Knight asked, quite worried about how things were going. Perhaps. Edward tapped his lower lip and spoke slowly. If Mr. White joined the pursuit, perhaps he could find Hans Sr. His power is restricted, isn't it? He can only use his strength 10 times throughout his entire lifetime, and he has already used his abilities 8 times. Only 2 uses remain. You think he would spend one of those to search for a mere marquise? The Ice Blue Knight looked at Edward skeptically. He wants the same thing that we do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the systems of chaos in the first place. But if we tell Mr. White what we're after, things will become even more complicated. You think he doesn't already know? When Ice Blue Knight King tried to catch Han Sen, Mr. White must have realized our objective immediately. He just didn't say anything, Edward responded contemptuously. Do you think he will try to find Han Sen on his own? The Ice Blue Knight was shocked. He would go alone if he could, but his power isn't well suited for combat. He can't do much, and thus, he has to depend on crime. Even if he knew where Han Sen was, he'd still need Ice Blue Knight King or us to fight for him. Edward moaned and said, we can wait. Ice Blue Knight King will lose his patience eventually, and he will go to Mr. White. When that time comes, we just have to follow them. Inside the palace, Han Sen was looking increasingly ghostly. His flesh had become a bit transparent, and his skeleton had blackened. Bzzzt. As Han Sen was practicing, he heard the wall tremble and shake. He raised his head and saw a ghost bone mask shivering in small, violent bursts. You are better than I thought you would be. It's been less than a month, and you have already gained proficiency with ghost bone powers. And furthermore, you have activated the approval process of a ghost bone mask. Fox Queen looked upon Han Sen with some measure of shock. Chapter 2250 Ghost Bone arrives. Han Sen looked at the ghost bone mask, and he saw it create a connection with his simulated ghost bone power. This ghost bone mask is one of the weaker ones, but gaining its allegiance in a single month is excellent progress. We still have time. Practice some more to build confidence with the mask. And, Fox Queen turned to point at a different mask. If you can forge a connection with this ghost bone mask instead, killing the Xenogeniac should come easy. Han Sen looked at the mask Fox Queen was indicating. He used his Dongxian aura and the purple-eyed butterfly to examine it. It was indeed the strongest ghost bone mask there. Its power surpassed those of the other masks by a substantial margin. What makes this ghost bone mask different from the others? Han Sen asked, pretending he hadn't noticed its strength. Fox Queen said, they are all half-deified Xenogeniac skulls, but some of the creatures were stronger than others. That ghost bone mask is made from the skull of a demon of hell. Ghost Bone spent a lot of time and effort on that one. And I do mean a lot. Its powers were almost deified. It is the strongest ghost bone mask here. Don't worry, it's just a xenogenic king that I need to kill. No matter how strong it is, the power of something half-deified will surely be enough to kill it. I can just use the mask that I've already claimed. Han Sen raised his hand toward the ghost bone mask he had already established a connection with, and the mask flew over to him. He clutched it in his hands. Before he had ghost bone powers, simply touching the mask had sent Han Sen shooting back into a wall. Now that he could hold the mask freely, he could get a real sense of its overwhelming power. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura and purple eye butterfly to get a good look at the mask, then he settled it on his face. As soon as it touched his face, power surged into Han Sen's body. The new energy swelled through Han Sen's ghost bone powers, increasing their might dramatically. Suddenly, Han Sen's face went pale, and worry clenched his stomach. He wanted to take the mask off, but it was now too late to do so. A powerful will roared out of the mask and swept inside Han's senator. It prevented Han Sen from moving a single inch. The ghost bone power was like a tsunami rushing through him. Han Sen's body turned black, and a ghostly aura surrounded him. The will of the mask was demonic, and it felt like everything around them would fall under its spell. It suppressed Han Sen's own will, and it coldly said, "This body isn't the best, but it's not too bad. I suppose I can make use of it. You are General Ghost Bone." Han Sen had realized whose ghost bone mask this was. He wasn't scared, though. He had known there was something off with the item, and he just hadn't been able to determine the precise nature of the issue. At least he knew his feelings hadn't been led astray. Ghost bone powers kept pumping into Han Sen's body. General Ghost Bone's will leaned on Han Sen's like a mountain. General Ghost Bone's soul was inside Han Sen's head. "Yes, I am Ghost Bone King. Thanks to your help, I will now be able to manifest through your body. If you have something you want to do before your death, and it isn't too problematic, I can help you with it." Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra to stop simulating the ghost bone power. The ghost bone powers that were surging into his body screeched to a halt. General Ghost Bone seemed surprised. "You didn't practice the ghost bone technique. But even so, you can make use of its power. That is quite tricky. My body isn't a ghost bone body, so why do you want to use it?" Han Sen asked emotionlessly. "You're just a duke, so I can make your body a ghost bone body with minimal effort. And yes, I am going to make use of your body." General Ghost Bone growled, his voice hard. He stopped trying to suppress Han Sen's will, but the ghost bone power from the ghost bone mask became stronger. The black ghost bone power settled over Han Sen's every cell, and it made his genes look different. Han Sen cast jade skin, and he turned into a jade statue. The ghost bone powers sank into him slowly, but they couldn't change the shape of his body. "You've practiced an invincible body. That is very rare." General Ghost Bone seemed even more surprised now. His voice sounded greedy, and the ghost bone power from the ghost bone mask became even stronger. Han Sen's jade skin body was strong, but it couldn't withstand the power of General Ghost Bone. The power bearing down on him was deified. His jade skin body began to transform into bone. He was starting to take on the shape of a black bone statue. Han Sen couldn't fight off General Ghost Bone's power, but at the same time, General Ghost Bone couldn't overcome and defeat his will. "General Ghost Bone, do you know anything about a town located in a desert called Ghost Bone Town?" Han Sen asked suddenly. "You have been there," General Ghost Bone said. "The place is called Ghost Bone Town, so why is a statue of you standing guard before a gate? And who does the statue inside the palace belong to? Is that the leader of Sacred?" Han Sen asked. "You're about to die, and this is what you're spending your energy on. General Ghost Bone asked in wonder. Well, if I am dying, I don't want to leave this mortal plane with unanswered questions, Han Sen said. I will tell you, it is where the leader was resting, General Ghost Bone explained as he continued changing Han Sen's body. It's a mausoleum of some sort. Whose statue is in the palace? How did he end up there? Han Sen asked. General Ghost Bone seemed to sneer coldly. Maybe he deserved it. General Ghost Bone seemed to harbor disdain for the human king, but he didn't say anything about who he actually was. Then who is he? And why is his statue there in the palace? Han Sen kept asking. You are a dead man. You don't need to know so much. General Ghost Bone didn't want to talk. All he wanted to do was morph Han Sen's body. Han Sen's body turned from black to white. He became a being of white bone, which looked very strange. The black bone power was very evil, but now, it turned to white bone. And it didn't seem so evil anymore. There was some sunny air inside him. I found a special stone plate inside the palace, do you know what that is? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had many questions, and it seemed as if only General Ghost Bone could give him the answer he sought. General Ghost Bone paused. Even the Ghost Bone powers that were changing Han Sen came to a halt. The question had obviously stunned General Ghost Bone. You found the relic. Why do you have it? General Ghost Bone quickly asked. I have it with me right now. What is the relic? What does it do? Han Sen asked. Ah. God is helping me right now, for sure. With this relic, I can access the item located inside that holy monument. My Ghost Bone era is on its way. General Ghost Bone laughed like a madman inside Han Sen's brain. Chapter 2251 What a good person, General Ghost Bone, you are to receive so many benefits off me, can you at least let me die as an educated man? Han Sen spoke it strangely. General Ghost Bone stopped his cackling and said, Thank you for doing so much for me, but I am afraid I do not have the time to talk with you. All you need to know is that the relic you recovered is a key that enables the opening of Sacred Leader's treasure box. When I get the relic from the holy monument, I will use your body to travel around the world. Your body will most certainly be a famous one. You will not be dying in vain. So what if you have a key? Do you even know where the holy monument is? Han Sen asked. If I did not know, what would the point be in me taking that plate? The holy monument resides on this very planet. I just need to get out of this body. Then, I can go to the monument and recover the leader's relic. General Ghost Bone seemed to be very excited. He appeared to be drowning in his own dream. Han Sen was only just a duke, and back then, General Ghost Bone was incredibly strong all around the world. He would even look down to all the king-class elites, but now, he had no choice. Given the opportunity for something else, he wouldn't have settled for a duke, though. Back then, if he selected a deified body, he would have to consider. Now, a duke was in his control. He thought that it was his item already, and Han Sen was not so sure he could escape this. Han Sen, after hearing a bit, acknowledged it was mostly General Ghost Bone's dreaming. He had not told him where the monument was exactly. When he was just about to ask more, his body trembled. The Ghost Bone mask was reduced to dust across his face. General Ghost Bone's will was headed into his own will see. Right now, Han Sen had become a holy bone. He looked as if he was a crystal or a statue made from bone. It felt as if people that saw him would definitely wish to obey him. Han Sen knew that his body had finished the modification process. It was too late for him to ask General Ghost Bone anything now. Everybody, I am back. Shake beneath the quake of my footsteps. General Ghost Bone's will was something truly demonic. He was screaming into Han Sen's own will. General Ghost Bone, when entering Han Sen's Wuxia, became shocked. Why is your Wuxia like this? General Ghost Bone looked at the Wuxia. There was a tower in the middle of it, and inside, there was all sorts of beasts and xenogeniacs around it. It was like a little world all of its own. General Ghost Bone had not seen anything like that before. It's actually called a Sea of Soul. Han Sen's voice sounded inside the Sea of Soul. I do not care about what this Sea of Soul is. When I am here, this is my territory. General Ghost Bone's powerful willpower was suppressing the Sea of Soul. He wanted to claim that place and destroy Han Sen's will. Once he accomplished that, he could fully claim Han Sen's body for himself. But as soon as his soul arrived there, in the corner of the Sea of Soul, a black crystal armor set suddenly came to life and lit up in his eyes. A scary will took over the entire Sea of Soul. General Ghost Bone's powerful deified will was destroyed when that will came. He did not stand a chance. Impossible. Impossible. Arg! General Ghost Bone did not have the opportunity to escape the Sea of Soul. He screamed, and that scary will of his was crushed into nothingness. The black crystal armor set's power faded. It was like nothing had happened all that time. A general's will had oh so quickly been entirely dismissed. Why was he in such a rush to commit suicide? He did not even tell me where the holy monument was. Han Sen knew this was going to happen. Nothing would end up well for someone who sought to invade his Sea of Soul. Han Sen might have felt a little sorry for what happened, but he was ultimately made happy. General Ghost Bone's leftover power was still inside Han Sen's body, and that was his own now. He could become better with it. Much Ghost Bone power gathered up in Han Sen's body. If he refined all that Ghost Bone power, he could become a duke. That being said, it really was just leftover power from General Ghost Bone. It would not be as effective as a perfect and raw power. Still, it was deified power. The strength and purity was naturally far better than a duke's. Every ounce of that power was utterly priceless. Now, Han Sen's body was filled up with deified Ghost Bone power. His body was like a treasure in itself. He did not have to locate any more resources. He only had to refine that power, and likely level up from it. And it wasn't just his Dongxian Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra that would level up. Even his The Story of Genes might level up to become Duke. It had the possibility of even going further. General Ghost Bone was nice. It was a shame he died so early. It would have been perfect if he was able to tell me where the holy monument is. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen was thinking for a bit, and then, he opened his eyes. He saw Fox Queen standing in front of him. My dear, thank you so much, Han Sen coldly said, as he looked on Fox Queen. Now, his body was like Ghost Bone's. Fox Queen had not seen what had occurred inside the Sea of Soul, so she was not yet aware that he had died. Now he could disguise himself as General Ghost Bone, and in doing so, fool Fox Queen. Fox Queen looked at Han Sen and laughed, you look very evil. Ghost Bone, do you think I will help you? You locked me up here for 1 billion years, all to make me suffer. I have waited for this for so long. Now that you have a body and you cannot use your power for a while. You are just a duke, too, so the time has come for me to kill you. Han Sen was shocked. He did not expect this. He wanted to disguise himself as General Ghost Bone, also he could fool her. He thought he could get some secrets from her, too. He did not know this was going to happen. Fox Queen looked strange. The substance chain around her body was tangling her. Her white hair was waving and her fox tail was trembling. She was going to break the air. The chain and the shackles were full of a black smoke. 5 ghostly hands tried to hold onto Fox Queen's neck, wrists, and ankles. Fox Queen's substance chain blocked those black hands, though. The hands could not stop her. Fox Queen reached her hand out, and the substance chain was going right for Han Sr. Hang on. I am not General Ghostbone, I am San Mu. Han Sen quickly said. Maybe that trick might work on others, but it won't work on me. Fox Queen did not believe Han Sen, and the substance chain kept going for him. It was not going to relent. Fox Queen believed this was her only chance. Her body was tied up, and she had spent most of her power suppressing the metal chains. The actual power she could use was a very small amount to her total, and she needed to kill General Ghostbone while his body was still only a duke. If it was any later, she would not have that chance. Fox Queen had waited many years for this opportunity. Chapter 2252 I really am Sanmu. Han Sen quickly retreated, and he summoned his gold demon bug king by Sima to shield his exterior. Boom! The invisible substance chain came down upon the gold demon bug king by Sima. The by Sima kept trembling, and squeaky noises sounded loudly. It sounded as if it was going to break. Han Sen was shocked. Most of Fox Queen's power was being used in dampening the chain's restrictions on her. Even so, the demon bug king by Sima could not withstand a small amount of her total power. If she was to repeat that same action a few more times, she was sure to break it. A deified elite sure is scary. Just a little amount of power is able to beat any sort of creature. Han Sen was thinking about how he might escape this extremely difficult situation he had found himself in. Fox Queen was not surprised Han Sen had been able to block her first strike. She thought he was General Ghostbone, and so that was why she was not surprised he had managed to deflect the hit. The substance chain she slashed did not relent. It was like a chain that snared the demon bug king by Sima, and it tightened and tried to throttle it. Han Sen saw that the by Sima was flickering. A lot of its gold dust was being scraped away by the tightening noose. He frowned. Fox Queen, when I first came here, do you remember the first thing I said? Han Sen was talking with Fox Queen while he was still inside the by Sima. Ghostbone, save it. This is the day you die, Fox Queen coldly said. Han Sen quickly thought for a moment, and then said, what about the things we spoke about during our time in Whitebone Big Hell? Ghostbone could not have heard that, surely. You said my name of San Mu is bad. You said 1 wood was boring enough, and the fact that I have 3 wood makes me super boring. Fox Queen was shocked. She frowned and looked at Han Sen, and it seemed as if she was starting to believe his claims. General Ghostbone's will was destroyed by me. I was afraid you might want to enact revenge on me, and so that is why I initially maintained the disguise and pretended to be him. I am really not Ghostbone, Han Sen said. Fox Queen gazed at Han Sen for a while, and she then asked, what was the xenogenic you saw inside Whitebone Big Hell? Han Sen immediately described the face of the xenogenic. After Fox Queen heard what he said, she believed him even more. Fox Queen hesitated for a moment, and then she asked Han Sen, when you were brought here by Little Black, I did not talk to you. What did I say? You did talk to me. Han Sen thought, and then he said to her, come, Fox Queen, when hearing Han Sen, looked to be startled. The substance chain on the by Sima started to fade. Her eyes opened wide, and with a look of disbelief, she looked at Han Sr., you really are San Mu? I really am San Mu. I am not Ghostbone. How can I make you believe me? Han Sen felt as if he was going to cry. He should not have tried to disguise himself as General Ghostbone. He should have been honest with her. The way you think and speak is different, but Ghostbone is evil. Fox Queen was still a little hesitant to believe him. She did not believe Han Sen could overcome and destroy the will of General Ghostbone. General Ghostbone was of the top 10 generals of Sacred. Her and General Ghostbone were deified, but not even she could come close to defeating General Ghostbone. Han Sen was merely a duke. I really am San Mu. Han Sen felt bad. He did not know of a surefire way in which he could prove his identity to her. How did you destroy General Ghost Bone's will? Fox Queen looked at Han Sen and asked the question. Han Sen answered, I am talented. My willpower exceeds the willpower of deified elites. For General Ghost Bone to invade my will with his own was nothing more than a death wish I could grant. Fox Queen still did not believe it, and she looked at Han Senator. She knew General Ghost Bone well, and he really did not sound like him while speaking. Han Sen thought and said, even if General Ghost Bone overtook my body, he would not have access to my memories. It is possible. Consuming one's will and taking over their memories is not a difficult task for Ghost Bone, Fox Queen said. Han Sen stayed quiet. He could not explain this. Fox Queen suddenly smiled. It is easy to prove if you're Ghost Bone. Follow me to White Bone Big Hell and we will see. Why? Han Sen asked. Fox Queen smiled. The xenogenic in White Bone Big Hell is the product of a mistake on Ghost Bone's part. Ghost Bone did not know what was going on outside, and when he returned, it was only as a Ghost Bone mask. He never entered White Bone Big Hell again, and so he does not know there is a xenogenic inside. And that xenogenic was approved to be there by White Bone Big Hell. Ghost Bone used to be the boss in White Bone Big Hell, so, if you are Ghost Bone and you go to White Bone Big Hell, the xenogenic will sense your presence. It will fight you. White Bone Big Hell cannot have two leaders. I can try, Han Sen said. Fox Queen did not say much, and so she simply walked to the other side of the main hall. She used the key to open the hellish skeletal gate. Then, she brought Han Sen back to White Bone Big Hell. Han Sen stood atop the peak of White Bone Big Hell, and he did not feel anything special. Han Sen had been worried his Ghost Bone power would trigger White Bone Big Hell. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. Fox Queen kept staring at Han Sen, ready to kill him at a moment's notice. But when Han Sen entered, White Bone Big Hell did not have any reaction. The xenogenic did not come looking for Han Sen, and so this surprised her a good deal. You really are San Mu. Fox Queen started to properly believe Han Sen now. Sis, I really am San Mu. Han Sen presented her with a wry smile. Fox Queen brushed her hair and looked at Han Sen queerly. Ghost Bone would never believe he'd have been killed by a duke. Hearing her say that, Han Sen breathed a big sigh of relief. It seemed as if Fox Queen well and truly believed him. Fox Queen, Ghost Bone is dead. You and I have no grudge with each other, so there is no need for a fight. How about we search for a way in which we might be able to leave here? That way, you can go back to exploring the world, Han Sen said, while looking at Fox Queen. Fox Queen sighed. If I could break the lock, I would already be out. Why else would I be guarding here? You cannot leave this place alone. Maybe there will be the way with both of us. Tell me about the lock, and maybe I will have a way to break it. Han Sen wanted to keep Fox Queen, and he wanted to find out if there was a way to leave that place. That past month, Han Sen had spent time examining the restrictions and boundaries put upon the palace. He used his purple-eye butterfly to see things, but he did not find a way in which to break the restrictions. Now, things were different. Ghost Bone had used the rest of his power to give him a Ghost Bone body. Han Sen could now break the restrictions, he wagered. Chapter 2253 The hope to break what binds Ghost Bone's will had been destroyed by the black crystal armor. The Ghost Bone power was now left inside Han Sen's body, and although Han Sen could not make much use of it, his power was the same as that restrictive power. That provided him a new possibility. Han Sen needed to find a way in which he could break the restrictions, and by doing so, perhaps be able to escape that place. But with Fox Queen there, she would not allow him to go and try various methods willy-nilly. If it came to a fight, Han Sen would not be able to defeat her. So, he had to find a way in which he could pretend to be nice and then break the restrictions. These trappings are something that not even I am able to break. What makes you think you can do it? Fox Queen rolled her eyes at Hans Sr., but it is good that you can stay here. At least there will be someone here that can talk to me, and possibly prevent boredom settling in again. That sounds good. But no matter how pretty you are, it'll be boring after a while. I don't have the mood or want to stay with you explicitly, Hansen thought to himself. You cannot say that. Ghost Bone changed my body to a Ghost Bone body. But I can still make use of a Ghost Bone power. I think the restrictions that trap this place are associated with the Ghost Bone powers. It would not be impossible to break, Hansen said. Fox Queen looked rather bored now. The restrictions here aren't solely of Ghost Bone powers. Even if Ghost Bone was reborn, he would not be able to unlock them because he wasn't deified. That is especially true of you. Just stay with me here, and things will be fine. After that, Fox Queen returned to the palace. Hansen followed her back to the palace, too. It looked like the Fox Queen was not putting much stock in the prospect of escaping, and neither was she in much of a mood to talk about it. Hansen could only examine and analyze the restrictions of the palace alone. Hansen was not going to look at Fox Queen's restrictions just yet. Right now, he was examining the restrictions in the walls. If he was able to break them, Little Star could take him out of there. Using Dongxian aura to observe the restrictions in the wall, he noticed they were perfect. The substance chains were bound tight, and they had a strange formation. Even if he was to use Super Spank, Hansen's power would not be sufficient enough to break the chains. If that was in the past, Hansen would have no possible way of doing this. But now he had a Ghost Bone body. And on top of that, he had the Ghost Bone power of a deified being. It was not impossible. If Fox Queen was able to break one of the lines and let him slip through before, Hansen thought he could make a way out himself. Hansen used the purple-eye butterfly to check out the entire palace. He was trying to see how the palace was built and in what manner. The restrictions were not added separately. They were wound and built into the core of the construct itself. The stone of the palace was a part of the restrictions. Even Fox Queen herself was a part of that restriction. Unless the whole palace's restriction was wiped out, Fox Queen would never be able to leave. He wanted to break the palace's entire restriction, but by doing so, he would be challenging Fox Queen's own power. That was why she was not hoping to escape. General Ghost Bone was smart. He himself came up with the palace's design, and then went ahead to build it. The restrictions here are quite amazing, but it was all made through the Ghost Bone technique. Now that I have a Ghost Bone body, if I can identify a flaw in the construct, I might be able to escape, even if destroying the entire trappings will be difficult. Hansen continued his analysis of the palace. Suddenly, Hansen's heart jumped. In that palace that was full of restrictions, he did indeed manage to find a very small flaw. That should not have even been called a flaw. It was just a loose substance, but to Hansen it was a veritable hope. Where Hansen found it was near the fish statue near the pond. That was where he first entered the place from. If I have guessed correctly here, there is a flaw. And that is because Fox Queen kept using her power to force that precise spot open so the little beast can go in and out in the effort to lure other creatures here. Although Fox Queen's power was unable to break the restriction entirely, after a long period of getting ripped a bit, the substance chain there loosened. Now, Hansen had a way in which he could escape. On planet Ice Blue, a group of people were hiking deep into the mountains. If Hansen saw this, he would be quite surprised. And that was because all of Ice Blue Base's big characters were there. Mr. White, Crime, Ice Blue Knights, a few King-class Ice Blue Knights, Inspector Edward, and others. That team was the backbone of the Ice Blue Knights. Mr. White, with the amazing powers you have, not even you are able to deduce where Han Sen might have gotten to. The ice blue knight next to Edward coldly said. Mr. White would not lie, Crime madly responded. Mr. White waved his hand to stop Crime from speaking any further. He coldly said, my powers would not lead me astray, and all I can do is guess where he is right now. The only possibility of me not learning where he is because some strong power prevents me. All I can suggest is that we prepare to fight. And in that case, I suspect a big fight will ensue when we do find him. We will listen to all you tell us, Ice Blue Knight King quietly said. Edward stopped the Ice Blue Knight from talking. They followed Mr. White and continued their onwards march. The group of people were far in the mountains. Mr. White kept leading them all the while calculating something. Why do you keep walking around and around? Come and talk to me. Fox Queen was staring at Han Sen while she lay down on a jade bed speaking to him. I am looking for a way in which we can break the restrictions binding this place, so that we can leave. Han Sen knew he would not be able to hide it from her, and so he told her straight. Fox Queen, when hearing him, did not believe Han Sen could break the restrictions there. A night of fun is priceless. Stop wasting time and show some care to the people around you. Fox Queen's voice was layered in seduction, and she was like an enticing devil. Do the rest of the ghost bone masks have half-deified powers? Han Sen looked at the ghost bone masks in the side hall. Fox Queen smiled. Of course not. This is just where General Ghost Bone used to live. When he was here, they did have power. But now that his power inside your body, those masks are useless now. Han Sen had thought of a way in which he could leave, but he was still too weak. He could not punch through the restriction that had loosened, and so, he had to find a different way to accomplish that. Han Sen grabbed a mask, and indeed, there was no power. It was, however, very sturdy. Can you open White Bone Big Hell for me to have a look? Han Sen asked. Since the ghost bone masks were useless, Han Sen turned his mind to the Blood Kirin. If he was able to enlist its help, it would be far easier for them to leave. Why would you want to go in there? Fox Queen asked Han Sr. I want to see if I can tame it. If I gain its power, I might be able to break the trappings. Han Sen was honest, as that was exactly what he was thinking. Ah, okay. That is good thinking. Alright, you go do that. Fox Queen threw the black bone key that hung around her neck at Han Sen. Chapter 2254 Breakthrough. Han Sen was a duke and he wanted to tame that Blood Kirin. Fox Queen thought that was a ridiculous notion. The Blood Kirin was as exemplary as a king could be. It might not lose a fight against a half-deified being, even. And on top of that, it was the fostered son of White Bone Big Hell. That was its home turf, and that could see it buffed by belonging there. It was lucky that Han Sen was able to make use of that shield of his to stay alive, but Fox Queen thought it was an absolute joke that he wanted to try and tame the Blood Kirin. But since she had nothing else to do, it might have at least helped to stave off boredom for a little while. After Han Sen entered White Bone Big Hell again, he headed for the lotus-like mountaintop. If he did not have what it took to tame the Blood Kirin, he'd instead resort to practicing Bloodpulse Sutra, and at least bring it up to the rank of Duke. Then, he could use Jade Skin and Super Spank in the hopes that would be enough to break that chunk of the palace's trappings. Fox Queen was standing in front of the hellish skeletal gate. She was watching Han Sen's movement. Han Sen had a ghost bone body, and in the Blood Kirin's eye, that made him a perfect bevy of nutrients. Something interesting was sure to happen if the Blood Kirin sensed his coming. Just like Fox Queen thought, Han Sen was 50 miles away from the Lotus Peak when a roar sounded from his destination. A moment later, the Blood Kirin came down from the Lotus mountaintop with its red cloud. Its bloody eyes were staring right at Han Senator. Then, the creature leapt towards him with the sounding of a strange cry. Han Sen saw a red gust coming towards him like a bolt of lightning. That scary power came right before him, and he could not teleport. So, he summoned the gold demon bug king by Sima. Catcha! The blood Kirin's talons were carrying a red light, and they came down on the gold demon bug king by Sima. It left a few hefty scratch marks on its surface. It almost broke the Bysema completely, which gave Han Sen a bit of a shock. Without saying a word, Han Sen turned around and ran. The blood Kirin was stronger than Han Sen had believed it to be. Although it was king class, it was there in White Bone Big Hell. It was likely most half-deified beings would be unable to defeat it. Fox Queen watched Han Sen making use of his gold shield in his hasty retreat. She laughed. So, you still want to try and tame it, do you? Han Sen saw that the blood Kirin seemed to be afraid of Fox Queen, and thus, it quit its pursuit. He felt a great deal of relief. He put away the gold demon bug king by Sima and said, "Let me think of a better way." Fox Queen laughed. She returned to the palace, while Han Sen sat in front of the hellish skeletal gate. He thought about how he might deal with the blood Kirin. That blood Kirin was roaring at Han Sen from a great distance away. Its blood power was booming far and wide, while the crimson clouds grew deeper and darker in the skies. The downpour began to increase in volume. Han Sen sat there in the blood rain. He stared at the blood Kirin and frowned. He used purple-eyed butterflies' 4 pupils for examination, and in his eyes, the 4 images started to spin. The blood Kirin was very much like Ghost Bone. They were both born in White Bone Big Hell, but the blood Kirin was not one of the bone. Its powers were completely different to those of General Ghost Bone. The bone and their blood powers were different. It was impossible to use General Ghost Bone's power to tame the beast, and if he tried to do that, it would end up consumed. Han Sen could not think of a better way to accomplish that which he wished to. He sat on the peak and started to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra. If he was unable to tame the blood Kirin, then he would have to take that up to Duke in order to break the trappings of the palace. Han Sen's body had so much deified ghost bone power still in it. Han Sen used Blood Pulse Sutra to refine it slowly, so he could extend the practice of Blood Pulse Sutra. Deified powers were very thick. Just a little power would enable Han Sen to practice all day. It made the Blood Pulse Sutra swiftly improve, as well. It made Han Sen believe that General Ghost Bone was almost a good person. Fox Queen went to visit Han Sen a number of times in an attempt to seduce him, but Han Sen never said a word to her. It made her feel as bored as ever, and her visits reduced in frequency. Fox Queen liked it when people were clean. A place like White Bone Big Hell was not somewhere she was fond of. Han Sen was sitting atop the peak practicing Blood Pulse Sutra. Whenever that blood Kirin came out to absorb the blood bone air, it would roar at Han Senator, but it was also scared of something. It would never attempt to go near the hellish skeletal gate. Again, it would just roar at Han Sen, and that was it. After a long amount of time went by, the blood Kirin would occasionally take to coming a bit closer to watch. It had at the very least stopped roaring at Han Senator. With the deified power's help, the Blood Pulse Sutra's growth came quickly. When Han Sen studied the Blood Pulse Sutra, the blood pulse power was all over him. The blood would start to melt like the sea, and the ghost bone body would even have a layer of blood light. I wonder what element it is, when Blood Pulse Sutra becomes Duke. It cannot be an element to make babies. Han Sen thought about the Blood Pulse Sutra's possible element and he felt strangely. He thought Blood Pulse Sutra's element would be more suitable for a woman. A big man should not have been learning a technique that was designed for making babies. That made no sense. But the Blood Pulse Sutra did have many benefits. It always made Han Sen want to stay and not give up. After almost a month went by, Han Sen had already managed to absorb 5% of the ghost bone power. And it was around that time when Han Sen's Blood Pulse Sutra started to break through to the Duke class. I hope when Blood Pulse Sutra reached Duke class it will have an element in which I can fight with, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen ran the Blood Pulse Sutra again, and then, a red air appeared everywhere. It made Han Sen's cheeks look very rosy in color. That red color eventually covered him all, and had him look like a red statue. That blood Kirin somehow inched its way atop the peak. It stared at Han Sen practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra, and the look inside its bloody eyes was a very strange one. The blood Kirin usually appeared after the rainy blood had subsided, but the blood rain had not begun right now. It was not yet active. And with it there, staring at Han Sen, it was difficult to determine what it wanted. Han Sen had not noticed, and this was his most important moment in breaking through with the Blood Pulse Sutra. He did not have the time to concern himself with something else. The blood Kirin was scared of Fox Queen, and that is why it did not wish to get close to the hellish skeletal gate. But today, it was behaving differently. It may have still been a little hesitant too, but it walked around the peak while staring at the blood-air-looking Han Senator. It gritted its teeth and then walked towards the mountain where the hellish skeletal gate was. The blood Kirin used to be cruel, but now, it was approaching the white bone as if it was sneaking. It headed towards the peak, without the intent of alerting Han Senator. Han Sen's body became a blood crystal. It was the important moment now, which would see him become a duke. The ghost bone power kept getting refined, and it was turning into a strong blood power. It made his body's blood power get stronger. It was like an endless tsunami striking the end. Chapter 2255 Blood Pulse Level Up. Although he was leveling up, the blood Kirin was still being very careful in its approach. Even so, Han Sen was able to detect its coming. Consequent ally, Han Sen looked cold. He wondered whether or not he should summon the Demon Bug King by Sima and holler for Fox Queen. The reason for Han Sen leveling up there, instead of the palace, was because he did not actually want Fox Queen to see him ascend in rank. He did not think the blood Kirin would dare get so close, due to the current time not being the usual time it would emerge from the Lotus Mountaintop. So right now, it was likely not a dangerous time. But the blood Kirin had indeed emerged, and it had bravely made the climb there. Observing it be all sneaky, though, Han Sen chose not to do anything. He remained still in his inspection of it. The blood Kirin was being more careful the closer to the peak it got. It looked terrified. When it was only a few hundred meters away, the blood Kirin took cover behind a rock. It peeked at Han Sen, but it did not come any closer. Han Sen kept up the process of leveling up to Duke, all the while watching that blood Kirin. If it did something, he really would have to call for Fox Queen and make use of his Demon Bug King by Sima. But all the blood Kirin did was watch. It kept looking Han Sen's way, but it did not approach. Han Sen believed it was too afraid, and so, he kept his focus on the leveling up process. The blood inside him was boiling and his heart thumped like thunder. It was like a machine. His heartbeat was throbbing like a drum. When the heart pumped, it made the blood inside him spin. The temperature of his blood rose. Seeing it reach a critical point, Han Sen did not have the time to watch the blood Kirin. So, he summoned his Demon Bug King by Sima to commit to the final push. Han Sen was like a blood man. The blood seeped out of his skin, spreading all over. It hardened to create layers of blood crystals. That was not because something awry had happened with Han Sen's leveling up process. The blood that was coming out was like the skin of a snake. It was him releasing his old blood, to be replaced by a newer blood that possessed a strange power. When the blood was exchanged, that power inside him increased. The body was wrapped up in that old blood, and it made Han Sen look like a bloodstone. He sat where he was, unmoving. His body was drowning in an ecstatic feeling. Leveling up his Blood Pulse Sutra to the rank of Duke was a smooth and prolonged process. It was not a sudden change. The blood, from being Marquise, became Duke. And eventually, the leveling up process was over. And Han Sen was now Duke again. Han Sen came out from an empty mind. His face felt wet. He opened his eyes and he was shocked. He saw a red tongue lick his face. The blood Kirin was there. How did it come inside? The demon bug king by Sima did not work. Han Sen was shocked, and so he stumbled back. But that Kirin followed him. It remained next to him, as Han Sen's speed was slower than it. The blood Kirin did not release any power, though. Again, it just licked Han Sen with its tongue. Han Sen was terrified, and he realized the blood Kirin was licking his old blood. Han Sen stood where he was, afraid of inciting the blood Kirin's wrath. It was so close, and if it was made angry, then Han Sen would have no chance of escaping. He would have to make use of his super god spirit mode. Luckily, the Kirin did not have ire. It only wished to lick Han Senator. It licked away the old blood that was around his body, and it looked as if it was enjoying it. It was as if it was eating an ice cream. This guy likes blood. It's not going to finish drinking my old blood and then develop a hankering for my new blood, is it? Han Sen thought to himself, as he eyed the demon bug king by Sima. The demon bug king by Sima was not broken, but Han Sen expected that. If the demon bug king by Sima had been attacked, Han Sen would have noticed. It would not have just allowed the blood Kirin to rush right in. Now, the demon bug king by Sima was in perfect condition, and yet, the blood Kirin was inside it. That confused Han Senator. Ever since Han Sen possessed the demon bug king by Sima, he had never before encountered an opposing power that could breach the item's shield without actually breaking through. Not even Little Star's star sea travel could work against it. While Han Sen was thinking about this, the blood Kirin finished licking up all his old blood. It then stared at Han Sen while it licked its lips. Eating all my old blood, and then wanting some fresh blood, too, huh? Han Sen gathered his strength and readied himself for a fight. But all the blood Kirin did was look at him. Eventually, it turned around and returned to the Lotus Mountain. Han Sen froze and thought to himself, what is wrong with that guy? After the blood rain was gone, Han Sen did not see the blood Kirin appear again. That made Han Sen think it to be very strange. It was no longer absorbing blood and bone airs. Did my old blood fill it up? Han Sen wondered. Over the next few days, Han Sen did not see the blood Kirin again. But he did not care much for its absence. Even with the Blood Pulse Sutra becoming Duke, Han Sen did not think he would be able to defeat the blood Kirin in combat whilst in White Bone Big Hell. And Han Sen had yet to figure out how the blood Kirin had managed to get through his demon bug king by Sima. After Han Sen investigated the Duke class Blood Pulse Sutra, he wanted to learn what element it was associated with. And he wanted to know if his dual element ability could bypass its restrictions. After opening the Blood Pulse Sutra's element, Han Sen's fitness was greatly increased. It was not as effective as Jade Skin, but it was not all bad. Aside from that, there was nothing else special about it. And that factoid depressed Han Sen a little. He felt that the Blood Pulse Sutra possessed a strange power, but he could not make use of it because he did not know how to make use of it. It was like a human's organ. Humans now knew where they were and what they did, but before technology had been developed, they did not know what they did. This power will not only be available for the children, will it? Han Sen felt depressed, and so he decided to ask the members of Blood Legion and learn more about what Blood Pulse Sutra. It would be a waste to reserve it only for the act of making babies. Jade Skin and Blood Pulse Sutra's two elements were both quite strong. Han Sen calculated he had a chance to break the restrictions. But to ensure it would work, Han Sen decided to help Little Angel become Duke first. With Little Angel's power, it should go swimmingly. Han Sen's body was imbued with a lot of ghost bone power, and if he was to give some to Little Angel, it would be far easier for her to become Duke. But while Han Sen was in the midst of doing that, he realized Little Angel went against the ghost bone power. She was unable to absorb it. Han Sen had just remembered that Little Angel was associated with a holy element. Ghost bone powers seemed to be afraid of light or something like that, as those two powers did not connect. There was nothing too unusual about Little Angel being unable to absorb that stuff. In that case, there is only one thing to try. Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes are difficult to level up, and even with the ghost bone powers here, bringing them up to Duke won't be something that can be achieved in a short amount of time. Han Sen was thinking about how he might be able to break the trappings of the palace and get out. It was then that the blood Kirin came running out the mountain. Han Sen did not realize it, at first, as it always used to keep running out. It was something that Han Sen had gotten used to. But now that he took a look, he was given a shock. That blood Kirin's body was demonstrating some new changes this time. It was the size of a bull previously, but it was smaller now. Now it was the size of an adult lion. Its scales were like jade. Its colors that were previously dark red were now bright red. The horns on its head were also transparent now, too. As Han Sen was looking at the blood Kirin, he thought something about the guy had changed. He couldn't tell what had changed, though. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, that blood Kirin came running to the foothills of that mountain. It looked up at Han Sen, and in its mouth, it was holding something. Han Sen looked closer, and he noticed it was a red vine. The vine was holding a fruit on it. It was similar to a pear and it was around the size of a fist. The body of the fruit was red, but you could see its core in its center. The blood Kirin tossed the vine and shouted at Han Senator. It used its legs to nudge the vine towards Han Senator. What it was doing was obvious. Han Sen was shocked, and so he thought, is this guy feeling grateful about being allowed to drink my blood? Is he giving me this pear as some form of payment? Seeing Han Sen not make a move, the blood Kirin shouted at Han Sen again. And once more, it pushed the vine forward. Then, it took a step back and shouted at Han Senator. It was as if it was telling Han Sen that there was no need for him to be afraid. Han Sen was not afraid. He walked down the mountain and picked up the vine. The blood Kirin, when he saw him pick up the vine, turned around and ran back towards the Lotus Mountain. Han Sen could feel the blood pear possess a strong life force. It was certainly not something common, but his body had a lot of ghost bone power inside it already. It would be a waste to consume more nutrients before the former had been refined. Han Sen let Bauer out, and he decided to give her the pear. Bauer looked very happy receiving it, and she picked the pear off of the vine. But strangely, when the pear left the vine, the blood vine became blood. It just vaporized. Seeing Bauer bite into the pear, the juice went everywhere. The sweetness that permeated the air smelled so good. And that life force was bursting out everywhere. I do not know what kind of fruit that is. Pears should grow on a tree, but that was growing on a vine. It should be a different species, Han Sen thought to himself. Bauer ate the pear, but there were no changes to her. She was still the same as usual. When she grew to her form of around a 5 or a 6-year-old child, her growth had come to a standstill. She had not continued to grow. That made Han Sen wonder whether or not Bauer would require an extra gourd if she was to grow up further. Han Sen returned Bauer to Destiny's Tower, even though she was not fond of the place. Han Sen returned to the palace. He wanted to investigate the weakness of the trappings, and gauge whether or not he was strong enough to break it yet. If what he tried did not work, then Fox Queen would grow suspicious. That would mean he would be unable to escape there. I do not know what you men think of all day long. Is practicing more fun than playing with a pretty woman? Fox Queen's body was spread out across the jade bed. Her eyes were staring at Han Sen in a seductive manner. The entire time he had been there, Fox Queen had used all manners of tricks to try and seduce Han Senator. It was fun, but Han Sen never acted on anything. That just annoyed her. She was a deified fox. She had a talent when it came to luring others, and countless amounts of deified men had been forced to kneel beneath her skirt. Han Sen did not do anything with her, though, and that was something of an insult. So, Fox Queen used all her skill to deliberately seduce Han Senator, but even so, nothing she tried worked. That surprised Fox Queen. If a deified man would manage to not fall for her charms, then that was okay and rather expected. But Han Sen was only a duke. It was very surprising that he did not do anything, and it altered her perception of him. It is no wonder he was able to destroy Ghost Bone's will. He is remarkably talented. His will must be as strong as a deified elite for sure. Fox Queen started to admire Han Senator, but that did not mean she would stop trying to seduce Han Senator. Being imprisoned for so long was a very boring and lonely thing. She had just found a toy to play with, so she was not going to give it up so easily. Fox Queen was not someone who did not have any patience. So, she had been watching Han Sen with the determination to find out what sort of woman Han Sen liked. But sadly, what made Fox Queen so upset was that Han Sen was not a picky man. Fox Queen tried to approach Han Sen with every type of woman, and she was easily seen through. Han Sen admired her, but it was a different type of admiration. That is what made Fox Queen feel so strange. With her experience, she knew those type of men were the easiest to seduce. But Han Sen could withstand her seductive ways, and it was rather confusing. Fox Queen was not going to give up, though. And that was mainly due to the fact it was so boring otherwise. And she wanted her deified pride back. So, Fox Queen prepared Han Sen a large meal. Han Sen looked around and saw the mouth of the fish statue, where the water was coming out from. That seemed to the most likely way of exiting. If Han Sen did not look at there, Fox Queen would not have grown suspicious. Han Sen kept looking, though, and he said, "Have you not heard of that old saying?" "What old saying?" Fox Queen toned her voice with a sultry drawl. "Life is precious, and love is even more valuable. If we died for freedom, both of them would be lost. Now that I do not have freedom, how can I think of anything else?" Han Sen sighed. "You are such a wood. Have you not heard of the saying, life is short, and so you should have as much fun as you can?" Fox Queen spoke with a lustful voice. "I have." Han Sen looked at Fox Queen, but the look he saw froze him. Fox Queen's big, black and white eyes were extremely attractive. It looked as if there was a power inside them. They made Han Sen lose his focus, and he suddenly found himself attracted to her via the eyes. Chapter 2257 Stunning Soul-Taking Eye. The stunning soul-taking eye was the highest class Geno art that the foxes possessed, and learning the skill required the talents of a fox's eyes. 1,000 different people could be polled on a single subject, and they would most likely give 1,000 different responses. Everyone's interests, opinions, and desires were unique. So, it was all very possible for certain people to fall in love with people that others would deem to be ugly. For both men and women, love at first sight was a very important concept. When a fox made use of the stunning soul-taking eye, it would allow the fox to capture the desires of their target. They would look perfect in the eyes of their prey, like a dream come true. So, no matter what Fox Queen did, her target would believe her to be absolutely perfect. Every movement was soul-snaring, too alluring to be denied or escaped from. The amazing thing was that the skill wouldn't deprive the target of their will. The target simply became captivated by the woman they saw. It was the woman of the target's dreams, after all. Han Sen stared at Fox Queen in surprise. Today, Fox Queen was looking exceptionally beautiful. But at the same time, she looked the same as she always did. Her eyes had just become intoxicating, and her beauty was making it difficult to breathe. "Today, you look remarkably special." As Han Sen looked at Fox Queen, his expression softened. What would you say is remarkably special? Fox Queen smiled. Han Sen smiled back, his cheeks coloring slightly as he did so. His eyes brightened. Very beautiful, Han Sen managed to say, after a moment of thought. He couldn't think of an adequate way to describe the beauty of Fox Queen right now, and so that was all he could fumble out. Was I not beautiful prior to this? Fox Queen spoke evilly. You were always pretty, but today you look extra beautiful. There is something different. As Han Sen spoke, he looked very nervous. It was like he had been thrust back to his days of first love. The first time he spoke to the girl he had a crush on. It was a feeling that made his heart pound. It was so strong, like his heart was actually trying to leap out of his chest. Do you like how I look right now? Fox Queen asked, as she stared right at Han Sr. I like it. Han Sen gulped. Then why are you still standing there? Fox Queen turned her body to lay on her side, and as she did, she loosened her robe. She revealed her soft shoulders and delicate legs. Han Sen's face was extremely red. He didn't know where to place his eyes or his hands. Fox Queen took deep, satisfied breaths, and she thought to herself, no matter how strong your will is, beneath my stunning soul-taking eye, you won't even be able to resist the temptation to suck my toes. Han Sen seemed as shy as a nervous virgin, and Fox Queen stood up and walked before him. She raised his hands and brought them up to brush the soft skin of her face. She rubbed her face against Han Sen's hands, and stared at the man lasciviously. Although Fox Queen did not say anything out loud, her eyes spoke on her behalf. If Han Sen's face got any redder, it was going to start bleeding. He mustered the courage to hold her stunning face with 2 hands. He nibbled his lips. It looked as if he greatly desired to kiss her, but he did not dare to. Fox Queen closed her eyes and raised her pretty face, like a princess waiting for her prince. That pretty face now seemed to suggest that Han Sen could do anything he wished to. Feeling Han Sen's deep breathing and hot body, Fox Queen felt as cocky as she did disappointed. She had beaten Han Sen so quickly, and the interest she had in him seemed to evaporate. Fox Queen was thinking of new ways in which she could play with him when he fell fully under her spell. She wanted to see what ways she could make him suffer for her. Maybe I'll tie him up when he loses control. That would be an interesting sight, Fox Queen thought, but Han Sen's lips were yet to come up to hers. Pang! Fox Queen heard a loud noise. And then, Han Sen's presence just disappeared from right in front of her. She was so shocked that she had no idea what had just happened. And then, she understood. She opened her eyes and peered at the fish statue. The bindings of the palace were weakened there, and Han Sen and Little Star had slipped right through that tiny gap. He ran. I can't believe he actually ran. Fox Queen stood where she was, completely frozen in place. She couldn't believe Han Sen had actually fled. Fox Queen hadn't believed that Han Sen had even a tiny chance of breaking through the walls of the palace, and the way that Han Sen had shrugged off her stunning soul-taking eye was inconceivable. When she realized what had just happened, her face darkened with fury. She had just been manipulated. A deified fox had just been played by a duke. Fox Queen wanted to take her anger out on him, but she was unable to. Han Sen had already fled. Even swearing revenge would be utterly pointless, since she still had no way of escaping her cage. Han Sen combined himself with Little Angel, and after summoning the powers of Jade Skin and the Blood Pulse Sutra, he used Super Spank to strike the mouth of the fish. The loosened restriction was widened more and more. He mounted Little Star and escaped the palace right through its mouth. He moved fast, and he didn't dare to slow down. It was his best chance to escape. Fox Queen believed him to be under her spell, so she couldn't react in time to prevent him from leaving. And just as Han Sen thought, it played out all too smoothly. He almost struggled to believe it had worked out so well. I left. It is great to have a beautiful woman with you, but I could not stay there forever. Han Sen rode Little Star and traveled through the stone. He felt so happy that he started to sing songs. He thought to himself, I am so talented. I could totally have become an actor. If I ever planned to make a movie, Little Lee would have to work for an additional 50 years to become worthy of my film. Han Sen allowed Little Star to follow the metal pipe out. He would return to the underground cave system before thinking about what to do next. Quickly, Little Star took Han Sen back to the underground river. Little Star deactivated its Star-Sea travel ability, and its body regained its corporeal form. Han Sen continued to sit comfortably on its back as it swam toward the surface of the river. Little Star brought Han Sen out of the underground river with a splash, and they floated along the surface. Han Sen sighed. He looked around, and he froze. Ice Blue Night King, Crime, Mr. White, Edward, and others were standing on the shore not too far away. Their mouths hung open as they stared at Han Sen, who was still dripping with water. They all looked at each other for 3 seconds. It was very quiet, and there was only the sound of the river water to be heard. It was like time was standing still. Chapter 2258 Back to the Stone Hall *T. Why are they here? Han Sen reacted immediately, directing Little Star to dive back into the dark river. Before Little Star escaped beneath the dark waters, Han Sen felt a frightening wash of power come for him. Within 1 second, the river was vaporized into nothing. Han Sen summoned his demon bug king by Sima to block that frightening attack, but the shield was damaged so much that it cracked. It was on the precipice of shattering completely. Fortunately, Edward didn't really want to kill Han Sen until they knew if he was carrying the relic. If they killed him right where he was, and he didn't have the relic on him, there was a chance they'd never find it. If they had simply wanted him dead, then the demon bug king by Sima wouldn't have been able to survive their attack. It would have broken. Even so, the demon bug king by Sima could no longer be used. So, Han Sen put it back in his Sea of Soul. After Han Sen blocked the initial attack, Little Star ran into the stone to try to escape. But that stone wasn't enough to stop Edward. A scary power enveloped him, and the rocks were torn asunder in a path that extended 1,000 meters ahead. Crime ran forward as well, waving his fists. Han Sen guided Little Star onto a different route. It looked like their pursuers had enough power to accomplish anything. The underground rocks were like bubbles to them. One punch could cleave 1,000-meter trench through the stone. Wherever Han Sen went, they could catch up with him quickly. It was like they had placed a tracking device on Han Senator. Even though he and Little Star were keeping ahead of them, he could never truly shake their hot-heeled pursuit. Han Sen, this matter doesn't concern you. Give me the item, and you can be allowed to live, Mr. White said. The item is mine. Why do I have to give it to you? Han Sen asked as he continued his flight. The stone plate was not theirs by any right, so Han Sen had no plans of returning it to them, not in the least. You don't have the option of keeping the item. If you want to live, you have to give it up. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die because of it? Ice Blue Night King said. I want to live, but I also want the item, Han Sen said. Because Edward wasn't willing to send a lethal strike after Han Sen, the rocks were still shielding him adequately. So, Han Sen could evade capture for the time being. But he couldn't keep running like that forever. Han Sen gritted his teeth and let Little Star take him back to the palace. Fox Queen was so angry. She was still grinding her teeth when she suddenly heard a loud noise. She turned to see Han Sen and Little Star bursting back out of the fish's mouth. Han Sen looked at Fox Queen, who was just gazing back at him. He smiled awkwardly. Pretty lady, I have been thinking. I miss you so much, I couldn't help but return. When Fox Queen saw him, a frown crossed her face. It was as if she was trying to hear something, but she eventually squinted and smiled back at Hans Sr. It looks like you have offended many people. They are already right outside the palace. And they are certainly quite strong. Those are not of any importance. You can feel free to ignore those guys. They cannot break through the restrictions of this place, anyway. Pretty lady, should we carry on with our kissing game? Han Sen said with a cough. I don't want to play it now. I want to play something more exciting. Fox Queen waved her hand, and invisible cords of power lashed around Han Sen and Little Star. She hung them from one of the high beams of the palace, upside down. Fox Queen gripped a whip and approached the hanging Han Sen and Little Star. She stroked Han Sen's cheek and smiled. You gave me a big surprise earlier. How should I repay you? After that, Fox Queen raised her little whip. Han Sen hastily pled, Don't do it, pretty lady. We should talk. I only want to do this. I don't want to talk. Fox Queen's pretty face looked cold. She used to be so strong in the Geno universe. She had been known as a powerful negotiator, and even negotiating with deified elites didn't put her at a disadvantage. She absolutely hated Han Sen, and she now wanted to teach him a lesson more than ever. As they spoke, Fox Queen raised the whip in her hands. She wanted to give him a deep lesson to vent some of her frustration. Pretty lady. Let us strike a bargain. I will help you escape this place, and then there will be no reason for a grudge between us, Han Sen quickly said. Fox Queen was shocked. She would have rolled her eyes if Han Sen had made this offer before, but he had just proven his ability to escape the palace. Now, she was starting to believe him. Are you playing games with me again? Fox Queen smiled, but her eyes looked frighteningly cold. If I lie to you, big sister, I will go straight down to hell, Han Sen frantically swore. Fox Queen smiled, and she brushed Han Sen's cheek and said, Such a good brother, always happy to give me surprises. How could I possibly let you die? After that, Fox Queen's smile turned cruel. The whip in her hand straightened like a spike. And then, Fox Queen used it to stab. The spiky whip pierced through Han Sen's pants, almost catching the family jewels as it went through. It slammed into the wall behind Han Sen, and the lower half of his body turned to ice. If you lie to me again, I am going to make a eunuch out of you. Fox Queen grunted coldly, then returned to the jade bed. She settled herself and looked at Han Sr. Tell me, how are you going to help me escape? What is this place? Edward looked at the wall in wonder. They had chased Han Sen deeper and deeper into the planet, clearing away the rocks as they went. But once they reached that point, they were unable to break the stone anymore. Even Ice Blue Night King's power could only trigger small puffs of black air. The stone wall could not be damaged. Edward began destroying all the stone that he could still break, and they quickly realized that it was an underground stone palace. Even their combined powers couldn't harm it. I believe that Han Sen is hiding inside this stone palace. That is why my power is unable to tell us where he is, Mr. White said, as he stared at the stone palace. Mr. White, is there a way we can gain access to the stone palace? Edward asked politely. I'm not very good with things like this. You would have a better chance of breaking through than I would. Mr. White shook his head. I don't know who constructed this stone palace, but even our own power isn't enough to break through its perimeter. One thing is for sure, though, whoever built it must have been a deified elite, Ice Blue Night King said. Opening the palace with brute force is impossible. If we dig up the entire stone palace, we might be able to find an entrance, though, Edward quietly said. They had no choice. If they were to find an entrance, they had to dig up the entire palace. Han Sen had only come in and out of the palace via the waterway. He didn't know where the main entrance was either. General Ghostbone was too devious. He integrated your body into the prison's structure. If I fully broke down the walls of the palace, I would have to destroy your body as well. Breaking the restrictions would kill you. Han Sen looked at Fox Queen seriously. Keep going. Fox Queen, hearing Han Sen say this, believed him even more. If her powers truly were woven into the palace, then they would have to be very careful as they attempted to escape. A single wrong move could have devastating consequences for her. Pretty big sister, can we talk more freely? Han Sen asked, nodding to the cords that bound him. Fox Queen huffed and released the power binding Han Senator. He was a free man again. Little Star was still hanging upside down with wide eyes. It looked like the creature was going to cry. If Little Star did something wrong, I will correct him. Please let him go, pretty big sister, Han Sen quickly said. Fox Queen rolled her eyes at Han Sen, but she still complied and brought Little Star down. When Little Star was free, he ran behind Han Sen and refused to reveal himself. He was obviously scared of Fox Queen. Han Sen sighed and went on to say, breaking out of here without injuring you will be difficult. Even a deified elite might not be able to break the restrictions without bringing you an ounce of harm. Skip to the chase, Fox Queen said in annoyance. Han Sen smiled and said, fortunately, I am good with matters that require such skills. I'm confident that I can take you out of this place safely. But I am just a duke, and I am weak. The entire process will be rather complicated, and it cannot be done in any short amount of time. When Fox Queen remained silent, Han Sen coughed and said, but if you are willing to cooperate with me, I believe the process can be sped up. What are you asking me to do? Fox Queen gazed at Han Sen with absolute mistrust. You are a part of this prison, so you can control a smidgen of it, can't you? We should start from the section you are able to control. We can use that weakness to pull you away from the core. If we succeed in separating you from the main structure, then even your power will be able to break the restrictions, Han Sen said. Sure, Fox Queen said. But there is one thing I need to ask you, Han Sen added. Fox Queen knew what he wanted, and so she told him directly, if you can free me, I will help you get rid of those guys hounding you outside. Thank you so much, sister. Han Sen looked happy, but he didn't actually have much confidence in the plan. Han Sen had asked Fox Queen to continue stretching the loosened section of their prison to stall her. It also allowed Han Sen to understand the palace on a deeper level. Han Sen gave Fox Queen a steady supply of work to keep her occupied, but taking her out of the prison really wouldn't be easy. He focused less on the efficacy of the plan, and more on keeping her distracted. Now that Han Sen was temporarily safe, he thought about how he might escape. He was surrounded by terrifying enemies. If he was a king-class elite, perhaps he could fight his way out. But for now, he could only hold on. The stone plate connects with the sacred leader's relic. Perhaps it will come in useful when I seek to rescue Little Flower. I can't let Edward get his hands on it. Han Sen made his mind up, deciding to go after the sacred leader's relic no matter what it took. But right now, he couldn't get out. And he had no idea where the monument was supposed to be. It wouldn't be easy to claim the sacred leader's relic, that was for sure. Pretty big sister, why did Ghostbone erect this palace here? Is there a reason why this place was chosen? Han Sen was hoping to glean some information about where the holy monument might lay. Fox Queen was General Ghostbone's wife, so there was a chance she knew a thing or two. Fox Queen shrugged. I know he made a big mistake, and Sacred Leader sent him here to explore. I don't know anything else. That means you think there was some contention between them. Han Sen could hear Fox Queen's concern behind her words. Fox Queen had been locked away for so long, and her boredom had grown to immense proportions. She seemed to like having someone to talk to, so she went on to say, General Ghostbone looked murderous, but he was incredibly loyal to Sacred Leader. He was practically his right-hand man. How could he make a mistake that would force him to come to this sort of place? Something else must have been happening behind the scenes, but General Ghostbone was a quiet man. He never really told me what he was doing here. Hansen couldn't tell if Fox Queen really was clueless or if she was just pretending to be. He thought for a moment, then said, I found a place called Ghostbone Town out in a desert. Is that where he lived? Fox Queen frowned. After General Ghostbone came to live here, he didn't build homes anywhere else. Why would there be a Ghostbone Town? Tell me what the place looked like. Hansen told her about the town he had discovered, but he didn't say anything about how it was in disarray. When Fox Queen heard Hansen's description, the expression on her face morphed through a variety of emotions. After a while, she said, I see. I see. What are you thinking? Hansen asked. Fox Queen smiled. If I am guessing things correctly, the town you found was actually a haven for the Sacred Leader. Ghostbone Town was just an outpost. No wonder he was there. What is that place? Hansen was so happy. He was finally getting to the meat of these mysteries. Fox Queen considered his question. You told me that Sacred was destroyed a long time ago, so talking about it shouldn't matter anymore. If the Sacred Leader was still around, would not dare speak. After a lengthy pause, she went on to say, the Sacred Leader led the sacred. He beat every being that came against him, and he almost became the king of the entire Geno universe. But every creature has a lifespan, and that law even applied to someone as powerful as the Sacred Leader. No one is able to fight time, and death finds us all one day. That powerful man didn't want to die like everyone else, though. And so, he sought to live forever. In the pursuit of immortality, Sacred Leader conducted many tests. I know there were at least 100 of them. Fox Queen seemed to be struggling to remember. I was Ghostbone's wife, and Ghostbone was the Sacred Leader's most trusted right hand. I learned a bit about all this from Ghostbone, and although I was told little, I could tell that the leader was ambitious. He sent people to the disaster on planet Yuenli, the strange thing in buried Dragon Valley, the holy spirits in the sanctuaries, and the demigod space. They were searching for the key to immortality, all because of Sacred Leader. The holy spirits in the sanctuaries. What are those? Hansen's heart almost leaped out of his chest, but he forced himself to look merely curious. I don't know much of the details, as it's only something I heard Ghostbone say. In Sacred, there is a strange xenogenic space they called the sanctuaries. The leader tried to research the undying spirits there, Fox Queen said after some thought. Spirits? Hansen thought, his heart trembling. If the sanctuaries that Fox Queen mentioned are the sanctuaries that I came from, then the undying spirits she mentioned might be the spirits that I'm familiar with. Only the spirits in the sanctuaries are capable of living forever. If they are killed, they can always respawn at their spirit stone. As long as the spirit stone remains intact, they can live forever. Hansen believed those spirits were the spirits that the Sacred Leader had researched. When Hansen considered this research, he thought of two distinct possibilities. One possibility was that the Sacred Leader was merely researching their means of living forever. The other was that the spirits were actually products of that research, created by the Sacred Leader himself. Regardless of which explanation was true, the Sacred Leader's research ultimately failed. Otherwise, he would not have died. Xie Qing King was one of the spirits that Hansen had known longest. In the sanctuaries, he could never die. Hansen had once asked Xie Qing King about this, and he was told that when the spirit entered the Alliance's universe, he became disconnected from the spirit stone. Xie Qing King believed that if he died now, he could never come back. Han Sen wanted to ask Fox Queen more about the sanctuaries, but that was all she knew. She had learned most of what she knew by overhearing General Ghost Bone's musings. Han Sen regretted having killed General Ghost Bone so easily. If he had been able to speak further with the ancient elite, there was the chance that the man might have answered many of Han Sen's questions. But the black crystal's power was beyond Han Sen's control. General Ghost Bone had acted rashly, and at the end of the day, Han Sen wasn't the one to blame. They lapsed into silence for a while before Fox Queen said, "I would guess that the Ghost Bone town you saw was the haven of the sacred leader. The place was probably named Ghost Bone Town to disguise its true purpose." What is a haven, exactly? Han Sen had heard the term mentioned many times, but he was unclear about what it actually meant. Fox Queen replied slowly, "The idea is a little complicated, as it can be used for many different situations. Simply put, the sacred leader found a way in which he might live forever. But he hadn't developed it enough to be usable. It was something that would require some time. But I didn't see anything special in that town except for a broken pool," Han Sen said. Fox Queen smiled and said, "It was a secret project. Do you really think it would be so easy to find? The town was probably just some facade or entranceway to the Real Haven. There might have been an item there that would allow you to access the haven. You might have to search the place more thoroughly." What Fox Queen said doesn't match up with what General Ghost Bone told me. He said that the holy monument lies someplace else, Han Sen thought. Then he asked, "But I saw General Ghost Bone's statue there, and it was merely guarding the gate. There was another statue inside. Was that the sacred leader?" Han Sen described the human emperor statue once, and then he waited for Fox Queen's answer. Fox Queen shook her head. "To be honest with you, I never saw the sacred leader. I'm afraid that not even all of the top 10 generals were permitted to see what the sacred leader actually looked like." "How is that possible?" Han Sen looked at Fox Queen in disbelief. "It's not that strange, really. The sacred leader was always clad in armor that hid his face. No one even knew if the sacred leader was a man or a woman. All I know is that his shape wasn't too different from yours or mine. But that was just the shape that could be discerned through his armor, after all. With his strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to change his body or even reshape his genes," Fox Queen said. There was little more that Fox Queen could tell him. Although she wanted to continue the conversation, she didn't actually know very much. She could only relay the offhand comments and casual references that she remembered from her time with General Ghost Bone. Han Sen examined the chains that held Fox Queen. When he needed a break, he went to White Bone Hell to practice. He used the story of genes to refine the Ghost Bone power. Han Sen put off practicing his Dongxian Sutra for the moment, as the story of genes required non-native power, and that was what he currently had. The blood Kirin, when it noticed Han Sen's return, immediately emerged from the Lotus Mountain. It grabbed another one of those blood pairs and came running over to Han. Senator Han Sen tried to get closer to the blood Kirin, as it didn't seem hostile at all. It made Han Sen feel rather joyful. Maybe I really can tame this thing. If I had this king-class fighter on my side, perhaps I could square off against enemies like Edward. Han Sen tried to touch the blood Kirin, and when he did, the blood Kirin didn't shy away. Still, it was a very withdrawn creature, and getting close to it was difficult. At the same time, Edward and the others finally found the door of the palace. They were unable to open it, however, so they were still stuck outside. "Why is there a palace here? Did the sacred leader leave it behind?" asked a king-class ice blue knight. "Look at the architecture of this place. I don't think it belonged to the sacred leader. If I'm not mistaken, this place's style is reminiscent of General Ghost Bone's handiwork," Mr. White said. "Regardless of who built this palace, we must find a way to get it open. We cannot go to the monument without the relic that Han Sen took." Edward looked at Mr. White. Mr. White, you are very good when it comes to unraveling restrictions. Do you have a way to open the palace's gate? This palace's walls are profoundly special. I have never encountered anything like this before. Breaking it might take a few decades, perhaps even a century. Mr. White exclaimed. That would take too long. Is there a faster way? Ice Blue Night King asked. Mr. White rubbed his chin in thought. The best way to get inside would be to force open a small section of the construct. If we combine all our power, then that might work. But first, we will have to make some preparations. And for that, I will require everyone's cooperation. I will listen to whatever it is you have to tell us. Edward and Ice Blue Night King nodded. I need some things that aren't currently available in the base, so I will have to go elsewhere to fetch them. It will probably take me about a month. In the meantime, I would like you guys to stay on guard here, Mr. White said. Mr. White then took Crime with him and left. Ice Blue Night King and Edward remained close to the palace, in case Han Sen ducked out and tried to escape. As Han Sen spoke casually with Fox Queen, he kept his focus on the structure of the prison itself. Almost unexpectedly, he found a way in which he could save Fox Queen, too. But Han Sen didn't really want to save Fox Queen. It would only bring him harm. Who knew if she would wish to attack Han Sen the moment she got free? The shape-shifting foxes weren't the nicest of races, and she only spoke to Han Sen so much because she had been trapped there for so long and become profoundly bored. Who knew what she would do when she had her freedom? Han Sen knew that the beautiful shape-shifting foxes had arranged the downfall of entire races. More than a few species had become extinct because of them. That was another reason why Han Sen didn't want to talk to Fox Queen too much. Chapter 2261 Blood Kirin's move. Met Han Sen spent another 2 weeks in the White Bone Hell. The Blood Kirin came down from its mountain to absorb blood bone air every day, and during such times, Han Sen got to interact with it very closely. The Blood Kirin had initially seemed like a cruel beast, but it wasn't showing any animosity toward Han Sen now, which made him curious. The most probable cause for the Blood Kirin's change in behavior, he figured, was the Blood Kirin having tasted his blood. That had only transpired once, though. The Blood Kirin had consumed Han Sen's old blood as he leveled up, but he had no plans to feed the beast with his blood again. The Blood Pulse Sutra had become Duke, and Han Sen continued to fuse his blood with the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum. His connection with the drum progressed by leaps and bounds. Now, he was able to use the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum without Bauer's help. That made things quite a bit easier. That day, after the Blood Kirin absorbed more of the blood bone air, it roared at Han Senator. Then, it turned around and returned to the Lotus Mountain. When it saw that Han Sen wasn't following, the beast turned around and roared at him again. Han Sen realized the Blood Kirin was inviting him to the Lotus Mountain. Han Sen followed after the creature without hesitation. If he was being invited to enter the Blood Kirin's lair, it might signify that the Blood Kirin was growing more comfortable with him. He followed the Blood Kirin to the Lotus Mountaintop. Most of the blood rain had drained off of the peak, but some of the runoff had collected into a small pond. Vines lay in tangles around the pond, and Han Sen spotted blood pairs hanging off of them. The Blood Kirin jumped into the blood pond and made a grunting noise at Han Sen, inviting him to enter. Han Sen hesitated this time, but he still followed the Blood Kirin in. Based on his experience with his other pets, he had learned that showering with a pet was a great way to strengthen his bond with them. Han Sen was planning to begin scrubbing the Blood Kirin's scales, but the Blood Kirin did something instead. It put its head in the water and dived in deep. Han Sen stared after the creature in surprise. It was obvious now that the Blood Kirin hadn't just invited him in for a simple shower. He quickly used his Dongxian aura to follow the Blood Kirin. Upon seeing Han Sen trailing along behind, the Blood Kirin dived in deeper. The blood pond was only 1,000 meters deep. They both reached the bottom fairly quickly, where the blood Kirin disappeared into a tunnel that had been dug through the white bones. Han Sen continued to follow the creature. He was curious, not knowing exactly what the blood Kirin wanted. The blood Kirin led the way. It followed the white bone tunnel and soon splashed out of the blood water. As his head broke the surface of the blood water, Han Sen noticed that they had emerged into a giant white bone cave. Before him lay the corpse of a giant, black xenogeniac. The black Kirin was as big as a mountain. However, its head had been sundered, and its belly had been split open. It had been dead for many years, and while the body might not have rotted, the air had dried it into a husk. This must be the blood Kirin's mother. It doesn't look very much like the blood Kirin, though. Perhaps the blood bone air it has absorbed has simply changed its genes dramatically, Han Sen thought to himself. The blood Kirin leaped onto the mountain-sized body of the black Kirin. It then grunted at Han Sen, as if it was asking him to join it. Han Sen flew in the air, but he didn't dare set his feet upon the back of the black Kirin. Although the blood Kirin had called him up, stepping on its mother's corpse didn't seem like an appropriate thing to do. When Han Sen saw the corpse from above, he noticed something glinting in the black flesh. There was a weapon embedded in the black Kirin's back. He couldn't get a good look at the weapon, as only the handle was protruding from the body. The rest of it was lodged deep within the corpse of the black Kirin. Fox Queen had said that the blood Kirin belonged to a no-name race, but seeing that black Kirin, Han Sen didn't think that was true. The other creatures had all turned into bones. Some of the bones had decayed into little more than dust, but that black Kirin's body was still mostly complete. This point alone made it seem like something special. And the curious xenogeniac still had a weapon lodged inside it. It certainly added to the dead creature's mystique. Han Sen carefully examined what he could see of the weapon. The handle was only 2 feet long, which was definitely too small for a great sword. But for a smaller sword, the handle would probably have been too long. The handle gleamed silver, and there was a weird symbol engraved across it. Han Sen was unsure what the symbol meant, but he hypothesized that it could be a meaningless adornment. All he knew for certain was that the weapon hadn't belonged to General Ghost Bone. The weapon lacked the aura and presence that General Ghost Bone carried with him. The blood Kirin made some barking noises at Han. Senator Han Sen frowned, unsure what the blood Kirin wanted. The blood Kirin, seeing Han Sen's lack of understanding, tried to grasp the weapon with its claws. But when it touched the silver handle, silver lightning arced around the handle and into the blood Kirin. With a blinding flash, the blood Kirin's body was electrified and blasted down onto the ground. Han Sen was frozen. The blood Kirin was a force to be reckoned with. It was a powerful half-deified xenogeniac, the son of White Bone Big Hell. If it had been tossed back so simply, then the power of the weapon must have been unimaginable. The blood Kirin picked itself up off the ground. It didn't look particularly injured, but its legs moved a little shakily from the shock it had just received. The blood Kirin leaped back atop the black Kirin. Then it made that barking noise as Han Sen again. Now Han Sen knew what it was suggesting. "You want me to help you remove that weapon?" The blood Kirin nodded. It then made more encouraging noises to Han. Senator Han Sen didn't have a good feeling about this. Despite its power, the blood Kirin had just been sorely electrified by the lodged armament. Han Sen was just a duke, so there was a chance that the electricity might kill him. Han Sen gritted his teeth and approached the weapon embedded in the black Kirin's back. He wasn't confident in his ability to pull the weapon out, but if he didn't at least try, then all the time he had spent building a relationship with the blood Kirin would go to waste. Even if it doesn't work, I have to give it a shot. Getting shocked is better than making the blood Kirin mad, Han Sen thought to himself. He summoned his king-class Galaxy Lobster armor. Han Sen didn't want to be killed by lightning that not even the blood Kirin could withstand. Landing on the black Kirin's back, Han Sen gazed at the silver handle. Then, he looked back at the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin looked very excited. Han Sen took a deep breath and slowly reached for the silver handle. Chapter 2262 The Power of Science. Han Sen's fingers brushed the silver handle, and before he moved to grip it completely, silver lightning leaped out at his fingers. A vibration moved through Han Sen's body, and then he felt as if he had lost control of his own consciousness. There was a sharp cracking noise, and Han Sen was sent rocketing away. His flight ended when he crashed into a white bone wall. Fortunately, Han Sen was wearing his King-class Galaxy Lobster armor, so the hit didn't hurt too much. But his entire body ached, as if cramps were twisting him from the top of his head down to his toes. He convulsed slightly on the ground. Well, that was scary. The lightning might not have done too much damage, but the soreness afterward is pretty terrifying. Han Sen mustered every ounce of his strength to get up. He crawled across the ground as white bubbles frothed from his mouth. He pulled himself into a sitting position, but he still felt extremely weak. He wasn't able to stand up just yet, so he sat very still as his head spun. The blood Kirin leaped off of the black Kirin's back. It circled Han Sen, making a low keening sound. It was as if it was saying, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "What kind of lightning is that, though? It is so weird. My King-class armor did nothing to repel it." Han Sen understood now why the lightning had been able to hurt the blood Kirin, despite the beast's strength. That lightning bypassed all forms of defense and zapped right into a person's body. The blood Kirin was unable to answer his question, but Han Sen could tell that the creature was disappointed. It was sad that Han Sen was unable to pull out the weapon. "Don't worry, I will find a way to pull it out." Han Sen thought this was still a good opportunity. He looked into the blood Kirin's face, and he knew that the creature would be incredibly happy if Han Sen managed to retrieve the weapon. Perhaps he could even tame it at that point. Thinking of how cool it would look to ride the blood Kirin, Han Sen thought he should give it another try. The blood Kirin didn't seem particularly excited by the prospect of another attempt, though. It clearly didn't believe Han Sen had what it took to remove the weapon from the corpse. Han Sen wasn't confident either, truthfully. But if he was being attacked with lightning, perhaps he could wrap the handle with some sort of insulating material before pulling the weapon out. Han Sen pulled a bunch of insulated gloves from Destiny's Tower. He put on several layers of gloves to make sure he wouldn't get shocked. Then, he flew back onto the black Kirin's back. He looked back at the blood Kirin and thought, although you are a King-class xenogeniac that might one day become deified, you're still so dumb. You don't know anything about a little thing called science, do you? Well, Big Brother will show you how humans make use of their intelligence to solve problems such as this. Get ready to be amazed and compelled to obedience by the power of your Big Brother Sanmu. After that, Han Sen reached out and grabbed the silver handle. Based on his first experience, Han Sen knew that the lightning was scary, but it wouldn't be powerful enough to kill him. That reassurance made Han Sen feel a lot safer. Han Sen confidently wrapped his hands around the silver handle and tried to pull it out. Then, silver lightning was discharged. The insulating gloves did not work. The lightning wreathed his entire body before blasting him away. He crashed into a big bone wall, his armored body cracking its surface. Many extra bones were shaken down on top of him. Now Han Sen could only think, King science. I actually thought science would apply to this world. I am too naive. This is madness. My brain hurts. Because Han Sen had gripped the handle more firmly, the shock of the electricity was magnified. It took Han Sen half an hour to regain full consciousness, and he didn't try to move as he recovered. When he started feeling better, he lifted his head to look around. He realized that the blood Kirin had actually dragged him away from the white bones. Luckily, the blood Kirin wasn't hostile towards him. He had been inside the blood Kirin's mouth, but despite that, the creature hadn't injured him in any way. Well, *T. How did that even happen? Han Sen thought gloomily. He rested a little bit more, as his body was on the precipice of a complete recovery. The blood Kirin looked at Han Sen as if he was a naughty child. That gaze of disdain made Han Sen feel embarrassed. I can't pull a weapon out of a dead body. I won't accept that. Han Sen stood up and stared at the handle with rage. When he thought back to the ache that had suffused his entire body, though, he gave up on the idea of trying to grab it again. Humph. I couldn't make it work, but at least I'm not alone. I have help, so what is there to be afraid of? Han Sen thought. Then, he released Bauer from Destiny's Tower. Bauer, do you see that weapon sticking out of the Kirin's back? It is protected by very powerful lightning, and so I cannot take it out. Do you think you can take it out for me? Han Sen smiled at Bauer as he spoke. Bauer's eyes opened wide when she looked at the weapon. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. No way. You cannot pull it out either. Han Sen was surprised. This was the first time he had heard Bauer admit so plainly that she couldn't do something. Bauer blinked and said, "There's something wrong with that weapon. Its soul is very messy. It would not be very nice to touch it. I would be electrified if I went up to it." Han Sen's heart sank. Not even Bauer could take the weapon. There really was no hope for pulling it out. But then Bauer went on. You can let Little Silver try. He is attuned with lightning, so he might have a way to do it. How did I forget Little Silver? Han Sen slapped himself on the head. The lightning must have rattled his brain and made him forget Little Silver for a bit. Han Sen quickly summoned Little Silver. As soon as Little Silver appeared, he hugged the fox tightly to his chest. Then he flew up to the black Kirin's back. Little Silver, that weapon has lightning power. I cannot move it, though. Do you think you can pull it out? Han Sen asked, pointing at the silver handle. Little Silver leaped down from Han Sen's arms. It walked elegantly around the silver handle, its silver eyes peering keenly at the metal. Suddenly, Little Silver stopped. Its body crackled with silver lightning. That lightning spread fast, and the fox's body began to swell and transform. 10 tails of lightning rose behind the fox, swaying like the heads of a hydra. The next second, that ethereal, lightning form of a fox opened its mouth. It grabbed the silver handle and tried to pull it out of the black Kirin. The silver handle fired its own lightning in response to the fox, and the bolts of power collided in a display of eye-searing brilliance. It seemed as if the two powers were exploding when they touched each other. The lightning didn't send Little Silver flying like it had Han Sen and the blood Kirin. The fox held onto the handle firmly, and slowly, it began to pull the handle up and away from the back of the black Kirin. Within that storm of silver lightning, Little Silver slowly pulled at the handle, and the weapon slowly began to slide into sight. Han Sen could see triangles across the weapon, and there was a strange symbol within every triangle. Lightning arced and jumped around the symbols. Chapter 2263 Thunder God Spike. As the sword-like weapon was slowly removed, the mysterious symbols on its surface began to leap and dance like mad. It looked as if countless fairies of silver thunder were dancing across it. The silver lightning still crackled out of the sword. It was like there was a silver dragon now flying around the cavern. Because the lightning was too strong, Han Sen had to fall back and away from the black Kirin's corpse. Even the blood Kirin itself stumbled back. The blood Kirin was looking very excited. It kept retreating, but its eyes never left the black Kirin's body. Little Silver's lightning was growing to frightening strength. The hilt of the sword was firmly in the grip of its maw. It forced the sword completely out of the black Kirin's body. The sword was only 1.5 meters long, but its shape was very strange. The blade was split into 3 sections, and each of its points was sharp. It looked like an army spear. As he watched the lightning springing from the blade, Han Sen could immediately tell that the weapon was profoundly special. It might have been a deified weapon. Dong! Dong! Little Silver leaped off of the Black Kirin's back. It loosened its grip on the handle and let the silver sword clatter to the ground. Then Little Silver let its powerful lightning fox form dissipate. Although Little Silver didn't seem to be injured, it did look exhausted. Han Sen quickly picked up Little Silver and offered him one of the blood pears. Little Silver shook his head at the fruit and lay down on Han Sen's chest instead. It closed its eyes, looking very, very tired. Upon seeing the silver sword come free of the dead creature, the Blood Kirin leaped towards the Black Kirin's corpse with exuberant joy. What a sweet creature! All it wanted was for its mother to rest in peace. It's rare that I get to see something this touching. Han Sen sighed. The next second, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. The Blood Kirin ran over to the Black Kirin's body and used its teeth to rip off a chunk. The Blood Kirin tore into the corpse, eating ravenously. The Blood Kirin used its claws to tear the body apart, and viscera and gore flew everywhere as it feasted. Han Sen froze for a while, his face growing a little pale. His initial assumption seemed to have been very wrong. He didn't know anymore if the Black Kirin was indeed the Blood Kirin's mother. If it was, the Blood Kirin really was a monster. But that sort of made sense. The Blood Kirin was born from a dead body. It had spent its life consuming the white bone hell's blood-bone air. Its very existence had come from death and cruelty. Eating the corpse of its own mother to gain strength wasn't out of the realm of possibility. It was still an incredibly heartless act, though. Han Sen was planning to put Bauer and Little Silver back inside Destiny's Tower. If the Blood Kirin went mad after consuming the Black Kirin, they would have to run. Before he could grab her, Bauer ran over to the silver sword. She reached her hand out to grab it before Han Sen could shout a warning. When Bauer's came down upon it, the blade no longer released that silver lightning. Bauer dragged the sword back over to Han Sr. Dad. This sword is awesome. We should take it with us. Bauer held the sword out to Han Sen as she spoke. Han Sen didn't dare take the sword, though. Just because Bauer hadn't been electrified, that didn't guarantee that Han Sen wouldn't get shocked. Don't be afraid, Dad. It is fine now. The blade isn't dangerous anymore. Bauer winked. Pfft, why would Dad be afraid? I'm not scared, I'm just cautious. This is the behavior of a mature man. Han Sen blushed. He reached out to take the silver sword. Just as Bauer had told him, the sword didn't crackle with lightning when he touched it. It really did behave like an ordinary weapon now. Weird. Why has the sword become normal after leaving the Black Kirin's body? Han Sen looked at the Blood Kirin still gorging on the Black Kirin. He then thought of something. Maybe the Black Kirin's body triggered the power of the sword. Maybe that is why it remained active. The electricity kept the Blood Kirin from eating the Black Kirin. It had to have the sword removed first. Han Sen didn't know if his guesses were correct, but it didn't matter anymore. Han Sen went to check out the sword. The symbols of thunder across it were delightful to see. They made the sword look absolutely beautiful. It didn't even look like a weapon, it looked like an art piece wrought in silver. After witnessing its power, Han Sen agreed with Bauer. He couldn't tell what level it was, but he was fairly sure that it had to be a deified weapon. When he looked at the blade more closely, he noticed that a few words were engraved on the back of the sword. He was able to read them. It was of the common language in the Geno universe, and it said, Thunder God Spike. I think that must be its real name. Han Sen raised the weapon carefully in front of him. He tried to put his own power into the Thunder God Spike, in order to trigger the weapon's power. Unfortunately, he could not get it to work. No matter what power or skill he used, nothing could trigger the lightning of the thunder god's spike. Han Sen decided to use the Dongxian Sutra to simulate Little Silver's lightning power, then he focused that power on the thunder god's spike. The lightning symbols of the thunder god's spike began to move. They were like silver snakes running up and down the blade. But Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra was merely Marquis class, so the lightning power he could simulate wouldn't be that strong. Only a small amount of the thunder god's spike's power was summoned, but even so, it was already very strong. It was stronger than if Han Sen used all of his power with jade skin. This thing is definitely a deified weapon. Han Sen felt so happy. The thunder god's spike didn't hurt him when he activated it, either. That meant he could use the weapon in combat. Han Sen put the thunder god's spike into Destiny's Tower, and thankfully, it didn't resist like the jade drum had. The jade drum was a living creature, but the thunder god's spike was just a weapon. Han Sen was very lucky to have found the weapon, but it would be dangerous for him to carry a deified treasure in plain view. Unless it was direly necessary, Han Sen planned to keep the weapon hidden from anyone who might want to steal it. Han Sen put Bauer and Little Silver back into Destiny's Tower. The blood Kirin was still eating the black Kirin's body. It was a small creature, but its stomach was large. The black Kirin's body was like a mountain, but a big chunk of it had already disappeared. The blood Kirin ate its fill and grunted in satisfaction. Then it moved back and made a rumbling noise to get Han Sen's attention. It tossed its head at the black Kirin's body, as if it was inviting Han Sen to eat. "It's fine. You can eat it." Han Sen shook his head. His body was already filled with unprocessed ghost bone power, so it didn't matter what he ate right now. But the blood Kirin's invitation was still reassuring. The beast didn't seem like it was ever going to be hostile to him. Chapter 2264 Forced Entry. When the blood Kirin saw that Han Sen wasn't eating anything, it turned around to continue consuming the corpse by itself. It looked as if it wasn't going to stop until every last morsel of the black Kirin had been consumed. Han Sen had no interest in watching the beast eat, so he decided to leave the cave. He leaped into the blood water and swam back the way he had come. The cave had no other exits, so he had to leave via the same blood pond. After he crawled out of the pond, Han Sen picked a few blood pears to give to Little Silver. The fox had retrieved the thunder god's spike for him, but in doing so, it had been injured. Both the fox and the weapon were of the lightning element, but the thunder god's spike was clearly far more powerful than Little Silver. If Little Silver's lightning fox body hadn't possessed full immunity to lightning, then the little creature might not have been able to pull the thunder god's spike out. Now that I've helped the blood Kirin, it won't mind if I take more blood pears and give them to Little Silver, right? I'm sure the blood Kirin wouldn't care, Han Sen thought to himself as he collected the fruit. He lobbed them into Destiny's Tower for Little Silver. But when he glanced inside the tower, he found Little Silver curled up to rest. Its tail was wrapped around the thunder god's spike, and the thunder god's spike was crackling as silver lightning arced around it. The bolts would occasionally jump to touch Little Silver's fur, but the fox didn't seem to mind. It just continued to rest. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly to get a better look. When the thunder god's spike's lightning landed on Little Silver, the small fox was absorbing its power. The lightning blended into Little Silver's powers, slowly changing them as the fox rested. Han Sen walked over and gently set one of the blood pears beside Little Silver. Then, he exited the tower and left the Lotus Mountain. When he made it down from the Lotus Mountain, he found Fox Queen standing directly in front of the hellish skeletal gate. She was looking at him. Fox Queen's eyebrows rose as Han Sen approached. Her chains wouldn't let her move far from the gate. Otherwise, she would have explored the distant mountain range for herself long ago. "You killed the blood Kirin?" Fox Queen asked in a disturbed tone of voice. Han Sen shook his head. No. I can't defeat a foe like that. But I've been here for a while, and we've gotten to know each other a bit. It hasn't been hostile to me at all. Fox Queen looked at Han Sen with a veiled expression. She thought Han Sen's explanation had to be utter nonsense. The Blood Kirin was a beast of particular savagery, and it had been locked up in White Bone Hell all its life. If it ever escaped the White Bone Hell, few would survive an encounter with it. That thing was a king-class demon. If the Blood Kirin had grown comfortable with Han Sen simply because he had spent time with it, she wondered why the same had not occurred between the monster and herself. She had spent far more time with it, and she had even watched it grow up. Yet, there wasn't even a faint semblance of closeness between her and the beast. Who are you? Fox Queen stared at Han Senator. She had found his behavior suspicious for a long time, and it made her wary of him. Perhaps Han Sen really had been taken by General Ghostbone, and he had just been pretending ever since. I told you, I am a member of the Ice Blue Knights. Han Sen said, a little reproachfully. Fox Queen started to respond, but all of a sudden, her face changed. Someone forced open the palace's door. No way. Han Sen was shocked. That palace had been built by General Ghostbone. Not even a deified elite should have been able to open it. And there was no way Edward or the others could have gotten through the entrance. They have only breached the first line. They are coming in via the primary entrance. Huh. It seems that they have a death wish. Fox Queen narrowed her eyes and walked back through the hellish skeletal gate. Han Sen felt sick. He didn't think Edward and the others would make it inside, but now they had. Han Sen's identity would soon be exposed. Realizing this, Han Sen quickly followed Fox Queen. But he then rushed out of the side hall ahead of her. Just as Fox Queen had said, there was an opening in the gate of the main hall. Edward and the others were now coming in. Han Sen, where are you going to run this time? Shouted a king-class Ice Blue Knight. Then, he ran at Han Sr., shut up. This isn't a place that you can just smash your way into. Han Sen shouted as he quickly retreated. He fell back to Fox Queen, who had just appeared. Ice Blue Knight King's power was headed for Fox Queen. Fox Queen's face drew into a smile, but her eyes glimmered with the fire of murder. She didn't even have to move her hand as a cord of power shot out of her and wrapped around the Ice Blue Knight. Careful! Ice Blue Knight King shouted. He moved to help the king-class Ice Blue Knight, but it was too late. The cord of power tightened, and the Ice Blue Knight's body was torn apart. It was horrifying to watch. The warrior was murdered before he even had a chance to defend himself. Han Sen's scalp felt numb. A king-class elite had been oh so easily killed. The demonstration of Fox Queen's power confirmed Han Sen's belief that she was deified. It was fortunate she had wanted to keep Han Sen with her instead of killing him. Han Sen would have been very dead if things had turned out differently. The faces of the other intruders turned white. They turned to leave the palace, but the opening they created to enter had already disappeared. And that was because of Fox Queen. Edward and the others attacked the palace's gate, but their efforts were futile. Didn't you know? You can't just come and go from this palace as you please. Fox Queen's cords of power began to move again, heading for Edward and all the others. Edward, Ice Blue Knight King, and Crime managed to block the attacks, but the other king-class elites were all captured. Deified powers are scary. Han Sen's scalp felt numb. It seemed like Fox Queen was no longer being hampered by the palace. She was able to use her full deified powers without limit or restriction. Han Sen looked closer and realized what was going on. Edward and the others had managed to break the restrictions of the palace. Their actions had triggered the prison's defense systems, allowing Fox Queen to use her full powers to annihilate the invaders. Now that Fox Queen had all her deified power back, she was a totally different being than she had been when Hansen met her. "I'm so sorry. We accidentally wandered into this place. We meant you no harm. Please forgive us." Before Edward could finish his apology, a cord of power wrapped around him. Not long after, the last of the intruders were bound by Fox Queen's cords. None of them could fight back. When Fox Queen turned back to Hansen, he quickly said, "Big sis, you are so good. You are so intelligent, beautiful, and powerful. I think I heard them refer to you by the name of Hans Sr." Fox Queen stared at Hansen and gave him a predatory smile. Chapter 2265 Fight. "Please don't tell me Hansen is your fake name," Fox Queen said, smiling at Hans Sr. "My name is Han. Senator Sanmu is just a nickname. Only close family and my bestest friends call me by that name," Hansen said shyly. Fox Queen rolled her eyes, but she wasn't going to push the subject any further. She looked back at Edward and the others and asked, "And who are you people, exactly?" Ice Blue Knight King told her, "We are Ice Blue Knights of the Extreme King. Please do not misunderstand our intent, for we are only here to apprehend the criminal traitor known as Han. Senator, we didn't mean to offend you." "What did he do to incite your wrath?" Fox Queen asked with curiosity. "This is quite the hunting party you've assembled." Ice Blue Knight King and Edward frowned. They had told her they were Extreme King deliberately, knowing that the name was feared all across the universe. But when they looked at Fox Queen's face, they saw no hint of fear or trepidation. Their attempted name drop had failed quite spectacularly. The shape-shifting foxes weren't one of the top races, and even a deified fox should have been afraid of the Extreme King. However, Fox Queen seemed entirely unperturbed. What they didn't know was that the Extreme King only rose to prominence after Fox Queen had been incarcerated in the palace. Their name meant little to her, as they were a minor race back in her heyday. "He is a traitor in the Ice Blue Knights. It was difficult for us to locate him. Being the slithering, tricky little snake that he is, he managed to escape. He eluded us for a while, but we traced him all the way to this place. It was never our intention to offend you," Edward went on to say. His face was straining under the weight of his forced sincerity. Hansen and Fox Queen had only exchanged a few words in front of Edward, but he could tell that the relationship between them wasn't very warm. So, he didn't mention the relic he sought. Hansen had to be keeping the relic somewhere on his person. That meant they had a chance. If Edward mentioned the relic, and it was claimed by a deified being, they stood no chance of reclaiming it. Fox Queen's face looked like stone. She held a cord of power and used it like a whip to lash Edward, who was still hanging in the air upside down. His face was gashed as the whip tore so deeply into his flesh that it exposed the bone of his skull. Blood began to dribble through his hair. Everyone was shocked. Fox Queen did not say a word as she continued the whipping. A short time later, Edward was covered in open wounds and dripping blood. "I was lying to people before your great-grandmother was even born. And you think you can deceive me? Do you want to die?" Fox Queen's gaze was hard as she looked at the blood-soaked Edward. "Let me ask you again, why are you chasing him? He stole something very important from us." "That is why we have been chasing him," Edward said. "And what is this thing?" Fox Queen frowned, but she stopped hitting Edward. "We don't know what it is." As Fox Queen started to move her hand, he immediately said, "We discovered an ancient city in the desert. Hansen snuck in and stole an item from that city, although we're not sure what it was. If you would like to know what he stole, then you will have to ask him." Fox Queen looked carefully at Edward and the others, then she turned to Han. Senator with a smile. She said, "My good brother Sanmu, it looks like you've already retrieved the item from that city you mentioned." "Very good. I did take something from that old city." Hansen nodded. "Where is it?" Fox Queen's eyes looked sharp. Even to her, any item that had belonged to the sacred leader would be quite tempting. Han Sen smiled. He had no intention of revealing the stone plate to anyone. He merely said, "Sister, which you would prefer, this item or your freedom?" "I am very greedy. I want freedom and the item." Fox Queen's cord of power suddenly moved. It was headed for Han. Senator Han Sen shot off to the side hall, wanting to race right into the hellish skeletal gate. As soon as Han Sen appeared in the side hall, Fox Queen's cord of power was already on him. But suddenly, a bird's nest appeared in Han Sen's hand. Inside it, there was a red egg. The cord of power could bind a half-deified elite easily, but when it touched the bird's nest, it snapped like dry twine. As the attack dissipated, Han Sen flapped his wings and escaped through a slither of gap between the substance chains coming for him. Then he leaped straight through the hellish skeletal gate. Fox Queen was shocked. When she entered the white bone hell after him, Han Sen was already gone. She had limited power and mobility in that place, so she could only stand atop the skeleton mountain and glower after Han Senator. She couldn't chase him any further. "Han Sen, do you want to grow old and die inside the white bone hell?" Fox Queen squinted as she looked around. "There are worse ways to die than in the company of a pretty lady like you." Han Sen stood far away atop a distant peak and smiled at Fox Queen. Fox Queen didn't say another word. She returned to the palace. Back inside the palace, Fox Queen looked at Edward and the others. She waved her hand, tossing everyone other than Mr. White through the hellish skeletal gate. "Bring Han Sen and the item back to me, or die here," Fox Queen commanded. Edward and the others were then tossed into the hellish skeletal gate. As the others shakily stood up and began moving off into the white bone hell, Fox Queen turned back to Mr. White. "You know how to break the restrictions of this place?" "I know a little." Mr. White nodded. "Breaking the front gate. That was no easy task." Fox Queen raised her lips in a slight smile. When Han Sen saw Edward and the others fly into the white bone hell face first, he knew exactly what was going on. He immediately retreated to the Blood Kirin's Lotus Mountain. Edward and the others stared mutely at the white bone world around them. They were just as stunned as Han Sen had been when he first entered that place. Crime concentrated as he activated a special power. In a few seconds, he detected Han Sen sneaking his way over to the Lotus Mountains. "He's over there. Let's go." Ice Blue Night King barked the command, and they all took off in pursuit of Han Senator. The white bone hell was so large that it would be difficult to find Han Sen again if he got too far away from them. And because of Fox Queen's implied threat, they now had even more motivation for retrieving that relic. Ice Blue Night King was the fastest of the bunch, so he arrived at the Lotus Mountain first. Just as he was about to enter, however, he suddenly felt a blood air rise from the Lotus Mountain top. He had been sprinting forward at full speed, and his momentum kept him from changing direction quickly. He gathered up his strength and sent a wave of deep blue power against the tide of red. Boom! The blood air ripped straight through Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power. The attack tore through the armor on his chest without even slowing down, and blood began to spurt from his chest with unnatural speed. It was as if some power was sucking the blood out of him. Chapter 2266. Beating a half-deified Han Sen stood on the Lotus Mountain, watching with great delight as the Blood Kirin entered the fray. Han Sen guessed that the creature had finished consuming the Black Kirin, because it was now half-deified. On top of that, it was still inside the white bone hell. The ferocity of its attack sent Edward and Ice Blue Night King reeling back. After mere seconds had passed, the Blood Kirin had already torn two King-class Ice Blue Knights to shreds. Joy sparked in Han Sen's chest as he saw the wretchedly wild face of the creature. "You guys hold off this beast. I will go after Han Sen," Edward shouted. He rushed across the battlefield, headed for the Lotus Mountain with the intent of catching Han Sen once and for all. The blood Kirin was in a killing frenzy, and it paid no attention to guarding its flanks. It pressed the attack against Ice Blue Night King without sparing a glance at Edward. Han Sen felt depressed. This thing's intelligence needs to be increased. Although Fox Queen had whipped Edward and injured him badly in the process, his half-deified body wasn't to be underestimated. He circled the battle and arrived in front of Han Sen in moments. Han Sen knew that trying to outrun the man with simple speed would be impossible. Han Sen slapped the blood scorpion jade drum at his waist, sending a burst of scary sonic power toward Edward's forehead. The power flew out like a barrage of toxic needles. Edward grunted dismissively, and his whole body turned to a golden color. The blood scorpion's toxic needles struck the gold body and failed to puncture it. Edward's golden form shone like a sun, showering the entire Lotus Mountain in golden light. Han Sen suddenly felt incredibly heavy, as if he was now shouldering the weight of a mountain. He couldn't move much at all. Han Sen knew that he was struggling under the power of that special gold godlight. After dukes became kings, their elemental prowess increased dramatically. They could use their powers to blanket the land around them, laying claim to a large area. Edward's power was a heavy burden of suppression. It was a little similar to Ice Blue Night King's deep blue power. Edward didn't hesitate. He reached out to grab the currently suppressed Han. Senator Han Sen tried to fight it off, but the king-class suppression of the area was far too strong to compete with. Plus, Edward was half-deified. Although Han Sen's elemental prowess was very good for his level, it didn't have enough raw strength to counter this attack. He couldn't beat the suppressing force that was coming down on him. Edward's hand had almost reached Han Sen's neck when suddenly, Han Sen's hand lifted a small bird's nest. In his other hand, he raised a big army spear and thrust it toward Edward's chest. Edward was shocked. He hadn't expected Han Sen to brush off his king-class area-off effect technique. They were too close together for Edward to block Han Sen's, but Edward didn't hesitate. He ignored Han Sen's strike and continued reaching out to grab his prey by the throat. Han Sen was just a duke. Even if his weapon was deified, it wouldn't do too much damage to Edward's half-deified body. If he was able to catch Han Sen at the same time, Edward had no qualm with accepting the strike. At the moment Edward's fingers closed around Han Sen's neck, the Thunder God's spike was plunged into Edward's armor. The armor stopped the Thunder God's spike dead, with only an inch of the weapon's tip embedding itself in Edward's breastplate. But the Thunder God's spike's silver lightning completely ignored the defense offered by that armor. When it discharged, it sent a current of electricity directly into Edward's body. Edward shook as the power ran through him, and his electrified body was sent flying away. Dong! Han Sen struck the blood scorpion jade drum again. Edward was still being ravaged by the silver lightning, and he couldn't gather his wits fast enough to summon power and repel the sonic attack. That sonic force was driven right into his forehead. Arg! Even for a half-deified elite, hearing the blood scorpion jade drum felt like being stabbed in the head. Edward couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. Han Sen put the bird's nest on his head as he continued to pound the drum. He had no intention of remaining idle, though. He teleported directly in front of Edward and used his Thunder God spike to strike at Edward once more. Half-deified warriors deserved their reputation, and despite the dizziness and fierce pain, Edward tried to gather up power to block Han Sen's next attack. The Thunder God spike's power wasn't very destructive, but the lightning energy it released could bypass any form of defense. The lightning surged into every single cell of Edward's body. Edward shook under the force. But Han Sen didn't have enough strength to use more than a tiny fraction of the Thunder God spike's true power. Edward had only been numbed a little. If the Thunder God spike was used by someone half-deified, a single hit would have left Edward shaking non-stop for an entire day. The blood scorpion jade drum's sonic power swept into Edward in a continuous stream, but Edward was holding strong against the numbness induced by the lightning. He raised his shield again, and the sonic attacks began bouncing off of him. "I'm too weak. If I was stronger, the silver lightning would have kept Edward from gathering enough power to resist," Hansen thought to himself. He kept moving, though. Instead of thrusting with his thunder god spike, he resorted to beating Edward with it like some rod. All that electricity had Edward shaking on the ground like he was experiencing a seizure. He was like a normal person being struck by a stun rod. Ice Blue Night King and the others, who were still in the midst of combat with the Blood Kirin, were frozen. The half-deified Edward was curled on the ground as Hansen beat the pulp out of him. It was difficult to imagine. They knew the extent of Edward's strength, and a duke should have had no hope of repelling the golden godlight. Hansen didn't seem hindered at all as he pounded Edward. Edward's defenses couldn't withstand the lightning power emitted by the rod, and the man screamed continually and frothed at the mouth. It was too frightening to watch. "What, you won't treat me with respect unless I unleash my power?" Hansen kept hitting Edward, wondering how he might kill the man. The lightning could bypass an opponent's defenses, but it couldn't actually kill anyone. And Hansen couldn't do the job himself. He was too weak to break the man's armor, so he couldn't kill Edward with his strength alone. The Blood Kirin, Hansen thought. Then, he beckoned for the monster. The Blood Kirin was still chasing the others, but Ice Blue Night King and his group didn't dare to engage the beast. They were keeping it busy by baiting it back and forth. The Blood Kirin's intelligence was low. They lured it left and right, to and fro, and it hadn't managed to kill any of them. At the sound of Hansen's voice, though, the beast turned to look at him. When it saw Hansen slamming his fists into Edward, a light came into its eyes. It ran over, chomped down on Edward's head, and catcha. The armor was destroyed. Edward's head was bitten off. Severed arteries in the man's neck sprayed blood all over the Blood Kirin. It swallowed the head in a single gulp. The sight made Ice Blue Night King and the others shiver in fear and anger. Chapter 2267 My opponent a student Hansen jumped onto the Blood Kirin's back. Then, the Blood Kirin roared and flew towards Ice Blue Night King and the others. "Ignore those other guys and kill him first," Hansen instructed, thrusting his Thunder God spike toward Ice Blue Night King. Instead of answering, the Blood Kirin simply kept roaring as it headed for Hansen's target. "Charge!" Ice Blue Night King called to the Ice Blue Knights as he swept his great sword at the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin paid no mind to the other knights, though. The knights had previously exploited the Blood Kirin's stupidity to land a few blows, but now that the creature was following Hansen's commands, they found themselves having to give the creature an even wider berth. "Hansen, if you keep this up, you will never be allowed back into the Ice Blue Knights." Ice Blue Night King shouted, watching an Ice Blue Knight get torn to shreds by the Blood Kirin. "I've already quit the Ice Blue Knights. Do you really think I plan to return after all this? When you guys decided to fight with me, you should have said your prayers and readied yourselves for death." Hansen shot back. Ice Blue Night King did not speak again. He had treated Hansen as Isha's student. He thought of Hansen as a junior, and he had never thought he would have to take the young man as an enemy. Even though Hansen had betrayed the knights, Ice Blue Night King only wanted to teach him a lesson as a senior knight. He wanted to grab Hansen, take the slate, then haul Hansen back to his rightful place in the knights. It was only now that Ice Blue Night King realized he had been wrong about Hansen since the beginning. He never considered Hansen as an equal, and it never crossed his mind that Hansen would see him as an opponent. Or a competitor. Hansen wasn't a junior who required protection or could be ordered around. Hansen was a mighty elite who had exactly what it took to survive and thrive in that cruel world. He was holding his own despite the many powerful enemies that wanted him dead. Ice Blue Night King's realization might have come too late. If he had considered Han Sen as a real threat in the beginning, he wouldn't have given Han Sen any chance to escape the base. He would have taken Han Sen down as soon as possible, and he wouldn't have chased after Han Sen alone when he first made his escape. The Blood Kirin chased the group back to the hellish skeletal gate, killing everyone but Ice Blue Night King, Crime, and one other Ice Blue Knight along the way. Han Sen and the Blood Kirin didn't dare draw too close to the gate, though. Han Sen allowed the 3 survivors to escape. Then, he went back to the Lotus Mountain where the Blood Kirin lived. I was foolish. I should have treated him like a genuine opponent. Ice Blue Night King stared at Han Sen, who was riding away atop the Blood Kirin. His face was expressionless, showing no hint of anger or sadness. From that moment on, Ice Blue Night King was going to treat Han Sen like a genuine opponent. To go against a strong opponent, though, he'd need more than the few students he had. Crime looked grim. Is that guy really Isha's student? He seems scarier than Isha. I fear we may have underestimated him. You cannot blame us for that. Who would have assumed that a marquise could pose such a threat? Asked the other Ice Blue Knight, whose name was Harder. Harder was feeling rather conflicted at that moment. He and Edward had been very close, so he knew just how terrifying the man had been. Although Edward was just a hybrid extreme king and his attack power wasn't too strong when compared to the rest, his powers of observation and his movements were splendid. Harder again envisioned Edward lying helpless under Han Sen's attack, and the Ice Blue Knight struggled to find words to describe what that horrible sight had done to him. Although Han Sen was just a duke, no one dared treat him as a duke anymore. Fox Queen met Ice Blue Night King and the other 2 at the gate. She frowned and said, "Where are the others?" Ice Blue Night King told her what had happened. He spoke plainly and without exaggeration, describing Han Sen and the Blood Kirin's power. And he did not hide the fact that his group had well and truly failed. Interesting. Very interesting. The Blood Kirin became half deified that quickly. And Han Sen was riding it in battle. Fox Queen squinted her eyes. She didn't blame Ice Blue Night King. After a moment, she said, "You guys can stay here to aid Mr. White in breaking the restrictions of this place. When I break the chains binding me here, I can go and take him down myself." Back in the Blood Kirin's valley, Han Sen allowed Bauer and the others to leave Destiny's Tower and relax for a bit. He also wanted to discuss their game plan for the coming conflict. Han Sen had used the Blood Kirin's power to defeat Ice Blue Night King and the others for the time being, but he didn't think they were safe yet. And that made him even more worried. Edward and the others had been able to find the palace and bend the restrictions to gain entry. That meant one of them understood the structure of the palace, at least to some degree. Fox Queen hadn't sent Mr. White after them, and that was probably because Mr. White knew the most about the palace's composition. If he was able to break Fox Queen's restrictions, then Han Sen would be in big trouble. Han Sen stood no chance of defeating an unhampered deified elite, even if he had all sorts of deified items to use against her. And now, Han Sen was stuck in the White Bone Hell. The palace was his only means of escape. Unless he wanted to stay there forever, he would have to leave through the skeletal gate. But the Blood Kirin is only half deified. If I could make it deified, it would be easy to ride it out and slaughter whatever got in our way, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen's team talked for half the day, but they didn't come up with anything that seemed really promising. Han Sen decided to focus his efforts on absorbing all the ghost bone power he could. He hoped to get the story of genes to Duke class. The more power he had, the better his chances of survival would become. Even if Fox Queen really does manage to escape, she won't kill me if she can't find what she wants. That means I might still have a chance. As Han Sen rested, he fidgeted with the stone plate. He kept thinking about how things might play out. The Blood Kirin and Han Sen were very comfortable with each other by this point, but only Han Sen could get close to the beast. The creature's presence was too menacing. It looked at everyone else like slabs of meat. The Blood Kirin looked likely to jump forward and gobble them up at any second. Han Sen kept practicing with the story of genes. A month went by, and the story of genes was progressing quite well. It was still a long way away from becoming Duke, though. Suddenly, the whole of White Bone Hell began to shake, and Han Sen heard Fox Queen's voice coming through the hellish skeletal gate. "My good little brother. Your big sister is coming to find you." Fox Queen stood in front of the gate, and the metal shackles were still visible on her neck, arms, and ankles. The metal chains that connected to the shackles, however, were gone. Mr. White, Ice Blue Night King, Crime, and Harder stood behind Fox Queen. It was like they were now her people. Fox Queen's aura spread across the White Bone Hell, searching for Han Senator, but suddenly, two shadows appeared from the mountains. It was Han Sen and the Blood Kirin. That surprised her. She had expected Han Sen to try to escape, not come looking for her. Chapter 2268 Holy Monument. My good little brother, are you really that naive? Surely you don't think that the Blood Kirin's power is sufficient to challenge someone like me? Fox Queen smiled at Han Sen and the Blood Kirin as she stood before the mountain. Big sis, you're far too suspicious. Have you forgotten about the close bond between us? Why would I ever want to attack my big sister? When I realized that you'd been freed, I wanted to come and celebrate the occasion with you. I just thought I would bring along the Blood Kirin, Han Sen said. If you've come here to celebrate with your big sister, you should have brought her a gift, isn't that correct? Otherwise, your big sister would be made rather angry, Fox Queen said, maintaining her smarmy smile. Han Sen knew what gift Fox Queen was referring to. He moved without hesitation, pulling out the item and holding it up. Of course, this is your big day. As a little brother, I want to give you the best gift I can. Fox Queen looked at the item in Han Sen's hand, and then she looked at Mr. White and asked, "What do you guys think of the gift my little brother is offering?" "We have no idea." Only Edward knew what the item was, Mr. White confessed, looking slightly ill. Fox Queen held out her hand, and Han Sen placed the item in her palm. Fox Queen looked at the crystal tablet carefully, but there did not appear to be anything special about it. "Is this really the item you retrieved from Ghost Bone Town?" Fox Queen directed a piercing stare at Han Sr., the one and only, Han Sen assured her. Fox Queen gave Mr. White the stone tablet. "Mr. White, what do you make of it?" After a brief moment of thought, Mr. White said, "I don't know what exactly is special about this item, but I can tell you that it is very old. It must be truly ancient, in fact. Its age alone makes it interesting." Mr. White was making it clear to Fox Queen that he didn't know if the tablet was the same item that Han Sen had taken from Ghost Bone Town. It was too old to be a forgery, though. Han Sen thought to himself, of course it is old. I went back to the Alliance and took it from a crystallizer ruin. Fox Queen smiled and looked at Han Sr., since you've been so nice to your big sister, come and walk alongside me. Of course, my big sister. Han Sen smiled. Fox Queen found it suspicious that Han Sen would give up his prize so easily, and she couldn't be certain if the tablet was genuine. She had to take Han Sen with her to the Holy Monument. Then, they could find out whether or not it was the real deal. Fox Queen cast a spell, and one of her cords of power tethered Han Sen and the Blood Kirin to her. She smiled and said, "Please don't blame me for this precaution. You have been misbehaving recently, my little brother, so I'm afraid I have no choice." "Oh, I'm so sorry that I've made you worry, big sister." Han Sen smiled coldly. "What was that bird's nest that I saw you use earlier?" Fox Queen looked Han Sen over, but she saw no sign of the bird's nest. The item had melted her cord of power, which made quite an impression on her. I hid it someplace in the white bone hell. If you can find it, I can give it to you as a gift. Han Sen smiled. Fox Queen wasn't in the mood to look. She couldn't find the bird's nest when she searched Han Sen's body, but that was fine by her. Hiding the nest in the white bone hell was like lobbing it into her personal warehouse. She would have plenty of time to seek it out later. Fox Queen led Han Sen and the others out of the white bone hell and locked the hellish skeletal gate behind them. Then she ripped down the palace's gate, and the group left the palace. It has been so long since I've had the chance to breathe fresh air. Fox Queen stood under the sky, looking out at the stars as she spoke. Han Sen and Mr. White stood together, but they didn't speak. Mr. White and Ice Blue Night King weren't in any better of a situation than Han. Senator Fox Queen's temperament changed with the wind, and there was no telling who she might be ready to kill 1 hour from then. Let's go. We will head for the holy monument. Let's see what the sacred leader chose to leave behind, Fox Queen said, looking at Mr. White. Crime, you lead the way, Mr. White ordered. Sir, Crime said, his face pale. What are you thinking? Right now, surviving is our priority. Mr. White gave a wry smile. Mr. White, you are very smart. Don't worry, though, I do not like killing. Once I have collected the legacy items of the sacred leader, you will all be allowed to return home safe and sound. Fox Queen smiled. Ice Blue Night King and the others were too smart to believe Fox Queen's promise to them, but they were in no position to gainsay her decisions. They had to do as Fox Queen told them. Even if they didn't tell Fox Queen the monument's location, she would find it at some point anyway. Withholding the information would only delay the inevitable. Harder and Ice Blue Night King both looked at Mr. White. It had taken them a second to realize that Mr. White was the only one who knew where the monument was. Harder thought quickly as he walked. Amidst the people there, he was the only one who knew that Han Sen had stolen a stone tablet from Ghost Bone Town. The crystal stone that Han Sen had presented to Fox Queen wasn't the same item he had taken. Han Sen has guts, I'll give him that. He has actually dared to present a fake relic to Fox Queen. It is fake, though, they are sure to find that out once we reach the holy monument. And when that happens, I wonder what he is planning to do. Has he found a way to escape? Harder looked at Han's senator. If Han Sen behaved strangely, Harder would notice. Han Sen's chances of running away didn't seem very good. Fox Queen had a cord of power tied around him and the Blood Kirin, and she was being very careful to keep an eye on him. There was no way he could escape. With Crime leading, they quickly traveled through the mountains and entered a primal forest. Many Xenogeneics wandered across their path, but Ice Blue Night King and Crime were able to cut them all down quickly. None of their foes were too strong. They walked through the primal forest for 4 days. Eventually, Mr. White pointed forward and spoke. Here it is. Everyone looked where Mr. White was pointing. They all looked shocked, and even Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows in suspicion. This is the holy monument. Fox Queen frowned at the sight. Mr. White was indicating an old tree. The tree was very thick, it would require 4 people holding hands to encircle it. But other than that, it looked quite ordinary. Not to mention the fact that it was dead. There was not a single leaf on it, and many of its branches were broken. It stood alone in a small clearing in the forest. In a primal forest like the one they were standing in, such trees must have been a dime a dozen. Mr. White told them it was a holy monument, but the unimpressive sight before them made it difficult to believe his claim. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the tree, and he could discern nothing special about it. The sacred leader didn't want to put his treasure somewhere obvious. If you look a little closer, though, you are sure to see the truth of this amazing old tree, Mr. White said quietly.